All right, all right. Welcome. Sounds like the audio sounds good. Hey Titus, how's it going this afternoon? How did you guys fare earlier today with the first round of storms? That was a little bit feistier of an MCS this morning, a mesoscale convective system than the models had a little bit. So we'll get into that in just a couple minutes. That does affect some of the severe weather outlook for this afternoon as well. Okay, good. Yeah, I think it rode a little bit south of where the models were. It was a little bit stronger and also dove a little bit further into Illinois.
A new flash flood
So
warning
that's
has
going
been
to actually
issued.
cut off some of that severe weather chance and limit the severe weather chance across parts of the Chicago area into northern and northwest Indiana a little bit. They have nudged the tornado parameters down a little bit. Without getting too deep into the weeds, I'm a little bit extra concerned as the run updates. I'm a little extra concerned with this corridor kind of right in here. We'll see how things develop. This is a little bit more of a now casting than a true forecast. The models haven't really updated yet, but there is a pretty distinct boundary in here of rain-cooled air from that earlier MCS. It's much cooler across these areas here, although we are starting to see a little bit of rebound. And you can see there, it is much warmer down across areas in southern Illinois into eastern Missouri. These storms that are just now firing back towards the cold front are going to get into some prime real estate here. The one question mark is that may limit things is even though we do have a lot of moisture and instability further south into Missouri, there's a little bit less forcing. So more of the upper level support is a little bit further north. So we have a little bit of an interesting situation. But looking at these observations, the surface observations right now, you can see it's 93 degrees in the St. Louis area, over 66 as the dew point. Again, we do have some boundary recovery across parts of especially central Illinois. But some of these temperatures here have dropped all the way down earlier to in the 60s. They have come back, like Springfield has come back to about 75. So we're going to kind of follow that. I think the prime real estate for tornadoes is probably in this area here, southwest Illinois into eastern parts of Missouri, especially along the St. Louis area, maybe back towards Herman, up towards Bowling Green. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day for St. Louis. But yeah, that's a nice thing is some of the areas that got hit really hard last week across kind of this area, Strader, Kankakee, into northwest Indiana, a little bit less of a severe risk. So we'll see how far we get boundary recovery. Let me clear out a couple things here. We'll get rid of those surface observations. So what we have right now going on here at the 3 o'clock hour, and we waited just a few minutes extra just to have the National Weather Service wrap up their live briefing, if you had a chance to tune in. We have basically the MCS from earlier this morning. That is fading across eastern parts of Indiana. Mostly just now heavy rain and some scattered lightning and thunder, kind of with the exception of this area down along the 64 corridor. A little bit more convective energy right down in there, but not severe, crossing Princeton, Indiana through areas like Fairfield, Illinois. We do have pretty quick, rapid boundary recovery and actually clearing. Just looking at this, let's go to a couple of our cameras. This is a look at Terre Haute, and earlier under this precip, it was actually pretty heavy rain, misty, low clouds. Just looked like a rough day. But you can see the sun kind of breaking through, and things are improving there. So, and that's not that far behind this area of precip. So that's right there at Terre Haute. So yeah, right on the Indiana and Illinois state line. So we are already getting clearing and some boundary recovery in this area. A lot of these storms right now that are kind of behind that rain-cooled boundary, somewhat like this, kind of in there. These storms are a little bit elevated. They have had a little bit of mid-level spin a couple times, and also a couple severe warnings as these storms have gone up around the Bloomington area, now approaching areas around Clinton, Decatur, Farmer City, and eventually over towards Champaign-Urbana. We have to watch these storms across the Mississippi Valley, and that are now severe warned towards Keokuk, and even those ones here north and west of Springfield. They may start to latch onto the boundary, and this was discussed a little bit in that latest National Weather Service briefing too. If we start to see those kind of latch onto that rain-cool boundary, that is
flood warning has been
a very
issued.
tight temperature, dew point gradient, and also wind shifts. There's a little bit of a wind like this coming out of the south. So there's an extra little area of vorticity in the atmosphere that may provide those storms a little extra juice to spin. It's essentially the new warm front. Welcome, Stones. How's it going today? So yeah, we do have to watch those storms across the Mississippi River Valley, and they are going up pretty quickly, especially in this area here. They're going to continue working to the east-southeast, and we'll see if they start to see any of them make more of a right turn. The right turn meaning the perspective of the storm motion. So, and that's a nice thing I can do here on Aguacero weather. I can actually turn and look at the perspective from the storm. So now you can see from this perspective, the storm motion right now is this way. If it starts to make a right turn, it would kind of follow more of that Mississippi River, and that would follow that rain-cooled boundary kind of right in there. So that's a little bit of a look. That we're seeing a right turn from the storm's perspective, not necessarily ours. We do have more storms that are going down along and ahead of the cold front across areas just to the east of the Kansas City metro. And we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that covers areas into eastern Kansas, western Missouri, and parts of central Missouri. Let me get the details. These new watches came out just as we were getting last minute prep for the stream. And also I loaded into the National Weather Service live briefing just to make sure they didn't go over anything that I didn't see. And they pretty much went over everything that I was prepared to discuss today. But yeah, that watch goes until 10 p.m. in the Central Daylight Time. This is the severe thunderstorm watch for eastern Kansas and western and central Missouri, including Kansas City, Chillicothe, Macon, Boonville, areas just south of Jeff City, the Lake of the Ozarks area, and then down kind of paralleling and just along and north of I-44 right now, back into areas in eastern Kansas, Fredonia, Independence, Girard, Pittsburgh, and those areas. Back to about Eureka, Kansas. That does include a couple tornadoes possible, scattered large hail up to apple size, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour likely. The further north and east you are in this watch area here in Missouri and Kansas, the slightly more tornado parameters you have. As I mentioned earlier, the low for this, the surface low is up across parts of like southern Minnesota, kind of in this area right here. So a little bit closer to that dynamic. That's where you get a little bit extra spin in the atmosphere. Further south, a little bit more of a conditional risk, and then also a risk for larger hail. So hail is going to be, I think, one of the primary things we'll see in this watch area, and they do include that apple-sized hail. And if I didn't say it, till 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A lot of the model data still has it. It's had it for a day or so, and it still has it today. Once these storms get to the I-44 corridor, a lot of the models really kind of fizzle them after dark. We just lose some of that dynamic forcing. This tornado watch, this goes until 10 p.m. Central Time, similar to that severe thunderstorm watch. Scattered hail also up to apple size. I think there could be a chance in here we get more than apples. We could get, I think, some baseball and tennis ball size hail up in here. Maybe even 3-inch in diameter hail, especially if some of these storms across northern Missouri and extreme southwest Iowa, western Illinois really upscale in the next few minutes. They're pretty discreet right now. They have pretty good shear at the upper levels and the mid levels, and the low level jet is going to continue to increase here into the afternoon and evening. So that's going to supply some more warmth and instability right into those systems, allow those updrafts to really grow and then tilt into the atmosphere with the different shear vectors, and we have speed and directional shear today. Yeah, tornado watch 10 p.m. into eastern Missouri and also western and central Illinois. Again, I think the hail may actually be undersold in this tornado watch. They're calling for apple size likely. I think we could get some baseball, tennis ball size hail, even a little bit plus. And then scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour, also likely. That includes Columbia, Jeff City, Quincy, Troy, St. Louis, basically the entire St. Louis metro. Then on the Illinois side, Belleville, Edwardsville, Jerseyville. I think I said Quincy, that's right on the Mississippi River. Areas like Mount Sterling, Springfield, Illinois, Lincoln, just south of the Peoria area. If you're in the Peoria metro and just south of 74, essentially you're in that tornado watch area. And then Champaign-Urbana over towards Mattoon, down through I-70, Effingham, Vandalia, Centralia, and not quite into extreme southern Illinois yet. The Storm Prediction Center did note in their briefing here this afternoon that more watches are likely downstream later in the afternoon and evening as that severe weather chance moves into Indiana, Ohio, and potentially even into southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, those areas in the Ohio Valley there. And I wouldn't be surprised, depending on how things trend. Again, a lot of the modeling kind of has storms fizzle along the I-44 corridor. Wouldn't be surprised to see some more watches, or at least expansion of the current watches, a couple counties into Missouri as well. We have no tornado watches or warnings right now. We also do have a severe thunderstorm watch up by the low pressure system. And yeah, we've had, I think, a couple severe storms up there. And now I'm thinking about it, I don't have the details of that severe weather watch. Let me grab that real quick. That came out just a couple hours ago. Yeah, it came out at until 8 p.m. A couple of tornadoes are possible. There is a little bit of spin closer to that low pressure. There still is that directional and speed shear, little bit less moisture access, but we could get a couple tornadoes, some low top supercells, those sort of things in this area until 8 p.m. Scattered hail to 2 inches if possible, and wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour possible in this severe weather watch. Looks like they just trimmed a bunch off, including those areas really around the Twin Cities. So it's really confined to extreme northeast parts of Iowa, extreme western parts of Wisconsin, and then southeast portions of Minnesota. We've had a couple severe warnings today across the southeast. In fact, I think it's the only tornado warning so far today, maybe. Or at least the afternoon, was a confirmed tornado briefly near Ozark, Alabama, north of Dothan. So it was a very brief one, but it was really close to the radar site. So you could see the couplet real easy and a small correlation coefficient. We do also have Tropical Storm Arthur now. That's something that is also a thing now. So it's a busy severe weather day, as well as a busy tropical day. Let me pull the track. Arthur was named a little bit ago this morning. Basically over the bays of the Texas Gulf Coast. It really actually hasn't fully kind of emerged yet. It's right there along the coastline. It's going to continue. The official track takes it basically parallel to the coastline, across the Galveston area, and then eventually into parts of western and extreme southeast Texas, western Louisiana. Some model data pulls it a little bit offshore, then back in. Some keeps it right along the coast. Some kind of does a little thing like this. Either way, it's expected to be a low-end tropical storm as it continues essentially paralleling the Texas Gulf Coast. Maybe if it gets fully offshore, will make landfall into officially a landfall back into western Louisiana, but not as much of a wind threat. It's mostly going to be the flooding that is the main factor. I've had this camera up since we started prepping for the stream this afternoon. It's actually gotten a little bit sunnier here. This is on High Island, Texas, just on the east side, east of Galveston, and basically east of Galveston Bay.
Flood warning has been issued.
And this has been an interesting camera. It's been breezy. It had a little bit more of a stormy, cloudy look earlier. It's a little bit sunnier. But you can see the Gulf has a little bit of a mean look to it. There are some pretty big breakers out there, and they're coming up fairly close to this camera position, but especially if you look off in the distance, it's actually a little bit of salt spray, so it's a little bit cloudy to look at. But back across like the horizon line, there's actually some pretty big breakers, and back kind of around this bend of the road, there are some pretty big breakers there. So rough surf, dangerous rip currents. Please don't go in the beaches today if you're along the Texas Gulf Coast, Louisiana, as well as even parts of the rest of the Gulf Coast. I know there's red flag warnings in Orange Beach, Alabama today, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's more extended into the Florida Gulf Coast as well. So anywhere along the Gulf Coast, it's going to be rough seas, rip currents, especially if you're not an experienced swimmer. It is a very dangerous thing. In addition to that, you can see there's tons of flood watches across the south and southeast. There are more to that if I go into, well, I won't do it right now, but there's tons of river flood warnings. I know the Chafuncta River near the Covington and Folsom area was expecting to go over flood stage. So there's a ton of river flood warnings across the southeast and south. It's just going to be more rain to pile up here the next few days. There's essentially a degrading stalled boundary that's basically sat along here. It's added a little bit of convergence, so that's why we've had that one random tornado warning earlier. But moisture had just kind of pooled up along this boundary, and yeah, it's just been a big combo of tropical moisture, boundaries, and then now this tropical system will add even more rain to this, especially in kind of this area here. This area does have a slight risk now by the Storm Prediction Center for severe weather. I will take a look at that here. Yeah, they've added that in this afternoon, so there is a chance of some tropical tornadoes. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, there's the 5% unhatched tornado risk. That does go through Hattiesburg, Columbia, Mississippi, Magnolia, and then into southeast Louisiana, Amite, Slidell, Hammond, Baton Rouge, the New Orleans metro, and then down into some of those really southern parishes, Homa, and out along the mouth of the Mississippi. Does also include the Mississippi Gulf Coast as well, Bay St. Louis over to about Biloxi, and then there is a wider 2% that stretches to the Texas Gulf Coast, basically east of Galveston Bay. May get a couple tropical tornadoes out of that one. Those are kind of hard sometimes to pick out. They're very similar to, a little bit similar to QLCS. They don't have a lot of times a deep mesocyclone. They're sometimes low top cells, and they can be pretty transient. So we may get some warnings out of there without a lot of advanced warning. Wow. Just since I've talked, we've really lit up with the severe warnings across central parts of Illinois. And now a couple severe warnings into, looks like Missouri as well. We have you covered on WeatherCast Live. And let's see. I don't think so, ST Nguyen. This was something that the models highlighted a little while ago. Actually, like even as early as about 3 or 4 weeks ago, some of the models were picking up on the Western Gulf being a little bit of an interest. This was more kind of a spin-off of a little bit of moisture from Christina that came into Guatemala and El Salvador, a tropical storm in the East Pac, and just kind of that Central American gyre that gets going this time of year. So yeah, that Central American gyre is kind of a broad area of low pressure, and it kind of sits, as it says, over Central America. A lot of times that's what helps get the East Pac going. It gets these systems kicked out and gets those East Pac systems going. But sometimes things can concentrate in the Gulf and in the far Western Caribbean under that Central American gyre and kind of localize an area of low pressure. Basically, the remnants of Christina, not the exact same center, but that trothiness and low kind of cross Mexico, southern Mexico and the Central America came out like this, and then it got pulled kind of back in like this. This is kind of a really rough path, and then it's kind of meandered around just as a tropical low, a tropical rainstorm, and then finally has gotten a little bit better organized. Some of that also with the frontal boundary collision and just pooling a ton of moisture up there. But yeah, this time of year we can get stuff spinning out of that Central American gyre, as well as even outside the Central American Gyre, the Gulf is starting to warm up, and even the Western Atlantic. So not really expecting much else. I know the next 7 to 10 day outlook by the National Hurricane Center is really quiet. It's just kind of this time of year, and it's actually not that early. In fact, it's actually a little bit later than sometimes we see our first systems. We do have tropical storm warnings off the shore there of Port Lavaca, and then onshore around Galveston and parts of eastern Texas, all the way. They've expanded these a little bit, but yeah, I guess they've kept them to about Morgan City, Louisiana so far. So fairly compact area of tropical storm force winds right along the coast. There is an area from about Galveston to, I believe it's about Morgan City, where there is a 2 to 4 foot storm surge possibility, and then some minor storm surge past there. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on tropical systems for you. The other thing is
a new flash flood warning has been issued.
We can see this a little bit. They have shrunk that moderate risk a little bit. They've also shrunk it down to the south a little bit. They've also pushed the enhanced down into northern Kentucky and along the Ohio River. So just note that if you live down here and you maybe woke up today or went to work or school and you weren't in as high of a risk area as you thought, that those risk areas have been pushed a little bit further south. All right. I think that's all I wanted to cover in the briefing. Kansas City is interesting. Kansas City, and I'll get to some of these questions I think we just skipped over. Kansas City is right on the line for severe weather. If it happens, it's going to happen very quickly. And it looks like it's happening especially south and east of Kansas City. So if you're in the southeast sides, you have a little bit better chance of severe weather. But let's see here. Okay, so already St. Joe, we have a northwest wind. That's likely behind the front. Most of Kansas there, northwest wind. Trying to pick out in front. Maybe not as much of those stations right there. But like Chanute, Kansas, we have a southwest wind, so that's out ahead of the front. Yeah, Kansas City, you're right basically along that frontal boundary. So kind of a limited window of severe opportunity. There's a storm looks like going up over downtown. We'll keep an eye on that one. But severe threat limited, especially more to the south and east of downtown. Mostly hail, damaging wind. Although some of that is also dependent on how quickly these storms upscale. Mostly, I think, a hail threat if they can upscale quickly. Tornado threat a little bit less. There is a tornado risk across this watch area, but likely that would be north and east of the Kansas City area. Thank you, Glitter Queen. Happy to be here. Colorado Clouds, how's it going? Christine, thanks for joining. ST Nguyen, thank you, thank you. Yes, the first official storm of the season, Arthur, for the Atlantic hurricane season. All right, I think we're caught up on questions right now. So we'll dive into looking at individual storms, and I just want to make sure we haven't lost anything. Because there may be a couple tornado warnings down there, I am going to take off the track. Oh, and I guess before I do, it is a fairly small but lopsided system. It is sheared. So this storm system, yeah, the center is like right here along the Texas coast. Most of the weather, as well as most of the winds, are sheared off to the east. So regardless of that track and that forecast cone, that they may have just drastically altered. That might be the 4 o'clock update coming in. And if it is, they just drastically altered the forecast cone. And basically calling the game early here because, if that's the forecast cone now, they're going to take it back onshore and keep it onshore and also weaken it, basically crossing the Houston metro. I was going to say anyway, regardless of the cone was originally, as we just saw, kind of narrowed like this, right along the Texas Gulf Coast. Regardless of the cone, a lot of the severe wind, or not severe wind, but the stronger winds, as well as the heavy rain, the bands of rain, are going to be off to the right of the center. So, That's interesting. And also the severe weather off to the right of the center. If this is the correct, which I'll double check here in a minute, is the correct updated cone, I'll have to see how that may pull some more of that moisture back into especially western Louisiana and even southeast Texas if they're going to pull this system back across areas like Livingston, Texas, Houston, and really keep it on shore. That's interesting. So yeah, it got offshore just a brief moment. It's back on shore. It looks like near Bay City. And the latest outlook keeps it on shore. So that may be all she wrote for Arthur as a tropical system. However, the remnants of Arthur are going to pull up through the southeast and kind of latch along that that stalled boundary along here. So so regardless also of where Arthur goes, exactly landfalling, which it may have, I guess, technically just made landfall. Regardless of where Arthur goes, the remnants of it is going to kind of pull up along like this and bring heavy rain the next several days, as well as some severe weather chances to the south, the Gulf Coast, and the southeast. And I was prepared to jump back to Illinois, but we just got another tornado warning in that same area where we had a tornado warning earlier. It was observed earlier. So let's dive in here. Take a look. Rotation track picking up on that cell. It's near Enterprise, Alabama. Yeah, rotation track picking up on that pretty nicely. Let's lose that. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, so this is a little tropical tornado, a little mini spinny in here. Not showing super crazy, but it does have a little hook on it. Yeah, shows a little bit better in the spectrum width. This shows speed changes and the wind direction changes, basically chaotic winds, and correlates that. So that is our little area of rotation right in there. You may think that's a big debris signature. That appears to be the clear air in this little inflow notch, kind of right in there, just on the south and southwest side of Enterprise, Alabama. So continue to take tornado safety precautions now. Dale and Coffee counties in southeast Alabama. That's moving northeast at 15. And yeah, this is the second tornado warning of the day for Dale County. That other tornado warned storm, you know what? I think we have previous radar, so I think we can actually go back and see. Yeah, it was up in here. So it was northeastern Dale County earlier.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Very interesting. All right, that's the storm that I thought we might be going to. So tornado warning there, Dale and Coffee counties in Alabama. And especially with rapid development, things may go up fairly quickly here into parts of Illinois and Missouri. And yeah, this has escalated very quickly. What I was kind of saying earlier, these have started to turn a little bit more right. They were earlier a little more elevated storms with radar indicated hail and wind. This has quickly, looks like maybe crossed a boundary or something, and it is now tornado warned. Tornado warning here. This is in areas DeWitt, Champaign, Douglas, Macon, and Piatt counties, central Illinois, kind of east central Illinois. Look in here. Ooh. Okay. That is side lobe contamination. So this is going to be a little bit of a trickier radar signature to see. You can tell it's side lobe contamination because it is correlated to that clear air. You can see that inflow region there. Side lobe happens when the radar beam hits off basically the hail core. The radar doesn't just send one beam, it sends a couple different lobes. And when one of those side lobes picks up on the hail core, it can come back as junk reflectivity. That doesn't mean there's not a rotation in here. The rotation's actually back in this little hook feature. You can also a lot of times get side lobe with a very tight gradient in precip. Then this basically goes from 0 precip to the hail core. So when the radar beam's bouncing off of that, that's another clue. Depending on the radar direction and where the hail core is and the gradient there, that's a clue that it's side lobe contamination. So this is mostly junk. It looks like there is a rotational signature right in there. And that actually tracks with the area of rotation. So that's where our actual area of rotation is, and that is going to be in that area. So that is going to be moving to the south and east. Let's get a track on that one. I'm going to get a speed here. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I'm jamming a lot into a little bit here, but forward speed of these storms is going to be very quick. So if you have a warning, we talked about this in our morning weather brief too. If you have a warning that's issued for your location, take pretty quick action. And I think we'll also see a lot of warnings that get extended out fairly far, like this warning is, because today we're not going to be dealing up in here with 15-mile-an-hour storm motions. We're going to be in that 50, 60 plus kind of mile range. From this rotation track, 60 miles an hour. Whew, that's moving. Sodoris, 20 minutes. Philo, 29. And Villa Grove, about 32 minutes. South sides of Champaign-Urbana, roughly about 20 minutes or so for the south sides of Champaign-Urbana. I don't love the look of some of these other storms. Clear that off. Yeah, a couple of these look like they're starting to show a little bit of rotation in here. Newmansville over towards Petersburg, Athens, and then this is the north side of Springfield, Illinois, as well as this one closer to the radar site, also showing a little bit more rotation in there. Not quite organized yet, but these two severe warnings here, still pretty punchy. And then there is a storm kind of right over the radar site. We'll take a look at that one in just a few minutes. This is our storm tracker here today. This is Jim Crocker with Storm Chaser Noah. Noah is back at base camp this afternoon, and so Jim is flying solo right now. And he was posted up earlier near the Indiana and Illinois state line. He was over along 74 near Covington and Danville. Looks like he is making his way towards this tornado-warned storm. And looks like I think he's on 74 right now. Just about to get into the areas there where those severe warnings are. Yeah, but I believe he's just on 74, moving on to 72. So just in the Champaign-Urbana area, about to drop into that tornado-warned storm. All right. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Oh, Sarah, you're good. You're good. Watching your area there around the St. Louis area, I'm concerned kind of with this area, especially with an outflow boundary from earlier. So the severe risk is pushed a little bit further south and a little further southwest. So there's areas in eastern Missouri around the St. Louis area, tornado watch until 10 p.m. Otherwise, I don't think, Sarah, you missed too much. We are getting that rapid intensification of storms in the second round. I think when we started the stream, there was maybe 1 or 2 severe warnings. Now we're up to 12 severe warnings. So very quickly, these storms are going severe across parts of central Indiana or central Illinois. And we'll see. The models kept things fairly discreet. There's a lot of storms right here. That's all I'm going to say. There's a lot of storms right here. If they can stay discreet, then there is a higher chance of tornadoes and also the larger hail. If they quickly upscale and start to bump into each other and it's storm bumper cars, then we'll get some tornadoes. Most of those will be briefer, but then we may escalate the wind threat a little quicker. Hey, Jim, how's it going today? Yeah, Wisconsin, it depends where you are in Wisconsin, but the severe threat is a little more limited now. And this was also discussed on the National Weather Service briefing this afternoon. They have kind of pushed some of those higher severe parameters out of Wisconsin. The chances, isolated damaging winds, isolated large hail, and especially there if you're along the Mississippi River, there is an isolated tornado chance still until 8 p.m. Yeah, with that area of low pressure. A slight risk does cover basically the counties across the Illinois state line. So right on to the Illinois and Wisconsin state line, as well as western Wisconsin. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get that much severe activity, especially towards eastern Wisconsin.
New information.
And there are a couple areas kind of under this low. There's actually a lot of storms today. Not as much severe weather, but it looks like we do even have some severe warnings there into South Dakota. So that's an interesting one. And our second observed tornado today is in the same county as it was earlier. This is an observed tornado over Enterprise, Alabama. Ooh, that zoomed in too far. Sorry about that. Shear rate sees it. Let's take a look and see if we can find it too. Some of these tropical tornadoes are a little bit harder to see too. Appears to be right there near Griffin Heights. Yeah, you can see it's not a very pronounced rotation signature. There is a little bit better. You can see it on shear rate just a little bit. Just cross the Enterprise Airport. Yeah, shear rate or spectrum width and correlation coefficient. And there is spin right in there. Broadcast media confirmed too. Confirmed tornado over Enterprise, Alabama. So Enterprise, this is Coffee and Dale counties. You need to stay in your tornado safe space. If you haven't already, you need to go to that tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. Not as many basements here, but yeah, you want to go to that low level into your room. Typically it's a bathroom, a hall closet, and something like that. If you have a chance to put pillows and blankets over you, that's always a good idea. Just protect your head. That's the main cause of injuries and fatalities with tornadoes is trauma to the head. If you have a bathtub, it's a bathroom, maybe an interior bathroom. You can tuck into the bathtub. That actually helps protect you with the fiberglass hull of the bathtub. Although if it's one of those bathrooms with a window on the one side, that's not as prime. But yeah, this is moving across the Enterprise, Alabama area at about 15 miles an hour. So roughly, geez, it's basically now for Enterprise, for downtown Enterprise, and then 5 minutes to Cottage Heights, 11 minutes to Indian Lakes, and 25 to Holiday Village. That's out here. And to the end of the warning polygon around Allen Heights would be about 36 minutes. So that is a dangerous storm. It does not look that impressive on radar. But it is a dangerous storm with low-level circulation and a spotter confirmed tornado through broadcast media. Did we get a new tornado warning or we just have the other one? Let's go back to our other tornado warning. And actually, let's tune in with Jim and see what he's doing. Okay, it looks like he's concentrating on driving right now, so that's good. I told him earlier, aviate, navigate, communicate. He's flying solo right now, so
a new flash flood warning has been issued.
Concentrating on driving. It looks like he's probably going to get into the backside and get behind this storm. This storm is along I-72, so that it looks like his plan there to get on the backside of that storm, drop down behind it. And it's already a little bit messier.
Warning has been issued.
Wow. Yeah, it is a really messy looking storm. So we'll see. Radar indicated tornado warning. Oh, and our Jim on the chat there. I guess I didn't fully see your message there. Southern Wisconsin does have a higher chance, a slight risk, level 2 out of 5, slight risk for severe weather. Yeah, northern Wisconsin, especially northern Wisconsin, not much of a severe weather risk. And most of that is the 2% tornado chance there for southern Wisconsin, as well as kind of a low mid chance for wind. And then the hail's kind of questionable, especially if you're west of Madison, a little bit higher chance of hail. If you're towards like southern Milwaukee, the really populated areas between Madison and Milwaukee, less of a chance of hail, mostly the lower end tornado chance and low to mid wind risk. But we're not looking at a derecho up there. It would be kind of localized damaging winds, downburst damaging winds, those kind of things. We're not looking at a massive derecho coming through. All right, let's see. New tornado warning. This is going to be for that other cell that is on the north side of Springfield, Illinois. These two cells are wrapping up fairly efficiently here. Yeah, still kind of messy though. It's interesting. It's an interesting cell. It looks a little bit better on the reflectivity than it does on spectrum width or even velocity. May have actually tried to wrap up a little bit tighter just on the last scan before now. Yeah, it's getting there. It's maybe a little bit early of a warning, but we are in a fairly high environment, so I think they good issued that. Ooh, you can see those low LCLs, those low cloud bases on the Storm Chaser NOAA feed. Again, NOAA's back at base camp, and this is Jim Crocker. Normally NOAA's driver, I believe. So he's chasing solo right now. Definitely go give them a follow. You can see the tag there at Storm Chaser NOAA. And he was on yesterday. They were chasing yesterday when we weren't even on with the localized tornado risk across Indiana, portions of Ohio yesterday. And so yeah, if you like storm chasing, give them a follow. They were chasing some of those derechos last weekend. So they've been all over right now. Just in the last week, I think. They've been from Kansas, Nebraska, all the way over to Ohio and Indiana. Menard, Logan, and Sangamon counties. That's that tornado warning there near Tullaha, Houston, Missouri. Sure, we can check that. Actually, I want to bounce to this severe warning cell anyway. Tornado possible tag. You can see it is a sheared cell. A lot of these are going to be sheared cells. The shear is very strong today, so we're going to see a lot of these little discrete cells. This one also near the Kansas City area. East of Kansas City is also going up near Harrisonville. That is a little mini supercell to watch. Not showing a ton of rotation yet, but we'll keep an eye on that one very closely. Near East Lynn, Gun City, Blairstown. It's going to parallel basically Highway 7 from Harrisonville down to the areas north of Clinton, Missouri. Some good news here for Kansas City. It looks like that front is just about into Kansas City. Yeah, that's a really good sign for Kansas City. I know we had a couple questions about that earlier. You can even see it on some of these low-level reflectivity things. You can see this northwest moving kind of line there, that reflectivity. That is a northwest flow. That's basically the front is just along the downtown Kansas City area. So as long as that keeps pushing through the Kansas City area, it's not expected to stall. That's going to limit the severe risk and cut things down relatively short for a severe threat across the Kansas City area. Yeah, we just kind of have to watch those last few storms that are going up right along the frontal boundary for severe risk across Kansas City. If you do have friends or family that live on the southeast side of town, especially south and east of Lee's Summit and Blue Springs, out towards Sedalia, Clinton, Windsor, Cole Camp, or if you have plans going down to the Lake of the Ozarks this evening, do keep in mind the severe threat is going to be a little extended from there. Houston, Missouri. Where are you? Houston, Missouri. Okay, you're down there in the Ozarks. We've covered that area before. I feel like there's been a couple tornadoes near the very French-sounding town of Rubidoux, Missouri. You guys are right on the edge of severe weather, and I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of these counties get eventually added to this severe weather watch. I think severe weather, especially where it's starting right now, is a little bit lower than the models had it. Some models earlier had it kind of firing along that area north of Kansas City, but still a lot of the modeling starts to fizzle storms once it gets to I-44. So you're kind of right on that edge, and I fairly agree. I think it's a slight risk there. Yeah, slight risk across areas of southern Missouri from Joplin, Carthage, Springfield, Ozark, Branson, or not quite Branson. Branson's actually even in the marginal risk. So to areas around that area, the I-6 or US 60 corridor is basically in the slight risk. So chance of severe storms later this evening. It'd be after about 8 or 9 o'clock. Yeah, they don't have a tornado risk. I wouldn't be shocked if they put the 2% kind of across that area. So just, but they don't have a high-end tornado risk. It's mostly going to be that damaging wind. And if you do have a chance to tuck your cars in the garage, a chance for some larger hail, but most of that largest hail is especially north of I-44. I would keep my car in the garage anywhere there too. So yeah, that's Kelly there in southern Missouri, south central Missouri. All right. Now I'll have 3 tornado warnings. And where is Jim? Let me look here and pull up his exact location. I know it's on his screen, but it's a little bit hard to read on the small screen. Here's Jim's audio too. I believe they're talking about which storm they're going to focus on. There's 3 storms right there.
Kind of hard to see it with the sky when it's gray, but in the middle, when it gets nighttime, you'll be able to see it just fine.
Well, trying to find a spotter location. There's actually tons of spotters right there, so it's a little bit hard to see. And Sarah, yeah, you have a good point there. Preparing. Oh, here we go.
This other tornado warned
A new
storm.
flash
There's
flood warning
2
has
other
been
ones
issued.
back behind the first one. So I think to do better on time, I'm going to jump on 57, which turns it's an interstate. Try to get in front of it.
A new tornado has been
Because
issued.
them are moving 60 miles per hour. I think is my best course of
The
action.
way these are changing over Springfield and Decatur, I'm
A new flash
So there
flood
you heard a
warning
little bit
has
of
been
Jim's
issued.
plan. I guess I thought he was a little bit further ahead. He's still on 72 coming into Champaign-Urbana. So it looks like his plan now is to drop south on 57, turn at Champaign-Urbana, and get out ahead of that first area of rotation just south of Monticello in eastern
A new
Illinois.
flash flood
And as
warning
Jim
has
mentioned
been
also,
issued.
for the chasing, it is tough chasing out there with 60-mile-an-hour forward storm motion. The other thing is too, if he doesn't time this correctly, exactly for this first cell, is these other 2 cells are going to be into that general
A new
area
flash
south of
flood warning has
Champaign-Urbana
been issued.
along the I-57 corridor in a fairly short amount of time too, since they're moving at 50, 60 miles an hour. So I think that's a good plan for Jim. He's kind of on that north side. That's on the north side of the precip. He's the tricky part here for storm chasing. He's going to have to basically punch the core. Not seeing a lot of large hail in there right now, but that's always a dangerous situation if you're going to have to punch the core, because also depending on storm motion and those sort of things, you can come out of that core and then be staring at a tornado too. So Jim is a pro chaser, and he's going to do this. I'm sure he's done it before, but if you're a new chaser, I would not recommend punching the core because yeah, you can come out right into the bear's cage and then you got a tornado on you. That said, the rotation isn't crazy impressive right now. It's still kind of disorganized supercell. but it is in here west of Sedoris, Illinois, approaching areas around Tolano. It is staying south of Champaign-Urbana and downtown Champaign-Urbana right now. But yeah, it is kind of in that area just south of Champaign-Urbana. And it looks like these storms are going to ride south of that boundary. So Champaign-Urbana lucking out right now. The one storm is tornado warning near Mount Pulaski, although it looks a little bit more like a shear line right now. It tried to tighten up a little bit really close to the radar site. It looks a little ugly right now. And then this cell is also trying to attempt at localizing an area of rotation. It had a better one back here towards Newmansville. So those storms are struggling just a little bit. We have all kinds of other sheared cells. You can see they all have these little sickle shapes. They are very sheared cells. And then the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri has now gone radar indicated for a tornado warning 2. That one also showing decent rotation near Missouri Highway 151, just east of Moberly, Missouri. This is going to be for Audrain and Monroe counties in northeastern Missouri. That is moving east at 40 miles an hour. Yeah, and I think I was going to say it before Jim popped on, but as Sarah said, in today's environment, if you're anywhere around these watches, I would just prepare for kind of an all-hazard severe threat. Although the hail may die down a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised if they extend that tornado risk to at least about the I-60 or US 60 corridor. I keep saying I-60 because it's basically a 4-lane, almost interstate. And then also, if you're sitting pretty right now across Indiana, it's kind of looks like a big messy day right now across Indiana and Western Ohio. Let me pop on the MRMS and you'll see we have the remnants from earlier. Wrong MRMS. Here's the remnants from earlier. Come on. Well, anyway, the remnants from earlier are basically sitting around the Indiana area, and it is messy. It's rainy. There may be some embedded thunder and lightning, but it clears out rather quickly across western Indiana. That's going to continue moving that clearing to the south and east, and does open the idea for severe weather across Indiana, especially that I-70 corridor into western Ohio later tonight. All right. Yeah, let me see here. I can track Jim now that I know where he is. There's actually so many chasers out here. If I don't zoom into his tracking, it's just there's chasers just all over the place. I believe he's southbound. Yep, got him. Okay, he's on 72 or 74, about to get on to 57. Yeah, that is a little close. They're not as discreet as some of the model data showed. And this one may be running into a little bit more cool air. It had a better tornadic look back here. It may have actually briefly transitioned from elevated to surface base, and we'll have to see. This will be interesting. Jim just got on 57 south, so we'll be able to get a better look at this storm and see if it's more of an elevated storm rather than a surface based storm. And this is going to be an interesting core punch here. So we'll hang on this camera, especially since actually we don't have a lot of live cameras in Illinois. And while we are waiting for Jim to punch that core here, let me look at, this is what I was showing you. This is earlier. And then if I go to the live on our Terre Haute cam, come on. Indiana cameras are very sketchy. These Indiana cameras. We did also that cell that was a little suspicious there in Cass County, Missouri. That is now also gone tornado warned. And let's take a look at that one here in just a second. Tornado warning there, 40 miles an hour to the east. It's a little bit southeast. Cass, Henry, Johnson, and Cass, Henry, and Johnson counties near Garden City. Again, it's kind of riding right along Highway 7. Oh, that camera did load. Yeah, you can see the clearing there. Some blue sky, some sun kind of filtering through those clouds. And it looks a little bit different than it did earlier. Earlier, it was very rainy and very stormy. And now we're seeing more of that clearing there. Yeah, that one certainly has rotation in it. Near Blairstown, that has picked up in intensity just since we looked at it last. That is starting to get a little bit more concerning there, just near Blairstown and basically paralleling Highway 7. That is a dangerous cell right there. East Lynn, Gun City, we called you guys out earlier. Blairstown and Leeton. Radar indicated tornado warning there. Cass, Henry, and Johnson counties in parts of western Missouri. And more populated areas of Johnson County, that's like Belton, Peculiar, and Humansville. You guys are out of that. This is in eastern Johnson County, or sorry, Cass County. There north of Creighton. All right, puppy update. I was thinking about it earlier today. If we get to 2,000 subscribers, we'll get the puppy, at least one of the puppies on for a severe weather live stream. We'll put the doofus one in front of the green screen or something. All right, looks like Jim is also getting in place. Oh, I do have cameras. We also have cameras in Louisiana. This is out of the southwest portions of the state of Louisiana as well. Come on. All right, we're going to reload everything. Oh, that's why I was glitching. Let's do an update now. Hopefully I don't have to reload all of the settings, but yeah, okay. Looks like we're good. Just have to reload into, yep, all right, we're good. That's why I was a little bit slow. It was trying to update. Yeah, that area is Lake Charles, Louisiana, right here near our radar site. It's kind of been a mix of sun and clouds. We're getting ready for the big slug of moisture that's east of the center of Arthur to pull into southern Louisiana. Yeah, but you can see that flow off the Gulf. There is a lot of moisture coming off the Gulf. And then good news here, it looks like our storm over the Enterprise area has gone below severe limits very briefly there. And good news here, according to shear rate, was as it was coming into the southwest sides of Enterprise, that shear rate dropped off dramatically. So it may have been hopefully a brief tropical tornado. Generally, those are on the weaker side, but you can get some significant damage from tropical tornadoes. Okay. Heard the tornado warning thing, but it's actually Jim's tornado warning sirens going off. Let's get back in here. We're seeing shear rate come up in this cell. This is in areas east of Moberly, Missouri. Tornado warning continues there for Audrain and Monroe counties, northeast Missouri. Ping pong ball size hail. They've upped the hail, and it's moving east at 40 miles an hour. Rush Hill, Ladonia, Farber, Benton City, and pretty rural areas there in Audrain County, just north of Mexico, Missouri. If you're in Mexico, I'd consider taking safe space, especially as these storms continue to intensify. They may make more of a right turn. So Mexico, I'd consider being in my safe space if I was in that area, north of Highway 22. Tornado warning there. So a couple tornado warnings actually in some of our even less tornado dynamic environment. Yeah, starting to see that area localized near Garden City, Missouri, just north of Highway 7. That is an area of increasing shear in there. And I bet it will also show on our shear rate detector. Yeah, Starting to see the shear rate pick up. That is a, and yeah, just back here near Harrisonville is when we flagged it. It was severe warned. Didn't even have a tornado possible tag. We can start to see that shear pick up and then also start to localize into more of that C shape. And yeah, that is a spinning storm. That is a nasty one there. And moving fairly fast too. This cell to the south also does have a small area of rotation in it too, approaching Archie. If we start to get a lot of tornado warnings down here, then that's going to overperform the model and SPC outlook, although the severe weather watch does include a couple of tornadoes possible. I haven't seen the mega hail yet. And then a solid line almost of severe and tornado warned cells basically stretching across the I-74 to I-72 corridor. We have more cells that have gone up in west central Illinois near Lorain, Camp Point, Mount Sterling. Tornado possible in this cell near Camden, Illinois. Yeah, starting to see rotation there. It's a little messy still. Severe warnings for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds in that cluster. Lewistown, Manito, Havana, down to Ashland and Island Grove. Yeah, today preparing, I was expecting to call, unfortunately, a lot of names. Like last night looking at models, I was expecting to call a lot of names that we called just the other day. Luckily, this has shifted maybe just a little bit south of those areas, just south of the I-74 corridor. But increasing severe chances, Jacksonville, Springfield, Taylorville, over towards Bowling Green, Troy, the St. Louis area, and then the I-70 corridor, Terre Haute to Effingham to Vandalia. They have also placed, it looks like a new tornado watch is coming out. So we'll grab details on this one as well. Rapidly increasing severe chances here late in the afternoon, right about when models start to go, start to pick up on that. This goes until 1 a.m. in the Eastern time zone. We're going to be going late into tonight. So if you have friends and family in Indiana, you may want to give them a text. Just let them know severe weather possible. I did that earlier when I was setting up my live stream myself. I texted my family's group message and just said, hey, heads up, severe weather possible today. Let's see, where is Jim? Jim is around, boy. Okay, he is actually west on 72. It looks like he bailed on punching the core of that cell that got a little messier. So he's headed to the other tornado warned cell. That makes sense. Yeah, this tornado watch, 1 a.m. Eastern time, few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely. So they actually have increased the hail chances there. And then widespread wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely. That includes all of the Indianapolis metro up to Logansport and Huntington, Indiana, Lafayette, Crawfordsville, Terre Haute, Vincennes, down to areas around Bedford, Seymour, Bloomington, Shelbyville, and then all the way to basically areas just north of Richmond, Indiana. Wouldn't be surprised if they add a few counties there along the Ohio border. Yeah, that is going to be a late night severe threat. Again, just like our Illinois tornado watch, it includes a few of the, not including a couple of the counties that got hit really hard last week. So it does not include Northwest Indiana or up along the I-30 or US 30 corridor. But it may eventually creep towards areas like Brookville, Connellsville, Wayne County, and then even up towards Bluffton and maybe even Fort Wayne later tonight. Oh, our bot got something else. Hold on. Sorry, Logan. Hey, WeatherCast. I got the track on that normally. Okay, sounds good. Let me fix the bot. Sometimes it gets a little bit too feisty with stuff. The paragraph. It's the paragraph one that gets a little bit too feisty with the paragraph length. Let's go 300. See, it's it has the paragraph restriction, so no one just keeps spamming and spamming, and then, but then when someone actually asks a detailed question, it's flagging that. So I'm sorry, Logan. I do see your message there, and I'll take a look at that. I don't know which tornado warning he actually got the normalized rotation for. I assume it's maybe the one that looks the most impressive right now in Cass County, but we'll double check. All right, there's Jim on 72. He's approaching basically the forward flank of that that cell that is tornado warned. He made a last minute decision, and I agree with that one. I don't see it yet, Logan, but I'm sure it'll come in just a minute. Yeah, he made a last minute decision to bail on that storm that he was going to drop south for. Oh, wow. Yeah, that we just posted it on our WeatherCast Live Twitter or X, and it was a tropical tornado time lapse from Enterprise, Alabama. Looks like it was on the broadcast media camera. So that is, they tracked it all the way across their screen with the camera, the broadcast media camera. Obviously, it's time lapse, so it looks a little bit faster, but yeah, with very low rotation wall cloud. And then part of that wall cloud localized. Actually, maybe even two different areas. Looks like it localized in, and then one kind of took over. So check that out on WXCast Live. And there's that. The tag is the same as our tag here as well. There is the link to X and Facebook. And do it safely, but if you do have damage pictures or tornado pictures or any weather pictures, you can tag us in that, but just make sure you do it safely. You know, get out after the storm or after the storm has passed your location. Don't just stand out and watch the tornado head for your house. Although, you know, the joke of the Midwest is, you know, that's what everybody does on a tornado watch day, but please don't do that. I can't say to do that. Still seeing that rotation in there, approaching Blairstown. This is in western Missouri. Henry, Johnson, and Cass counties. Still following the Missouri Highway 7, so still paralleling the highway there. And that is a major highway that goes down towards the lakes. It goes into areas in central Missouri. So we do have to watch that area pretty tightly. That's just going to be north of Ulrich and just to the southeast of Garden City, Missouri. Tornado warning continues there. We have other cells that have gone up near Sweet Springs and Sedalia with some at least $half size hail. So we're starting to see some of those hail parameters tick up a little bit. And now seeing some isolated storms fire all the way back to Neosho Falls, Eureka, Kansas. Severe warning there. Tornado warning continues near Paris, Missouri. Seeing that area of rotation there along Highway 15. This is just north of Mexico, Missouri. In Audrain County, central Missouri. Also Monroe County in northeast Missouri. Yeah, it's riding right along that county line. There's your area of rotation. Winds wrapping away from the radar and then towards the radar. So tornado sits up in there. We're still a little bit far from the radar site. But this has actually increased in intensity a little bit. I'm pretty worried about a tornado right there, just near Highway 15. Let's take a look and let's look at our spectrum width, also confirming that. No debris signature there. So we'll take a look at that storm in another radar scan or two, because that looks like it's actually tightening up fairly quickly. A bunch of sheared little mini supercells. Shelbyville, Palmyra, over towards Quincy, Hannibal. This whole area has a bunch of little mini supercells in it.
Has been issued.
And they starting to see some of those hail parameters come up. There's also a hail core near Burton, just north of the Quincy area, Peyton and Liberty. And then small hail, tornado possible tag around Astoria. It's a busy one. And then some of these cells are kind of competing in the rain-cooled air behind these lead cells. So we may have a little bit of a gap in severe weather and then kind of see what these ones can do. These other cells, now an observed tornado just to the north and east of the Springfield metro. Yeah, this is that cell that's popped up basically right over Springfield. Observed tornado, emergency management confirmed. Yeah, I don't see it on, okay, just north of the Springfield Capitol Airport. That area actually got hit last week. We covered a QLCS tornado just in that area. Okay, it's going to be right in here, if I remember right. Like Devereaux Heights area. May have been a brief, it may have been a brief one. Yeah, right in there near Buffalo Heart. It looks like it's broadened out just based on that that reflectivity. It's broadened back out. So confirmed tornado briefly there. And then this one has an area of rotation just to the east of 121, north of Decatur, just on the north side of Decatur. This is the area that Jim is headed for. Looks like he may be getting into a little bit of chaser convergence already. Jeez, there's so many chasers out there. Okay, yeah, he's at Monticello and dropping ahead of that cell. Yeah, right in here. So he has gotten off of I-72. He may actually get out of the rain here in just a couple minutes. And he's dropping down along, we'll have to get some of these local roads here. Let's see, that is going to be, I guess there's not a local road there. That is Illinois 105. He's going to drop down 105 to that Cerro Gordo area, it looks like, and then intercept this tornado warned storm that's on the north side of Decatur in central Illinois. I don't see a tornado on the ground with that one yet, but still a nasty cell. This tornado warning looks like it's going to just be left to die out here. It expires in 5 minutes. That lead cell, the first one that went tornado warned in this cluster, looked really promising for developing a tornado for a little while there. It went surface base, and then it's gotten some interference. It's gotten a lot messier. It really lost its area of rotation, and now it seems to be kind of in the rain-cooled environment and just really falling apart. So that is that's an interesting one. These other two that are crossing from Springfield to Decatur may be in a little bit better position with a little bit more instability to work with. And they have extended that warning. Christian and Macon counties in central Illinois. That is a radar indicated tornado, so they have dropped that observed at least into the next county. That's Mount Auburn. That includes all of Decatur, Illinois, is in a tornado warning of some sort. You have the tornado warned cell that is just on the north side of Decatur around Forsyth. And that's a pretty nasty circulation here. That's going to be close. We'll have to check back on correlation coefficient. Starting to see a little bit suspicious CC, but there may actually be some hail wrapping into that area around Forsyth. That's going to be a rain wrap tornado if it does develop. And yeah, just on the last couple scans, that has gotten better organized as it's crossed from Warrensburg to areas around Forsyth. This is I-72 on the north side of Decatur. It's going to cross the north side of Decatur, Larkdale, Sangamon, Oakley, Chapin, and then heading over towards areas, some really small towns there, Cerro Gordo and Bemet along 105. Tornado warning continues there in central Illinois. It's going to go pretty fast here. So if I don't get to your town name and you get a warning You do need to take these seriously. They're moving 40 to 60 miles an hour. So it may take a couple minutes for me to get to your location specifically. And in that time frame, these storms are going to cover a lot of ground very quickly. Still seeing organized rotation in this cell near Blairstown. Boy, that almost looks like a debris ball, but it's not. That's just very organized rotation kind of right in there. Just passing south of Blairstown. Continue to take tornado safety precautions in there, basically along and north of Highway 7. This is the Clinton area. Clinton is just north or just south of that tornado warning. You're going to have to keep an eye on that cell in case it starts to move to the right. So Clinton, you kind of want to be in ready mode in case you need to take tornado safety precautions in a fairly quick amount of time. We have, how many tornado warnings? We have 6 tornado warnings right now. Most of those are in Illinois. The one should drop here in just about 2 minutes. And then I do want to double check, make sure we don't have any tornado warnings popping up in the south right now. No tornado warnings south. We do have a tornado warning to the north. That is in extreme northeast Iowa around Walken. Oh boy. There's a chance of tornadoes here. This may be producing near Elon, Iowa. There is a correlation coefficient drop in here. Yeah, that unfortunately looks like it's producing a tornado near Elon, Iowa. Right there. Yep, they've done an observe tag on it. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. So we beat the National Weather Service by just a minute or two. But there it is. Elon. Oh boy, that's not good. Debris signature over Elon right now. That's the first tornado debris signature we've seen. Dalby, Lindale, Elders Grove. Tornado safety precautions. That is a confirmed tornado located moving east at 45 near Elon. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. Let's get the, that's going to approach the Mississippi River around Lynxville. So Wisconsin, we talked about the isolated tornado risk. This may be into western Wisconsin here if this continues. At 45, let's pull this back out. Harper's Ferry, about 10 minutes. Eastman, 19. It's basically going to get to the end of the warning polygon fairly quickly. Lynxville, about 15 minutes to the end of the warning polygon. So there is your tornado in progress there. If it holds together, Steuben, about a half hour. West Point, 44 minutes. Blue River, 50. Hickory Grove, 50. You guys are not in a warning yet, but just be ready to take those tornado safety precautions if they issue that. They have extended and continued that observed threat. Maybe a couple minutes different because they backed it down to 40 miles an hour. Yeah, that is in Alamaki County, central Alamaki County, Iowa. Hey, Ben, how's it going this evening? All hazards threat for the Cincinnati area. And yeah, right now they have pushed that into the enhanced risk. So Cincinnati, you guys are in that enhanced risk later tonight. You're going to get through rush hour. You're going to get through dinner time without a big severe threat. This is more of a late night issue into the late evening and overnight for Cincinnati. You're on the edge of the 5% hatched, potentially a couple strong tornadoes. You're in the wind risk. They hatched wind for some hurricane force winds, potentially there, straight line winds into western Ohio, essentially to the I-75 corridor in western Ohio. That includes up to Toledo. And then also hail should be a little bit more minimal, but anywhere, today's environment is pretty dynamic and there is a lot of shear in the atmosphere. The mid to upper levels have a ton of speed and directional shear. If you have a chance to tuck your car in the carport or the garage, I would plan on doing that today. Let's see. $44, that sounds good. Hey, Cruz, how's it going today? I'm doing good. We're busy already. We're hitting it hard here. Already had a couple of confirmed tornado warnings. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Looks like we're up to about 11. I think we've had even more. The first warning for Kansas now. This is eastern Kansas, Miami, and Lynn counties, and then western Missouri in Bates County. Storm going up with quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. I'm also a little bit concerned. We have more rotation starting to pick up on that cell to the south. So this is a new cell that's gone up. Right now, just quarters and 60, but seeing rotation pick up there near Archie, rotation picking up there. And then this cell has had some pretty organized rotation at times. It still does in here. I saw the town name, Blairstown. Between Blairstown and Missouri Highway 7, that is your tornado possible there. Interestingly, I haven't seen a correlation coefficient with that one, but dangerous cells. In fact, in Clinton, I would prepare for a tornado warning pretty soon, as this cell is working your way as well, and at about 40 miles an hour. That would put it into Clinton in about 43 minutes. So prepare for a tornado warning there in the Clinton area, because that cell has definitely increased in its area of rotation. Yeah, 40 miles an hour. Yeah, Bauer, just stay safe. Yeah, if you have to observe it, just make sure you're staying safe. This is another cell that's looking particularly interesting here across areas around Pilot Grove, Missouri, just east of Sweet Spring. Starting to see kind of mid-level broad rotation pick up on that cell. We'll see if it starts to localize in central Missouri. That's generally coming towards the Jefferson City area. So Jefferson City, Columbia, Missouri, and those areas. Your tornado risk may be ramping up, and Jefferson City and Columbia are both in the tornado watch. That's the area in central Missouri that transitions to a more favorable tornadic environment. Yeah, there's the Jefferson City area. Pilot Grove, Brewston, Prairie Home, those areas south of Boonville. Keep an eye on that cell. That cell has also come up in hail intensity with seeing now ping pong ball size hail. Okay, they've trimmed up that tornado warning for the areas there around Cerro Gordo. And there is that area of rotation, still seeing that in there at areas just about to cross. Looks like the interstate. It's going to be a rain-wrapped circulation still. That cell not quite as tight as it was just a few minutes ago. This was a cell that we were going to check the correlation coefficient on, because it was starting to really ramp up. Yeah, like over the Forsyth area. I wouldn't be surprised if that produced a brief tornado, and we just didn't see much of it on radar. There is some suspicious CC lowering, but it doesn't look quite as healthy as it does now. Still continue to take tornado safety precautions. Cerro Gordo, Orlena, 7 miles northeast of Decatur, moving east at 50. And there you go. Called this just a couple minutes ago. They have issued a tornado warning for that second cell. This is Cass, Henry, Bates counties, and that's moving east at 30 miles an hour. That does include Clinton, Missouri. So Clinton, Missouri, we called you guys out just a couple minutes ago. You guys are now under a tornado warning in Clinton. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that's your better options. That's also going to include Creighton, Urick, and Deepwater, Missouri. That's all along Highway 7, as well as in the Clinton area where Highway 7 meets Highway 13, a well-traveled area. Clinton has a ton of restaurants and gas stations and things for people traveling on those two pretty major roads across west central parts of Missouri. Yeah, not liking the look at this cell. This is a beefy cell near Pilot Grove and Brewston. At least probably ping pongs. Still seeing that cell also working towards Vandalia, Missouri, Middleton. Yeah, still seeing rotation in there, just south and west of Perry. And then, oh boy, these are all sheared cells. They all could produce tornadoes in the short term. Near Beverly along Highway 104, This one also showing some rotation north
A
of
new
Clayton.
flash flood warning has been
And
issued.
then likely a little bit rain cooled. So these cells near Littleton, Rushville, Chandlerville, probably not as conducive of tornadoes. And there we go. Called another one. Near 104. This is going to be western parts of Illinois. Near the Siloam Springs State Park. It's near Liberty, Illinois, approaching Beverly, Valley City, Chambersburg. Everywhere there along 104. This is going to be in Adams, Brown, and Pike counties, west central Illinois. Tornado warning there. Wow. Yeah, we'll see. TSB could be. Let's see. We've already had 2 confirmed tornadoes. This one here near Decatur. Oh my goodness. Decatur is about to get really trashed.
A new
That
tornado
is
warning has been issued.
That is hail that actually is over the radar parameters. So it's reflectivity that is so thick, it's not picking up the. I don't have a reflectivity value for that size of meteor. So that is going to be some really nasty hail, and we'll see it on ZDR too. Pretty much maxing out the ZDR there. That's going to be some really big hail coming into the south and southwest sides of Decatur. Treat that. You're already in a tornado warning, but lowest level into your room, away from doors, windows, and skylights. If you have pets outside, get them inside immediately. If you have, it's probably too late for a car. You don't want to be outside in a tornado warning, but if you're out ahead of this, Hammond, Atwood, Arthur, not in the tornado warning. Lovington, you might have a couple minutes to save your car. This is going to be some destructive hail coming into areas in Decatur. I may have said Decatur, Alabama. I meant Decatur, Illinois. Now that's going to be on the southwest side of town. That is some big hail. It appears like this area of rotation is localizing to the south. So it's riding the southern side of this warning polygon, Macon, Malaquia, and Dalton City. Tornado possible there. Yeah, that is intensifying very quickly over the Blue Mound area. Oh boy. Pretty close to tornado genesis. We are likely very close to tornado genesis on that cell. Oh, sounds good, Cruz. I think we got him pulled up. He's doing good. And then all kinds of flash flood warnings behind this cluster of storms. They have also continued that observed warning. I don't know why they didn't extend it out this far the first time, but yeah, oh geez, it's still going in there. This has been going for first long track tornado of the day. It's about 10 miles. It's been going about 10 miles through areas there in southeast or northeast parts of Iowa. Yeah, actually even more than that. About 11 or 12 miles potentially. Oh, look at that. That is interesting. If they, you can see the straight line there of the draw tool. Look how this came through Elon, actually made a right turn, missed maybe Dalby by just a tiny bit. Unfortunately, came over another small community, Elder Grove, and has since pulled back to the north a little bit. It may miss Harper's Ferry. But that is a dangerous storm. Tornado producing damage, about to cross the Mississippi River. Get some of these draw tools off. This is a dangerous storm. Alamaki counties, and then now Crawford County in southwest Wisconsin, moving east at 45. Damaging tornado, radar confirmed. It's going to be Harper's Ferry now, and then areas like Wazetka, Eastman, Plugtown, Steuben, Harris Ridge, and those areas in the next few minutes. Yeah, Eastman, Crawford County here. Tornado warning. You need to go to your safe place. If you can get below ground, I would do that. Mobile homes are not an option. You got to get out. You got to get to a safe, sturdy, permanent structure. You cannot ride out a damaging tornado in a mobile home. Even actually damaging to destructive winds can destroy mobile homes. Let's see. There we go. Eastman, about 7 minutes. And then let's pull out to get some other communities. Steuben, 17 minutes. And then areas like Boscobel, Wisconsin, 28. Blue River. Well, we got PDS now. Yeah, that's the right idea, I think. This has been a long tracker.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded. A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, they've updated this to the PDS confirmed tornado, particularly dangerous situation. So this is what we were just saying. I was basically kind of using messaging for that PDS anyway, just because we've seen a long track damaging tornado across northeast Iowa. But this is a radar confirmed damaging tornado. You're in a life-threatening situation. If you're in east central Alamaki County around Harper's Ferry along the river there, and then also into central Crawford counties. Looks like most of Crawford County in Wisconsin. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. You need to take your precautions to protect your life immediately. This has gone on for quite a while here. It's crossing the Mississippi River right now. Look at that debris ball being carried across the Mississippi River. That is
new information.
That is a sight.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
This part of the Mississippi River is over about 2 miles wide of water, and it's taking the debris with it. Generally, over a larger body of water, we actually lose the debris signature. But this is carrying debris over the Mississippi River with it.
Has been issued.
And a fairly deep debris signature up about 3,000 feet in the radar altitude. So this is a dangerous and damaging tornado in progress. Wow. Hopefully no one was boating or anything right at that point. I mean, probably not recreationally, but this is a major shipping corridor here. It's also going to be partially rain wrapped. This tornado is in here just to the north of Harper's Ferry. Harper's Ferry, you want to be in your tornado safe space. You're right on the edge of that PDS tornado warning. Yeah, damaging, destructive tornado. It's about to cross into southwest Wisconsin. And yeah, areas like Eastman, Steuben, Lynxville, and eventually keep an eye on this if you're over towards Boscobel, Wisconsin. That's a dangerous tornado there. I want to check our storms that Jim is dropping in on. Jim is on the edge, it looks like, of the tornado warned storm. He's been there for, he's been in these storms for a while, but he keeps having to stair step down because as one has gone tornado warned, it's kind of then diminished in intensity, including that one near Cerro Gordo. Looks like they're just going to let it expire. Still kind of broad circulation in there near Cerro Gordo. This is a more dangerous storm to the south. Still not seeing any correlation coefficient with that one yet, but we'll keep an eye on that location. And then we do have this other radar confirmed tornado near Beverly. Still seeing broad rotation there near Beverly. Valley City, and the hail has come up in this cell. Wouldn't be surprised. It's saying $half size hail, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is more than $half size hail. Seeing other storms going up over the Springfield, Illinois metro, mostly hail and gusty winds, as well as the areas of like Lincoln, Wapella, and Turnbridge. Still radar indicated. They bumped, because that is going along the warning polygon, they've bumped that down to areas around Moquela. I think that's how you say it, but I don't know for sure. And then keep an eye on this one, Dalton City, Bethany, Sullivan. We have other warnings now in effect in Missouri. This is going to be for areas around Butler. And this storm has gone up quickly. Lynn in east central Kansas and Bates County in west central Missouri. Near Amoret. It's about to cross the state line into Missouri. You can see that rotation in there. Near Amoret, Foster, Rich Hill. and Butler, right along Highway 49. It's going to continue working to the south and southeast. Interestingly, that first warning in Missouri, we've actually lost the warning. There still is some broad circulation, but it's weakened as it's approaching areas around Windsor. Looks like the energy has shifted to that southern storm that's following Highway 7 right now towards Clinton, and we've called out Clinton a while back. I don't see anything in there. Let's go back up. Continuing that PDS tornado warning, confirmed large and dangerous tornado, moving east at 45. And let's take a look at this one because it should be crossing the river here. Okay, yep, it's into, we're waiting on a latest correlation coefficient update, but it's in here just off the river near Lynxville. Wow, it may have gone just south of Lynxville. That's a dangerous storm. Waiting on that correlation coefficient update. Let's check in on Jim.
Alright, I'm going to swing in this Casey's for just a second. Actually, I'm going to swing into this parking lot right over here. I guess I'm at the schoolhouse. Alright.
Attention, a new special effect has been issued.
So, turn some wipers on so you can see.
Wow, this storm over Macon, Illinois, it looks amazing.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Jim, are you having issues or something?
Attention, a new tornadic severe.
I was just trying to reset everything. I'm getting ready to take off. I'm running radar on my phone and also on the iPad.
Okay, so it looks like Jim was just checking the radar, making sure he knows where he is in position with that rotation. He's at Cerro Gordo just now. They have backed off the... Oh, never mind. There's the latest update. Just northeast, 13 miles northeast of Prairie du Chien, moving east at 45, continuing that extremely large and dangerous tornado. Oh boy, that is still in there. It crossed the river. So we were waiting on the latest radar scan, but it crossed the river just north of Harper's Ferry and just south of Lynxville, Wisconsin. Still in here at Wisconsin Highway F and approaching areas there along 179. It's center line for Steuben, Wisconsin. Steuben, Wisconsin, if you know anyone in Steuben, Wisconsin, tornado safe space, lowest level interior room. If you're in a mobile home, a camping trailer, a temporary structure, you need to go to a permanent structure with a permanent foundation. This is a long track, dangerous tornado, particularly dangerous situation. And it's been going for actually quite a while. Where is... Where is that? Okay, there it is right now, just north of Eastman. And backing this up. We saw the correlation coefficient right here. So it's roughly, and it looks like this is the same debris signature the entire time. This is one tornado. Sometimes we have questions if it cycles. It does not look like this one cycled. This is one debris signature that's been going for about 18 to 20 miles. This is a long track, damaging to destructive tornado, a pretty significant tornado ongoing, and that is approaching areas around Steuben, Wisconsin. Steuben, Wisconsin, tornado safe space now. You are in a particularly dangerous situation. We have a number of other tornado warnings in progress. The newest one is going to be for this area around Villa Grove. This is the area that Jim is at. He's in Cerro Gordo, so he's just actually kind of under this circulation. That's interesting. That has retightened. That's an area of circulation that was broadened out earlier. They let the tornado warning expire, and then they now have put that back in place. I believe this is Cerro Gordo right there. Nope, that's Bemet. Bemet, Garnet, Longview, Murdoch, and Newman. Tornado warning there. Piatt, Champaign, and Douglas counties. Let's see. Okay, they've trimmed up that PDS tornado warning. Still 10 miles east of Harper's Ferry, 14 miles northeast of Prairie du Chien, north or east at about 45. Radar confirmed tornado. Yeah, still seeing debris signature in there. That's not good. That's headed for Steuben, Wisconsin. If you're in Steuben, Wisconsin, you need to be in your tornado safe space. We'll see how far that gets in Wisconsin. We have a number of other tornado warnings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other tornado warnings. Or tornado warned storms. The one storm has 2 tornado warnings with it. And they have done some changes here that I thought they might do when I commented that we've had a couple extra tornado warnings in Missouri. They are, you see, replace some of that severe thunderstorm watch across central Missouri with a tornado watch. So the parameters have picked up a little bit across west central Missouri. Continuing to watch this circulation. This is going to be south and east near Sullivan, Gaze, and what town is this? Mattoon, Illinois is just outside that warning polygon. Bethany, Lovington, there's your tornadic circulation in there. It has crossed south of Decatur. This has gone south of Decatur. Good news is the hail has come down just a little bit. But yeah, this is tricky chasing in here. This is center line for Mattoon. So Mattoon, Illinois. Let me get the warning speed. It has slowed down just a little bit at 35.
Yeah, I need some. I've got myself right in the middle of all of it.
You can hear the rain coming down on Jim's audio. It is just absolutely pouring rain. The visibility is pretty tough. He's been in a couple tornado warnings, and I don't know if he's seen too much other than the rain. And unfortunately for Jim, since he started ahead of the original morning convection, he's been driving in the rain for almost like 6 hours straight. Let's see. Mattoon, Illinois, about 45 minutes or so. So Mattoon, Illinois, 45 minutes. Keep an eye on that dangerous storm. We have another supercell that's back to the north side of Springfield in Illinois. We'll keep an eye on that one. And then a number of other supercells back here across west central Illinois. And this one has tightened up a little bit just to the west of Perry. So Perry, Illinois, tornado safety precautions there. he's in the thick of that. So we'll see. Hopefully the stream's been solid so far, but he may lose us here and there just underneath the core of that storm. That one's kind of in a weird spot too. It's also tucked up in the rain, kind of on the back side of that storm. Perry, Exeter, and areas around Linville. Keep an eye on that storm. Keep an eye on that one if you're in the Jacksonville, Illinois area. And then still seeing that tornado warning storm near Vandalia in Missouri. Area of circulation there. This has shrunk a little bit, but it's still a dangerous storm north of Middletown, south of Curryville in eastern Missouri, Audrain, and Rawls counties, and Pike County as well. Generally headed towards areas north of Troy, Missouri, so we'll keep an eye on that one. This cell was a cell that I was concerned about a little bit ago near Windsor Place. It's coming into a more populated area with some large hail and gusty winds. We'll keep an eye on that one. This is Columbia up here along Highway 70, and this is Jefferson City. Loads briefly there. But Jefferson City there,
flood warning has
there
been
it goes.
issued.
Holt Summit, New Bloomfield. This is a fairly populated area between Columbia and Jefferson City and a couple of these communities that kind of act as suburbs in here. So some of these, not tornadic yet, but some of these areas are going to be in track for some of that larger hail, at least ping pong ball size hail. Our other storm is near Ulrich in western Missouri. Still seeing that circulation approaching areas around Clinton. We've called Clinton out a while back, but just a new track update for you guys. Clinton, still roughly 20 minutes. This cell has slowed down just a little bit there, about 22 minutes or so. And then, if that's not enough, we still have that other tornado warning cell. This is in Butler County, Missouri. Rotation picking up there. Don't see any correlation coefficient drop with that one yet, but another cell that definitely means business. It has basically left Kansas. So within a couple minutes, Kansas, not really that tornado threat, but Amaret, Butler, to areas just north of Rich Hill. Keep an eye on that storm. And then we have more storms. Kansas City, let me get some good news in here. Here's the cold front right in there. So Kansas City, you guys are good to go up towards Lawrence and anywhere there to the northwest in Missouri. Macon, Chillicothe, Cameron, Brookfield, Kirksville, all those areas good to go. Chillicothe, Brooksville, all those areas. This is now more of an issue for the southern and central parts of the state. But yes, as I was saying earlier, they have converted a portion of this severe thunderstorm watch to a tornado watch. That means conditions are more favorable for tornadoes than originally expected. I believe it's the same weather watch there. They just added a few of those counties. We had the question earlier around Houston, Missouri. You guys are just south of the newest kind of expanded tornado watch. So a little bit more tornado dynamics in favor there. Yeah, keep an eye on the Springfield, Hartville, Houston, Centerville, Farmington. I wouldn't be surprised if they add a few more counties to this watch eventually too. Kind of along and south of I-44. We have strong storms going up, but not severe yet, back towards Yates Center. Here's Jim.
Get in your safe place. I'm literally smack dab in the middle of all. Just literally.
So Jim's message, it may have cut out there briefly for you guys, but Jim's message was if you're anywhere in the warning polygon or around where he is on the map there around Cerro Gordo, you need to be in your tornado safe space because he is smack dab. This is a quote from Jim here, smack dab in the middle of this. And you can see what it looks like. You cannot see these circulations in central Illinois right now. They are rain wrap circulations. You basically have to be right under the circulation or in the tornado to see these. So we have a little bit of side lobe contamination again. But the actual rotation is here. just along 121, just south of Dalton City, continuing to move towards Mattoon, Illinois. Wow, that storm near Butler, Missouri is really starting to wrap up. That's a dangerous storm there for Butler, Missouri. Then I want to go back to our observed tag. This is an observed warning. It was a PDS warning here just a couple minutes ago. It's close. It may have weakened. It may actually not be on the ground, or it may have weakened, but the correlation coefficient has diminished as it's come across the Steuben, Wisconsin area. Yeah, wow. Just south and west of Steuben. That was a PDS warning. It may have cycled just near the Steuben area. It's also tucked up in the rain, so this is another cell that you're not going to see this coming. It's formed into more of a line segment there. This was kind of a lone supercell. It's really close to the low pressure system, so there's extra vorticity in here. But it was kind of its own cluster, little mini supercell. Not even a mini supercell, a full supercell here, producing a damaging tornado with a debris ball, unfortunately, over Elder Grove, Iowa. And then this has continued to work to the south, southeast. Hickory Grove, Woodman, and Westport are up next. But that tornado may have weakened at least briefly. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a new circulation out of this. It's a big, broad mesocyclone, and it's still showing a pretty vigorous area of rotation. We may have lost Jim's feed there in the core, but we'll continue. There's a look of his last location. So he's south of Cerro Gordo. He's dropping through that core of the storm, which is obviously why there's a little bit of a connection issue. Even the best data there. Okay, so he's going to be in that core of the storm. We'll see if he gets into some hail in here. He's in here on 32. It looks like between Cerro Gordo and Lovington. Tornado would be sitting just south of there, along 121, approaching Sullivan, Illinois. That's a dangerous cell. Hey, TSB. Yeah, Noah is safe. Noah is not on the chase today, so it's Jim Crocker there. He's flying solo.
Has been issued.
And they have continued a radar indicated rotation for Grant and Richland counties in southwestern Wisconsin. This is near Boscobel, Wisconsin, that we called out earlier. It's time to get to that tornado safe space. Hickory Grove, Blue River, and areas around Westport and Boscobel, Wisconsin. Tornado safe space, lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. Still seeing strong rotation in here near Steuben, Wisconsin. And this is going to continue to cycle. It may still be on the ground. It's hard to tell. We'll wait on the next correlation coefficient. But even if it's on the ground, it has weakened a little bit. We're not seeing as much of those deeper correlation coefficient values. And it looks like we're going to get a new radar scan here in just a second. Still east at 45, just a little south of east. Okay, that is some good news. The area of rotation has diminished again. And they have now, looks like, backed that off to a radar indicated rotation. So they were looking to do probably the same thing at the National Weather Service office there, seeing if that correlation coefficient continued to decrease. So right now, not likely on the ground, but it is still a tight area of circulation. And it's generally headed east-southeast there towards the Boscobel, Wisconsin area. So Boscobel, about 5 minutes or less. Hickory Grove, 13. Blue River, 13. Port Andrew would be about 13. And then areas here into what is Muskota? Muskota, about 21 minutes to the end of the warning polygon. A dangerous storm. Yeah, this produced a long track tornado, probably at least 20 miles long. And they have now added a tornado watch for portions of southwest Wisconsin. I think that's probably a good idea. And yeah, you can see Jim's feed is going in and out. He's okay. He's just in the core of the storm. Yeah, tornado watch until 9 p.m. They are basically kind of doing what they did for that portion of Missouri. They're converting some of the severe thunderstorm watch, actually almost all of the remaining severe thunderstorm watch, over to a tornado watch, and then they added a couple extra counties. This does include the Madison, Wisconsin area. A couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to ping pong ball size, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour, and that goes until 9 p.m. in the central time zone. Let's see. We'll see if we get Jim's feedback. Hey, Christian, how's it going tonight? Yes, I think Christian's in Ohio. So yeah, parts of western Ohio, basically from I-75 west in that enhanced risk.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see, trying to catch up on chat. I don't think we've had any giant questions. Yeah, as Sarah said earlier, there are a lot of wind out in front of this storm. She was saying clear skies there in southeast Missouri. There's Jim's feed again. Yeah, south of this storm and boundary, there are a ton of warm, moist, and humid air mass. So this is going to continue to work into that area. Still a radar indicated tornado warning there for Butler. And that's areas there in western Missouri, Henry and Bates counties. I don't think we're at the Joplin level yet. But that was a long track tornado. We haven't seen one like that too long. That one likely did not cycle much. So the one thing I'm hoping for in here is there are a lot of trees. So it can make the correlation coefficient a little deeper. It's a really rural area in extreme northeast Iowa and southwest Wisconsin. So hopefully it was mostly tree damage. We'll get a better grade on that one after the National Weather Service looks at it. But it was definitely a long track tornado and probably at least a significant one. Yeah, it had a debris signature for about the 20 miles on it, but not quite to the Joplin level yet. This is, we'll see. This is getting a little closer to, especially if there's more verified confirmed tornadoes, this would be getting a little closer to tornado outbreak. Right now, there's a lot of tornado warnings. They're not necessarily all confirmed. Only about 6 to 8% of supercells actually produce tornadoes. So even if you get a bunch of these warnings, only about 6 to 8% of them are going to actually produce tornadoes. This supercell is in a slightly favorable environment north and east of the Springfield area. See if we can latch one of those boundaries and ride to the south of Decatur. We have the other supercell near Sullivan, Illinois, showing broad rotation at the moment, just north of Sullivan. And then we still have that other one that's working east along Highway 57. Still seeing rotation in there, approaching Villa Grove, Longview, and Murdoch.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then they're going to push that tornado warning through the Clinton area. Clinton, that rotation is just on the west side of town near the conservation area. Livingston, Missouri, Clinton, Sparrow, and then Alberta, Missouri. That also extends out towards Leesville and eventually down towards Warsaw. This gets into more recreation areas around the Truman Reservoir and then Lake of the Ozarks. So keep an eye on that one if you're out at the lakes this afternoon and evening. This is for eastern Henry County in west central Missouri. Our other cell in west central Missouri near Butler rotation in there, just near the Butler area, maybe just southwest of Butler. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Henry and Bates counties in Missouri. Generally headed towards Lowry City and Osceola. I believe is also in there. Yeah, Osceola in western Missouri. Okay, just taking a peek down, making sure everything's good on the tropical situation. I don't think we have many cameras in western. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any really good cameras there in western parts of Wisconsin, near the Boscoville area. We'll have to kind of wait till things get a little closer to like southwest Wisconsin.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there we go. Got our Wisconsin cam switched over from our Louisiana camera since the tropical storm is behaving itself at the moment. All right, what is Jim finding here? Looks like we might be coming out of some of this rainfall. See there on his screen. He's in Moultrie County, Illinois right now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, the Starlink is back up. Good. That's clear. I'm still heading south on 32 towards Solomon.
Okay, so he's on 32 in Sullivan.
It looks pretty awesome.
Okay, so he was just saying he's getting out of the cloud. He's getting out of the rain and cloud, so it looks a little better for his visuals there. There you can see a little bit of the base ahead of that storm. And his cell that he's on is getting a new tornado warning, it looks like. It's going to be a tornado warning for those areas around Mattoon, Illinois that we talked about earlier.
A new tornado warning.
Mattoon and Charleston, Illinois. That is Coles and Douglas counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Allenville or Sullivan, moving east at 50 miles an hour. He's approaching the base of the storm from the north, so he's kind of come out.
All right, so I'm going to pull over and get some shots here. I'm going to take you guys out and stretch your legs. There's a bunch of other chasers in Sullivan, which I see probably up here is probably that little town. Sure why that keeps doing that.
All right, yeah, so he's coming into the Sullivan area just on the back side of this storm. And it sounds like he's going to get out and observe this storm a little bit more. And this is the tricky part about chasing today is some days you can get out and observe for quite a while. You can kind of watch the storm pass your perspective because it's only going about 20 miles an hour. And then you can kind of hop back in the car and catch up to it. Today, these storms are moving 50, 60 miles an hour. So we'll see how long of a time he stops, but he may only stop for a little bit and then just trying to recatch the storm. The other thing he could be doing is the cell back here that is tornado warned now south of Decatur, coming back into the Decatur metro. This cell also showing 2-inch diameter hail. Actually, it is not tornado warned. This is the original cell that's now moved on. So this new cell is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag. I would treat this like a tornado warning if I'm in the Decatur area. You may already still be in your safe space. I would just stay there. You're getting another round of damaging to destructive hail. Just stay there a few more minutes and let that storm pass. That may also get converted over to a tornado warning fairly quickly there. All right, what else is going on? Central Missouri, some of these storms are kind of competing with each other right now across central Missouri, but some strong storms, quarters to $half size hail coming into Columbia, just north of Jeff City. We have the tornado warning storm radar indicated through Clinton. This is in the Clinton, Missouri area. Still seeing rotation in here just over Clinton. It doesn't look like it's on the ground right now based on our correlation coefficients, but it could produce a tornado at any time. And then we're also seeing this storm passing the I-49 corridor near Butler. This is in Bates County and approaching Montrose and just north of Shell City. We're outside with Jim looking at a tornado warned storm.
But that is rotating right in front of me. Oh wow, some lightning. I probably ought to grab my other phone. Wow, what?
And see that cloud to ground lightning on that shot too.
Oh yeah, that is It's rotating. Try to zoom in a little bit more
New information.
so you guys can see it.
Has been updated.
Back it out a little bit. Wow. That's also what that lightning is striking into the back of it.
Yeah, so Jim is just north of Sullivan, and looking at that tornado-warned cell.
Show you some other stuff here.
So yeah, it's a little bit of a backwards view at it, but he's looking at the rotation under this hook right in here, and it is apparently rotating. So we do have confirmation from Jim that it is rotating. A little bit of side lobe contamination in there, but that just makes it look a little bit stronger than that velocity is. But it does appear to be rotating.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that storm indicator's getting the hook on it, and that hill core is absolutely massive, so that's probably why they're heading up there.
That's so cool, that lightning striking.
Their remote radar also said that this storm's downdraft tonight.
It doesn't look like it's rotating very fast. It looks like that might be just some scud that's lifting up in. It's even the storm chaser video, it's hard to fully see the rotation unless you're there, even on camera sometimes, but it doesn't look like it's rotating particularly fast. There's a ton of moisture in the atmosphere, and the lifting condensation level, the cloud making level, is fairly low today with all the moisture and instability, so it looks like rising scud. Now, that is rising motion pulling up into the updraft, so can it start to rotate? Yes. We can sometimes look at wispy rising scud to see that circulation, but it appears to just right now be rising scud with kind of a broader area of circulation. And it might have, I know you can see there's little tags in there. If you stop the thing, there's little tags in there. They can become funnels at some point, but most of that is just kind of rising scud tags. This is basically the backside of the wall cloud that he's looking at. Nice work.
Plug back in here.
Highway 179 west of Steuben is completely blocked off, so if he has to take that at all, try and detour him.
Yeah, I agree, Catman. Looks a little too scuddy. And because there's multiple little ones, that's generally indicating scud, although you can have scud and then one funnel too. But for the most part, it looks like a scud.
So, why does that keep changing like that?
Yeah, this is starting to rotate a little tighter too near Decatur, so keep an eye on that one. Decatur, technically not in a tornado warning, it's actually the severe thunderstorm warning that covers the Decatur area, but that storm means business. Yeah, these storms are right now kind of in an area that's somewhat favorable for tornadoes. It would be a lot more favorable if there was more time between the MCS and when these storms redevelop. So they're
I'm real close to 121.
They were very close to being in a very tornado-prone environment. Right now, they're just struggling just a little bit, just with the outflow, that outflow boundary. I'm still a little worried once these storms kind of maybe latch onto the southern side of that outflow boundary that kind of drapes across the southern part of this area. I'm surprised some of those western storms haven't gone as tornadic yet, but the outflow boundary kind of roughly falls along here. You can see it's like 81 near the Wabash River, 75 at Terre Haute. There is some attempt at boundary recovery because, or air mass recovery, because it is a south wind at Terre Haute, south at Vincennes, it looks like. But then it's pretty hot and steamy across parts of southwest Illinois and eastern Missouri. So I'm worried about like some of these cells in here that they can kind of ride this boundary between the temperature and dew point gradient, and they may have a little better shot at being tornadic. These are gonna. These are trying to be tornadic, but
if I head south, I'm
they're struggling a little bit.
And Sullivan will be look like to my east, I believe, or west.
This one looks better on reflectivity than it actually does in the velocity scan.
So, and then I'll.
Oops, may have lost. There it goes. And if you're new here, I think things have settled down just a touch. Still a lot of severe weather, but just not maybe quite as crazy as they were. There's the tag there, Storm Chaser Noah. Give them a follow here on YouTube. They're putting out some great storm chasing content, allowing us to tap their feed today and take a look at these storms from the ground level. And that definitely helps provide some visual clues of things. Check out the local parameters and the local meteorology that's going on around those storms. And yeah, it's been a messy chase for Jim today. I think he's been in almost rain for nearly 6 hours, maybe even a little more. Still seeing this circulation radar indicated near Hickory Grove. It's going to continue towards the east, south of Lone Rock, towards Dodgeville. Tornado warning continues there for northwestern Iowa County in south central Wisconsin. It's 8 miles east of Boscobel, moving east at 40. So this continues to work into some slightly more populated areas into southwest Wisconsin. We're going to have to watch this south and southwest of the Madison area, potentially even into Madison, but especially towards Mount Horeb, Verona, Oregon. If it starts to turn more towards the right, Hollandale, Blanchardville, and Monticello. So definitely keep an eye on this cell. It's produced at least one long track damaging tornado. It's not quite as tornadic. It's in a little bit more of a multi-cell cluster. We'll see that might kind of stretch out a wind risk and may actually stretch out kind of a wind and embedded tornadic circulation risk. And we'll have that area covered. We got some cameras ready to go in Wisconsin as that storm approaches southwest Wisconsin. This is out of the Janesville area along 39 and 90. Not really. They're the ones out here are still tornado warned. There's actually kind of another line developing right along the cold front, so we actually have more storms that are going up. And that's the one issue and always a question mark, but seems like this severe weather season, that's been one of the kind of hampering factors as we've had storms that have upscaled so quickly. They kind of outcompete each other. So that was the one factor we've had even today. We had a lot of supercells go up, and the boundary and air mass hasn't fully recovered across Illinois. So that's helped a little bit keep some of those tornado parameters just a little bit in check, but the storms are actually going up fairly quickly. In fact, let's look here. Yeah, you can see back, they're holding their own, but there's new storms that are going up over 50,000 feet. The storm over Decatur is pushing about 55,000 feet. They are losing a little bit of punch as they cross into the state line with Indiana. There's a bunch of rain-cooled air from that earlier mesoscale convective system. So that is kind of hurting the storms right now across western parts of the state. Although, again, as we saw just a few minutes ago on those surface observations, Terre Haute and areas like Vincennes are getting southerly winds. So we are getting air mass recovery. That may push the tornado threat to kind of southwestern parts of Indiana. We'll kind of see maybe a little bit more of a question mark. There is tornado watch that covers areas there up towards Huntington, north of the Indianapolis metro. But some of this area may be a little bit too worked over to get kind of those really impressive supercellular tornadoes. We may get some spin-ups. But yeah, some of this area may be a little worked over. In fact, let me look surface up. Yeah, 68 over 66, 66 over 64 at Terre Haute. We'll see. There's a chance that some of that recovers, but maybe a little too worked over there. And then, yeah, we're seeing actually a bunch of storms now firing across western Missouri and Kansas. We'll see if they can stay discreet. They have chances to be tornadic like these. There's a new cell that's near Pleasanton, Kansas that looks a little bit more impressive. Yeah, shear rate has come up on this one near Mound City. So yeah, if these can stay discreet, they have a better chance of being tornadic. This one was stronger near Butler. It may be phasing here, kind of going through a cycle, but yeah, and they're going to drop it down to a tornado possible tag. But yeah, it's not necessarily that they're losing energy. Right now, they're just they're trying to stay as discreet as they can, but they're not. Some of them are not as successful at staying discreet, and that's also what's happening here across central Illinois, like the Springfield area. That's why we've seen a lot less tornado warnings here in west central Illinois right now. These storms are all just competing with each other, and there's also rain-cooled boundaries from not just the earlier convection, but also from the convection that's just out ahead of these. These cells have also had rain-cooled boundaries. So these cells are working into a little bit less favorable environment. But I wouldn't let any temporary... We've had a little temporary loss of tornado warnings. I wouldn't let that fool you, because I think we will actually see an uptrend once these storms get probably closer to the I-70 corridor down in this area.
A tornado warning has been issued.
Home by myself. I know the area.
A new
I had
tornado
radar,
warning
stuff
has
like
been
that.
issued.
Didn't have any trouble. I don't know the area here, and you've got so much going on here. It is tough. So any chasers that are doing this on their own, that has more experience than me,
has been issued.
I'm still learning all of this, and now I'm doing it by myself. It's tough. It's tough. I'll be the first to admit. And it's been fun. I've made mistakes, but
a new
we
flash
did get to
flood
see some
warning
cool
has been
stuff.
issued.
So yeah, it's tougher than what you think it would be. I did the one last night, but Jared, we both was chasing, and it was the area that I know. So that makes a big difference. Again, I don't know this area, and it's tough. It is tough. But it's a great learning experience. You gotta learn to start somewhere. Luckily, the guys on our walkie-talkies, good group of guys, they know that this is my first chase alone, and so they're helping me out, which I greatly appreciate, because when I'm in that heavy rain and wind, I'm not paying a whole lot of attention to what's going on, glancing at the radar just to try to see where I'm at and if anything I need to be concerned about. But yes, so I don't have the chat pulled up right now. I know that it's still there. So
All right, so yeah, Jim's just talking again. He's like repositioning for, it looks like, the Decatur storm. Meanwhile, taking a look at the Wisconsin storm near Highland, Wisconsin, approaching Dodgeville. This appears to be cycling again, and wouldn't be surprised if this is now producing another tornado. It looks like, yeah, the spectrum width is picked up. There's a suspicious lowering in here now, maybe wrapping some rain and hail in here, but we'll have to wait for the next radar scan. If you're in the Dodgeville, Wisconsin area, Highland to Dodgeville, you need to definitely take tornado safety precautions. This is a dangerous cell that's produced a damaging tornado already. That is moving through areas there into northwestern Iowa County in Wisconsin. And we'll keep an eye on that one. Still moving to the east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. And looking at these storms, they're kind of doing the same thing that Catman mentioned in the chat a little bit ago. They're running a little bit into that rain-cooled boundary. So you can see that tornado warned storm originally that Jim was on has actually significantly weakened, a lot less organized as it's approaching Charleston, Illinois, and Ashmore. We'll see what that looks like over towards the Terre Haute area, but that area is a little bit more rain-cooled and a little bit more stable. Jim appears to be headed over towards this storm near Mount Zion. Right now, it's a little bit outflow dominant, but it is trying to organize an area of rotation just to the south and east of the Decatur metro around the Mount Zion area. So we'll see if that goes tornadic. But he's making his way up from Sullivan towards Dalton City. He's that darker lip on Jim's feed there. That is looking at this front face here. That is the forward flank downdraft. He may get into some gustier winds here. He's on 121 headed north and northwest towards the Mount Zion area. As he was saying, he's flying solo right now, so it's a little bit harder, especially for him working the radar, driving, and doing all that at once. But he does have Noah and a couple of the Storm Chase team on walkie-talkie, so he's able to communicate, get some better directions. Especially, he was saying in the precip when he's in the heavy rain, punching the core, he was able to get a little better sense of where he was going and where he needed to go just by talking to his kind of now mobile chase partners through the walkie-talkie. Still watching this cell. The circulation has backed off a little bit near Vandalia, approaching Curryville and Frankfort, Louisiana, Missouri. Looks like this will stay north of Troy, Missouri right now. And then they're both storms here are going to get converted over, it looks like, to tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings. They do have rotation, but they've backed off also in intensity a little bit. The one is now east of Clinton, still tornado warned there for Leesville and Tightwad, Missouri. Approaching areas around Warsaw, that again includes the Truman Reservoir. And then the other cell, tornado possible right in there. That's going to be for areas around Lindale and Appleton City to the east and northeast of Rich Hill, Missouri. We have other strong cells all the way back into Kansas. There's a look at the cold front and dry line, a little bit of a dry line there. But you can see the cold front crashing in from the north. This is the cold front here. And then this is dry line, but the dry line is not a factor today. The energy is all kind of associated with this system as an upper level feature.
A new tornado warning has been
Sorry,
issued.
wrong button. Little shortwave trough kind of digging in from the upper Midwest. So anything down along the dry line is a little bit too separated. Yeah, like these storms they're still pretty nasty storms, but they are running into a little bit of a pool of more stable air. I'm not getting that data again. All right, I was trying to pull a sounding to see that, but doesn't look like we're getting the data from there.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right. Well, I was trying to get a sounding. No power in Bethany already from those storms that worked through just a few minutes ago. Here's a little bit more side lobe contamination. This is side lobe in here. You can tell because it's not actually in that precip. But if there's rotation, it's going to be tucked back in here to Dalton City. Yeah, Jim is in Bethany approaching Dalton City. That storm is still a little outflow dominant too. Outflow dominant storms are not likely to produce tornadoes as much. They're TSB. That outflow surging out ahead of them cuts off the circulation. But outflow can be damaging winds. So some of these we'll see if they do may transition from supercells to more like damaging winds, multi-cell clusters sort of things. Right now it appears like may not be fully done producing tornadoes, but it appears like this cell up in Wisconsin has also somewhat transitioned into more of a wind risk. You can see it has a little bit more of this bow feature to it. It also has a couple other new cells that have gone up on its flanking line. So this has an embedded tornadic circulation still in it. You can see the winds going away and towards the radar here in the green and red with radar out of La Crosse. But it does appear a little bit more outflow dominant and also slightly less of a tornado risk at the moment. Still a tornado warning there if you're in that county, you need to take seriously. But back here, when it was PDS warned, it was a rotating supercell, getting a lot of warm and moist inflow. So it wasn't quite, it's not quite as tornadically organized right now. There's still a ton of cells to watch, even though some of them aren't severe right now. We have to watch these cells that are west and northwest of St. Louis. We have to watch these lead cells. There's 3 lead cells. These cells are along the cold front. They should be less tornadic, but they may have embedded circulations if they can stay out of the cold front. But yeah, especially these 3 here into Missouri. That one, that's a lead cell. This one's kind of all on its own. Some of these in Missouri are actually potentially a little more favorable for tornadoes as that heads towards the St. Louis area and also towards the I-44 corridor. Yeah, some of these storms are competing with each other, but they're also competing with a little bit of limited air mass recovery from the earlier convective system. That earlier today was stronger than some of the models outlined. Jim's going to be back into it here in just, it looks like, another minute. You can see he's in there with a big cluster of other storm chasers too. But yeah, he's approaching that area of interest around the Dalton City area. Take a look at shear rate. That's come up just a little bit. Yeah, a little more organized on the shear rate. So we'll see when he gets into position here. Here's a look at the Texas coast. You can see actually some like DOT, some beach crew people maybe working there. Yeah, they had the loader out, potentially moving some sand around maybe. You can see the sun has come out, but the beach still looks rough. Looks like the tide has maybe come down, so we may have started this at high tide. It was definitely up to those rocks just a little while ago, but if you look further out, kind of into the Gulf there, you can see some pretty heavy rain, or not just rain, but heavy surf. That's definitely an issue here if you have plans at the beach. But yeah, that is some pretty heavy surf there, and some higher breakers further out. Just on the last scan, the shear rate came up just a little bit.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Oh yeah, this storm is starting to reorganize a little bit. New area of rotation is picking up, and then also the hail has come up significantly on that cell. This is yeah, significantly larger hail core than we saw a few minutes ago. That hail core on this cell went right through the Decatur area, but it may even be larger now. Hammond, Arthur, Atwood, areas along 133, kind of trailing behind that lead cell. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space, essentially there. So Jim is dropping back towards Sullivan, so he can stay out in front of this cell.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is now a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. You do want to treat this like a tornado warning. 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds are possible. Also 2-inch diameter hail. That's lime size hail. So you could have limes being basically thrown at you at baseball pitcher speed here. That is some serious wind. And yeah, his alerts are going off. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be just approaching areas around Lovington, just north of Sullivan, Arthur, Bourbon, Galton, Filson, and areas again kind of on the north side of Mattoon, as well as west of Charleston in Illinois. There's Mattoon and Charleston kind of on the bottom of the screen. Again, you want to treat that very similar to a tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. No skylights above you, especially with large hail. Coles, Moultrie, Piatt, and Douglas counties. Moving east at 55. We'll track this out. I'll track it out from the hail first. Let's see, at about 55 miles an hour. Puts it towards Charleston in about 32 minutes. Humboldt 22, Arthur 12, Garnet 16, and then if it pulls a little more southerly, Mattoon would be about 25 minutes. If it holds on some of those areas that are in the tornado warning currently, just stay in your tornado safe space towards like Kansas and Humboldt. 26 minutes to 40 minutes to Kansas. That's Kansas, Illinois. Behind that, there's still more storms. Decatur, flash flood warning for some pretty serious flash flooding across central Illinois. Okay, there's the leading edge of that storm looking up from that Sullivan and Bethany area. So he's looking up into kind of this big swath of wind, and that's where it kind of wraps up. There is a little bit of a circulation up in there. Right along Highway 32 approaching Lovington. So yeah, that's the front face of that. and then it tucks back in right up in there where the darker, oh, you guys can't see that. There it is. Here it is. It wraps up in there, and then on the darker side, there's that's where that rotation kind of tucks up. He's looking up from this way. So yeah, he's looking along this forward flank and then right into that area of rotation. Just on the back side of that area of rotation where it actually looks a little bit lighter and kind of bluish color, that's the hail core. You don't want to be in that right now. That's going to be that core. That's a dangerous storm. They're continuing that area of rotation for the lead cell. Yeah, there is rotation in there as well. It's kind of messy still, a little bit of side lobe. But there is kind of broad rotation down in there. Charleston, just north of the Charleston area, approaching Kansas, Illinois.
In person, I'm sure that the video is a little different, but let me bring you guys back to look at it. Wow, wow. That's the money shot right there. Wow. I don't know where Josh is at.
Jim, Josh is going to be up there on your right. Your left, sorry.
Well, I guess I know where he's at now. That's clear. I just said on the street, but whatever Josh was at.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I had it muted so you could hear Jim there. He's at Sullivan looking up kind of where this inflow is, and then it wraps back around. There's a little notch in there. It wraps back around. There is a little rotation, tornado possible, destructive severe thunderstorm. And then going this way now, looking at that forward lip, that's the forward kind of RFD surge, but essentially it's the downdraft from that thunderstorm. This is some of that outflow that he's looking at, that shelf cloud look. That the interface there between the outflow and then that inflow wraps up in there. So this is where you have some of those pockets of some 80-mile-an-hour winds, especially up in that area here near Lovington. And looking at the reflectivity side of stuff, this Lovington area is just getting hammered. That is the area there that has some potentially some very large hail in here, lime size plus hail. There is also now some hail showing on the leading edge of this. So yeah, you can see that bluish color. That's a little bit of the hail core that's come up in intensity in the last couple minutes here. So look at all the chasers out here. That is an impressive look from Jim Crocker, thanks to Storm Chaser Noah on his channel there. So give Storm Chaser Noah Miller a follow, because they've had some incredible shots today for us. And that's just one of the many incredible shots they have on their channel all the time. So yeah, he's looking at that hail core that's just off to his northwest. And then earlier he was looking off to the north where that area of rotation kind of wraps up in there, and the larger hail core. And yeah, that bluish color, that's a little bit of that hail core back up in there. Look at all the chasers out there today. I'm actually going to turn it over to Jim here for a couple minutes, just get a drink, kind of refill everything.
Attention, a new special event has been issued.
Jim, this now has a destructive tag. Destructive tag. Baseball size hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds.
Jim may get on one of these secondary hail cores in here in just a minute. You can see the heavy rain is about to move in, and we'll see what kind of hail Jim gets. It appears like the baseball size hail may be just north of his location.
32.
How's it going, Chipmunk? Welcome to OP Chipmunk there. I'm just going to refill the drink, and while I'm refilling my drink, you guys get to watch Jim Crocker on a destructive tornado possible severe thunderstorm.
Did anybody get any of that? That's clear cut.
Yeah, I'm sitting here at 121 and 32. Probably do want to kind of get out of it. My radar is not the best at the moment. What do you suggest? Head on 32 or just head back north on 121?
Keep on 121.
All right, that's clear. I'm going to head back north on 121. All right, I'll get turned around, man. Alright, I'm heading back east towards Sullivan. I tell you guys, this is tough. This is tough.
Yeah, you wouldn't be going south, you'd be going there 121, and 121, you're going east, it will south, and then I think if you go east after that, you stay on 121.
That's clear. I tell you what, this is tougher than what you think it would be. I don't know how you do it by yourself. I really, really don't. I don't know how you guys do it by yourself.
For starters, I don't think directly into that field.
Yeah, I'm going to keep that in mind. All right, so we're heading east. I'm trying to get out of it. Got into pretty good wind, which you guys seen. We were kind of setting out in the open. But yeah, so guys, this is tough. This is tough to do it all with a one-man show. It wouldn't be so bad if I knew the area. But when you're relying on radar and GPS and everything else and things like that, it makes it tough. So I got to close out of my radar real quick here. And luckily I got radar on my phone as well. I tell you, the wipers need another super fast speed sometimes. Oh, there was some water back there. It's raining so hard, the Starlink, I think, is having trouble trying to load my radar on my iPad.
All right, we'll put Jim back in his little corner there and get on it. All right, let's take a look and hop back up to our cell. This is out of the Wisconsin area. And yes, as we said a few minutes ago, the storm is a lot less tornadic at the moment near Ridgeway. We're still seeing some broad rotation in here, but this is more of a wind risk right now. They do have a tornado possible tag on that. I think that's a good idea. But right now, mostly a hail and wind threat. And yeah, OP, I was grabbing a drink. Got my drink refilled. Let me adjust my chair a little bit and we're good to go. I don't know if Jim ran into any hail or not. He's back in kind of the core of that storm again. These storms are moving at 55 or 60 miles an hour, so it's pretty hard if you stop for a minute on the chase. You're actually going to fall behind. So it's tough chasing, and he's doing it solo today. Although he does have his storm chasing partners on the walkie-talkie to help him out. But we'll continue to watch this. It's going to approach the areas west of the Madison area. So west side's Madison up towards Verona, and then Blue Mounds. This is a nasty storm. It has a history of producing a damaging tornado, but also some damaging wind and large hail. We'll continue to watch that as it works its way to the south and east. A little bit of a cluster now, a little line segment of severe storms across southwest parts of Wisconsin. Funnel cloud over Sullivan, I wouldn't doubt it. That was that would have been on kind of that from that leading edge. So looks like he's trying to catch back up to it. There is some damaging to destructive hail in here. Baseball size hail and 80 mile an hour winds. You want to treat this destructive severe thunderstorm like it's a tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside as possible, especially windows and skylights. Make sure there's none of that around. And if you have trees on your property, you want to shelter very similar to a tornado warning as well. This is an area there for northwestern Coles and east central Moultrie, southwestern Douglas counties. East at 50. I don't think he's in the biggest hail right now, especially if he's down here. Sullivan, yeah, here's Sullivan along 121 Allenville. He may be into some hail, but the largest hail is up along 133, coming towards the Filson area, just across Arthur, and looking at the ZDR right in here, some of the largest hail. That one doesn't appear to be rotating as much. 56,000 feet. That's pushing double the height of commercial aircraft. It's going to be just north of Mattoon, Illinois, and then also approaching Charleston, Illinois. And then we have a new tornado warning here. They've upped for the Paris storm.
A new
You can
flash
see those.
flood warning has
These
been
storms
issued.
are a little less organized once they get to that Illinois-Indiana state line right now. So they've continued the tornado warning. There is rotation down in here near Doyle's, Illinois. That's going to be just north of Marshall. We'll see how that one looks from Terre Haute in the next couple minutes. Let's see, where is that camera? There's our, okay, so that's Terre Haute. You can see it's hazy. There has been a mix of sun and clouds a little bit here late. I don't know if we've gotten full boundary recovery, but let's grab 55. Wow. Storms are moving today. Terre Haute would roughly be about, downtown Terre Haute, about 26 minutes or so. Yeah, about 25 minutes, 23 to West Terre Haute, state line 19 minutes, and areas like Youngstown 28, out towards the airport, Glen Air 33, and then Asherville, if that holds together, 45. So keep an eye on that storm, West Central Indiana. Dayton, yeah, Dayton is under a severe risk for tonight. Right now, you're kind of in that lead disturbance. So this is not severe across southwest Ohio. Just mostly some rain, some embedded thunder and lightning. Dayton down to areas north of Cincinnati. And yeah, a lot of central Ohio under that rain. That clears out a little bit, especially if we get clearing. That's where we can get into more of a tornado threat. It appears like right now, most of that tornado threat is going to be along and south of I-70. I don't know if we're going to get much now looking at things. I don't know if we're going to get too much up here into like central Indiana. There is a possibility, but I don't know if we're going to get that. I-70 kind of runs along here. Yeah, southwest Ohio has a little bit higher chance, I think, of some severe weather. And let's take a look at that. We can actually, since we don't have as many tornado warnings as we did before, let's hop over to model data. All right. And yeah, this may have changed a little bit since earlier anyway, so it's good to look at model data every now and then. Yeah, it does want to clear out some of this activity across western Ohio, push some of these storms that are in west or east central Illinois into the west central parts of Indiana. So we'll see. Indianapolis, I-70 corridor, potentially later tonight over towards Sydney, Marysville. And the models aren't exact, so don't pick out your exact location. They can show us kind of trends. And then still some strong storms back into
issued.
central Indiana. Some of this may transition into multi-cell clusters with embedded tornadic circulations with line segments of gusty winds. The hail cores may come down a little bit. But yeah, it does indicate, the models kind of indicate we may be transitioning into storm modes from the discrete cells or the more discrete cells like we have right now to more multi-cell clusters. Then we'll have to also watch like St. Louis and I-44 later tonight, as well as even back towards southeast parts of Kansas, Girard, Fredonia, Independence. Yeah, and then watching the flash flooding from Springfield, Illinois, all the way down to that area around Terre Haute with extended areas of storms. It tries to pick up on this storm, maybe a little north of where it technically is, but it does pick up on that storm continuing for at least the next couple hours, and then slowly weakening as it gets kind of into eastern parts of the state. Oh, Jim has tree damage. Looks like maybe straight line winds, but it also could not. It might not even have been this storm. It could have been this storm that was before it too. That was tornado warned. It's on the very edge of the screen, but looking to the northwest in this camera, you can see it's getting darker on the Wisconsin camera from those strong storms approaching.
I've had nothing. Yes, I can hear you.
But yeah, and then this slowly, eventually, like overnight, sags across parts of the Ohio Valley. Not as severe, but parts of the Ohio Valley. May get some strong storms even by early morning across parts of southern Missouri. This is a difference than some of the models earlier. Putting more storms across that area from like Springfield to Branson, Mountain View, Van Buren, over towards Advance and southeast Missouri. There's some more storms across the Ohio Valley tomorrow morning. And tomorrow also we see that circulation from Arthur, basically that big mass of rain that's offshore right now, will eventually work its way onshore around Lafayette and southwest parts of Louisiana. That continues through the night with flooding, potentially some embedded not QLCS, but tropical tornadoes, especially on that eastern side, Lafayette over to New Orleans, and then up the North Shore, Baton Rouge, potentially getting into southwest Mississippi overnight. And that continues kind of lifting up, but as well as a boundary along there adds extra convergence tomorrow. And by tomorrow, with a little bit of daytime heating in the morning, we get tons more storms tomorrow. So yeah, that is that's gonna be a big wet messy day tomorrow. And then tomorrow there may be some more severe weather across parts of the southeast. Have they upped that risk yet? Surprised they haven't upped their risk a little bit for tomorrow. Wouldn't be surprised to see like a 5% tornado risk somewhere down in there without like digging too deep into the models. And then Ohio, back to Ohio today. You guys do have an enhanced risk from basically through the Cincinnati metro, through Dayton, and then up the areas around Mercer, Wapakoneta. Essentially kind of 75, especially west of 75, enhanced risk in southwest Ohio. This is Aguacero weather. I'll get you the link. They have awesome stuff. It's great for data visualization, with also live radar, but we can overlay all kinds of data on this. So it's an amazing tool, very customizable. And if you just want to play around and get kind of used to it, it does have a free version. And then there's a couple different paid tiers, depending on what kind of data visualization you want to do and how deep you want to dive into it. There is still a broad circulation in here. This is near Blue Mounds, Dalyville, Ridgeway. So keeping an eye on this cell.
I got the radar back up. I don't know about the screen.
Still moving to the southeast. So this the worst of it might miss the Madison area. This is Madison in here, but heads up for Verona, Belleville, Brooklyn, Dayton, Union, Edgerton, and then this may get towards the Janesville area. In fact, I think I want to switch our cameras up.
That was really intense. Heavy rain, there was wind, there were several trees down across the road, so that's why I've been driving very cautiously. getting into Coles, the town. Oh, wow! Mother Nature took a strike at somebody. Wow!
There we go. There's our camera out of Janesville, looking to the northwest towards those severe storms. And they have up that tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Continuing to watch that area of rotation. Let's take a look. Kind of seeing broad rotation. Also looks even very broad on the spectrum width. And it looks fairly broad right now on the velocity, but it has tightened just a little bit, just north of Dalyville. And then hopping back down, the storm that Jim is on is getting a new tornado warning.
All right, so to the east of me, there is a, I don't know if you heard that or not, but tornado warn was a stovepipe that's turned into a wedge right now. So I'm try not to do this when I'm driving.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so Jim's going to work towards a new tornado warning. We also are getting a tornado warning for areas in west central, or I guess central Illinois. This is just south of Springfield. And this is going to be for areas around Edinburgh, Taylorville, and in those areas. This is central Christian and south central Sangamon counties, 7 miles northeast of Verdon, moving east at 35, radar indicator rotation, quarter size hail. This cell has on a little bit of a southern side of some of those earlier storms, so it may have a little bit better chance of producing a tornado. We'll see if it does. This one also has a bit of side lobe on it, but there is rotation in there just to the west or east of Auburn. And then this storm continues to diminish as it's at the state line. So areas around Terre Haute, they've backed it down to a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, there is still a little bit of rotation in there, but it's mostly backed off. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter size hail. How's it going, Raul? Nice to see you guys. Yeah, thanks everyone for joining us today. We have had a big severe weather day. We are tracking the area in the northwest Gulf. There is a tropical storm Arthur is still a thing. It was named a tropical storm earlier today. And let's pull up the National Hurricane Center forecast. Basically, it's a tropical storm in the northwestern Gulf, the far northwestern Gulf. It is in here.
Information. This tornado warning
Basically
has
along
been
the
upgraded.
Texas Gulf Coast near Galveston and Texas City. So we are taking a look at that too. There hasn't been as much severe weather down there as some of the model data showed, but minimal tropical storm. It is very sheared. So most of the weather is off over the Gulf, as we looked at on model data just a little bit ago, though. A lot of this comes ashore across areas like Lake Charles, Lafayette, over towards Morgan City later tonight. And then we do have to watch for tropical tornadoes, especially here into southeast parts of Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and those areas. It's a minimal tropical storm. It's going to, according to the latest forecast cone, basically continue from where it is now along the Gulf Coast to inland, and it will diminish. So a very short-lived tropical storm, Arthur. Otherwise, there's nothing really expected over the next while. So yeah, keeping an eye on Arthur. Arthur hasn't been too much of a problem yet. And actually, it's gotten even sunnier there. This is where there's some dangers. There's actually people out at the beach again here. This is High Island, Texas. But you can see back in there, there's some pretty heavy waves, especially for the Gulf of Mexico. And it is still kind of misty and salty there, the salt spray. All right, we just got a PDS tag for this storm near that Jim is on. Considerable threat, PDS, tornado on the ground. Okay, it's right in there, just north of Mattoon. This was the destructive severe thunderstorm we were talking about, sheltering like a tornado. And there it is, right there, near Loxa. Let's see, let's go back to Jim.
Let's see, what time is it here? 9 o'clock. 6:51 Central Time. I was thinking it was 9 o'clock by this.
It's making a beeline towards Charleston. If it stays on the ground, there's going to be major damage in Charleston.
Yeah, this is a problem here. It's just
So if you're
past
around Charleston and
the
you're
Mattoon
watching,
area. It is approaching Charleston, Illinois. This is the town of Charleston, Illinois. Eastern Illinois University there. Everywhere there along Highway 16. This is a PDS
All right,
confirmed
so,
tornado warning. Weather
no, it just
spotter
informed
confirmed.
me
We're seeing it also looks like
because
on the
I'm
correlation
still
coefficient.
concentrating on driving. I
Confirmed
just glanced
large
over
and
and see,
extremely dangerous tornado
tornado is on the ground.
there by weather
Should
spotters.
be in front of me. We might be able to
This
see
is our
it here
second PDS warning
very
that we've
soon.
covered today.
So I'm staying on 121. I'm turning right on 121, FYI.
Yeah, this is just across the areas around Loxa.
Yeah, so if
Loxa.
you're around Charleston, I'm going to see where that's at.
Confirmed tornado there for southern Coles and northeastern Cumberland counties.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yes, I'm clear. I'm still on 121. Okay,
Jim's
so
coming in from behind
if
it
you're
on
in the
121,
Charleston,
so we'll see if he can get a shot
Illinois
for us.
area, anywhere between.
And you can hear his chase partners via walkie-talkie, because in the car he's flying solo right now. It is just Jim Crocker, which is hard to do. You got to watch radar, you got to do the cars and drive, and then you also have to watch the weather conditions. So it's helpful that he's getting radar and directions and kind of almost like air traffic control support, basically from his chase buddies remotely.
If you're
So
around Charleston, anywhere between where you see me at on radar down in the bottom right hand
I believe he's coming into
in
Mattoon.
Charleston, get in your safe place. This is a very dangerous storm. It should be coming across in front of me somewhere down the line here. I've been
This is going to be working into
looking. It
Charleston,
is on the
Illinois,
ground.
just in the next
If
couple
it
minutes
stays
here.
on the ground and it hits Charleston, that may not be good. So get in your safe zones. If you're watching around Charleston, Illinois, and between where I am at
It's
right
just
now,
over that
I
area,
believe this
just
is
near
Madden,
Loxa and
between
approaching
here
Charleston,
and there, get
Illinois.
in
It's
your
just
safe
about,
zone.
oops, that's
Take
the
your-
draw tool, roughly about 3 miles to the west of Charleston.
That's clear. So Josh, he's just west of Charleston, so he is ahead of me.
The danger storm, particularly dangerous situation. You guys are
A new
in
PDS severe
particularly dangerous
thunderstorm
situation
warning
there
Get
has
in
been
your
issued.
safe
across
zones
southern
between
Coles
me
and
Charleston.
northeastern Cumberland counties.
Even on the
Extreme
other
large
side of
and
Charleston,
dangerous
get in your safe
tornado.
zones
It is
if you're
weather
watching.
spotter confirmed.
This is a dangerous
We're seeing
storm.
a
The tornado is
slight
on the
CC
ground.
drop on it.
And I
A
do
new
not have
PDS
chat
severe
pulled up, so I
thunderstorm warning has
apologize
been
for
issued.
that. But let you know, I appreciate each and every one of you that are watching.
That Iowa tornado earlier picked up debris to about 19,000 feet in the air. So that tornado that crossed from northeast Iowa into southwest Wisconsin, likely an intense tornado. Oh yeah. Okay, so there is at least about 10 minutes ago a rain wrap or partially rain wrap cone tornado. Pretty thick cone, and that is to the north side of Mattoon. That was reported by another storm chaser and photos on social media. So likely another tornado in progress here near Mattoon. And I believe that's where Jim is right now.
Tornado warning has been issued.
In addition to the tornado warning, around that PDS tornado warning, there is a destructive tag for Cumberland and Douglas counties that also includes 80-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-size hail. So this is potentially a damaging tornado, or actually a damaging tornado on the ground near Charleston, Illinois, as well as baseball-size hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds outside of that tornadic circulation. So this is a very dangerous situation across Douglas and Cumberland counties, as well as southeastern Coles County. And then we also have a new tornado warning, I believe we got. No, we did not. Just an extension of the current warning in Sangamon County. You can see that area of rotation just south of Kincaid and Pawnee, approaching areas around Taylorville. That's a radar indicator rotation there. Christian and Sangamon County moving east at 35. Obviously, they've extended the PDS tornado warning there with the radar, or sorry, with the spotter confirmed tornado.
I got just a little small first aid kit, but that'll come in handy. Hopefully, we will not have to use it, but if we do, I have it.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Okay, so if you're in Charleston, you need to take shelter right now. The tornado's on the ground, and it's in
Jim is just
Charleston.
on the back side of this, so see if we can get a visual of it. It is a rain-wrapped or partially rain-wrapped cone tornado, large and extremely dangerous, reported by weather spotters.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
But if you're watching anywhere around Charleston,
So yeah, we'll see if we can get a
you need to get in your safe.
get a shot of this here in just a minute by Jim. And the models were interesting on these storms in Missouri. It showed them kind of peaking
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
and then diminishing rather quickly. And some of these are actually on the downtrend. The ones across central Missouri that came across the areas around Columbia, Jefferson City, as well as the one that was tornado warned earlier in northwest Missouri. There's more storms going up right around Hannibal and Quincy along the cold front we have to watch. But some of these storms are diminishing in intensity, kind of a brief window of favorable tornado dynamics across this area. The other storm is still spinning a little bit near El Dorado Springs. That's sinking to the south and southeast.
A new
But those were three kind of individual cells all out in front. Very favorable environment there. All capable of producing tornadoes. And two of those you can see has fizzled. The one is still going. There also are storms going up along the cold front. That one has a little bit of spin on it as well, near Pleasanton, Kansas. Keep an eye on that one. Some new storms also in southeast Kansas. We'll keep an eye on that too.
Okay, that's clear. Just wanted to make sure.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, so if you're watching this anywhere around Charleston, you need to get into your safe room.
All right, let's see. Jim is just looks like coming through Mattoon, and he's headed for the Charleston area. So he's still on the back side of that circulation.
Tornado warning has been
I
upgraded.
see it on the radar. That thing is hooked like you wouldn't believe.
Jeez.
Even if we
It's a
get a
crazy
little
hook
closer
on
to
it.
If it's rain wrapped,
But yeah, it's still going to be a rain wrap tornado just on the north and northwest sides of Charleston. You can see the rotation detector, the rotation track product picking up on max shear rate basically as it's come towards the Mattoon area and Charleston. We called you guys out like over an hour ago, but yeah, this is a strong tornado over Charleston. And yeah, it's coming into the northwest sides of Charleston right now. So if you're in the Charleston area and Mattoon, you need to take tornado safety precautions.
Again,
All right,
this
Jim's
is a
on the
very
back side of this. We'll
dangerous
see what
storm.
he can catch here in just a
It
minute.
is on the ground. I can't emphasize enough. Get in your safe
Jim is on
zone.
16, just near the airport. So that shows you what kind of environment he's dealing with here. Is he's only maybe a mile or two from this tornado, and this part of Illinois is flat. You could normally see tens of miles,
Which side?
but he can't see much there. It's going to be in that rain wrap kind of ball out ahead of him.
All right, so
if it's still on the
north side
ground.
of Charleston has gotten hit very hard. So if you're east of Charleston, you need to be in your safe zone right now. I can't emphasize that enough. This is a dangerous storm. It is rain wrapped. Looks like, I don't know, if I had to guess,
Yeah, it's going to be just north sides of Charleston right now, approaching Embarrass. And then up next is areas downwind of that. That's going to be Embarrass down to Westfield. Surprised they haven't extended that tornado warning yet, but that's a dangerous, dangerous storm. Let's get a track on this one. PDS, again, a confirmed spotter, confirmed tornado, a large, at least large
Alright,
cone
so
to wedge tornado
I
at
am on
times.
16,
And it was a rain-wrapped
and
tornado.
the tornado apparently has just crossed 16 there in Charleston.
Okay, tornado cross 16. I believe
So
that is where
head
Jim
that
is
way.
on.
But if there is homes, businesses, or anything that has been hit, I will stop. That'll be the end of the chase for me. I am an EMT, advanced EMT, so I will be stopping.
If you didn't hear that, if Jim comes across damage and injuries, he's going to have to stop the chase. He is an advanced EMT, so a trained medical professional. So obviously, he's more obligated to give life-saving
Well,
medical.
Let's just pray that
So we'll see what we get here. He's
no
on the
one
back
has
side of
gotten
this tornado,
injured and no one's lost their life.
but he's coming into Charleston. The tornado apparently has
Okay, a
just
lot of
crossed
limb
16 on the northeast side of Charleston. Still seeing a correlation coefficient drop in there, so not a giant one. So hopefully it's a broad, weaker tornado, but at times it's had a deeper CC drop with it a couple minutes ago. So yeah, let's
It's a little breezy. I'm not sure how far I am from Charleston.
he's on the highway between Mattoon and Charleston in that PDS tornado warning. But these storms are moving so quickly. I mean, that's going to stop the chase on its own. Is just if he gets into Charleston and there's damage, by the time you find your way around that safely, the storm is going
So
to
far,
continue
I
moving
have
on
not
at about
seen any
55 miles an hour.
on 16.
Waiting to see if we can get a little bit of clearance. We might be able to see the back side of this. But yeah, tornadoes today have been mostly rain wrapped. Very high precipitation supercells today. Low cloud bases
Again,
with a very warm and humid
everywhere
atmosphere out in
around
front of this.
Charleston, this thing is rain wrapped. It is on the ground. You need to be in your safe room. This thing is
Our
hooked.
storm near Taylorsville has also gone observed. Emergency management confirmed a damaging tornado near Jerseyville, or 10 miles west of Taylorville, moving east at oh, it is Jesseville. It appears like that has broadened some, but it was tighter just a few minutes ago. may have been it
All
just a
right,
couple
so
minutes ago at about
I am
7
just
o'clock.
getting into Charleston. We got a tent down.
Clear air, so yeah, that seems to have gusted out a little bit. It's approaching Taylorsville right now.
All right, I just got
Taylorsville, you need to be in your
into,
safe place.
Charleston.
All right, Jim is approaching Charleston right now.
I'm surprised it's not like even in electricity after that.
Yeah, I'm surprised myself, but like I said, I just got in
A
Charleston.
new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there was a pole leaning.
All right, we'll keep Jim kind of up in that top corner. They have extended that PDS tornado warning as kind of expected. Vermilion, Elbridge, areas there towards Marshall, Illinois. Also areas around
There's a few
Martinsville.
poles that are
Yeah, Martinsville,
leaning
Illinois.
over.
This also includes I-70 from Martinsville to basically the state line there with Terre Haute. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. This is a dangerous,
All right, so
observed,
I'm into Charleston.
damaging tornado.
I got to be very
Coles, Edgar, and
careful.
Clark counties. Extremely
There could be
large and
trees-
dangerous tornado
trees down across
located
the
near
road,
Westfield or near
power
Charleston,
lines.
moving east at 45.
Poles that were,
Weather spotters
you
are
got
continuing to
numerous
confirm that.
Big branches down right here. There's a pole leaning
Looks
back
like
the
we
other
have
way.
tornado
I don't
damage
know if
here.
you caught that in the,
They're saying Walmart had some damage, but it's saying mostly just the rear flank downdraft that hit the town. It seemed like the town was spared from them,
okay.
like the worst of it.
Yeah, apparently the Walmart has got some damage. I've seen some trees. You probably seen them too. Some power lines bent over.
Yeah, so far it may not even actually be. It's getting
So
closer to
there's-
tornado damage. This also could be the RFD.
Branches, I'm sure you
That
can see
RFD can
that.
have some serious winds,
There
80 to
are
100 miles an hour on its own. So it could be RFD damage if the tornado was skirting the north side of town. He's coming into kind of like the west
And it's
central
still quite windy here in town.
and still windy.
All right, I'm seeing some trees down and branches and some power poles that are leaning. I'm at 9th Street and I'm assuming I'm still on 16.
New radar
In
scan
front
just
of
came
the,
in.
Rise Dispensary. So
I don't see a
I'm
deep
making my
debris
way through
signature.
town.
Sometimes big tornadoes are not violent. So just because it was a big, large cone to wedge at times, it may not have been a violent tornado.
Safely due south, going to spotter network and make a report.
You can see there's also some street flooding there.
That's
That truck
clear.
ahead
Give me just a
of
little
Jim
bit here.
is leaving a wake there with a lot of water and more to come. But yeah, this tornado is located near Westfield. Here's the small community of Westfield.
New tornado
And
right,
basically
so
center
I'm gonna
line for
pull
areas
over
like Marshall, Missouri, or
and-
Marshall, Illinois, Clarksville, Cleone,
Report
and
what I've been
areas there towards
seeing.
Prairieton. Let's get a cell track
don't
on that
wanna
one
be in the
at
right-hand
45.
because of all the water. This person beside me is in more of a bigger. Okay, so got a power pole down. I don't know if it's a telephone line or what it is. The truck just went across it. See if anybody else.
Westfield
gets
basically now
electrocuted.
Marshall 24 minutes. Prairieton, this is into Indiana, about 41, and then if
Well,
it does
he went
pull a little
through
more
with no
towards the north,
issues. Let's see what
Terre
they're
Haute,
gonna
keep an eye
do.
on this storm, 44 minutes to the Terre Haute
All right,
metro.
I'm going for it. Don't do as I do. All right.
Jim had to cross a power line, or maybe it was
No,
a
don't
phone
do as
line
I
because the
do.
power was on, so
Never drive over.
don't do
power
that, he
lines.
said.
I think they would probably like telephone lines.
Yeah, because all the power was on.
All right, so, I am right where it was on the ground because the tree limbs are twisted and everything else, and I'm literally right in front of Walmart.
Now he's got some power outages here.
Real quick,
See the
actually,
flashing street lights.
and check things out. But yeah, I'm right where it came
It's like that
through.
sign is out.
Josh, turn right at the light where you crossed over the power lines, which I think are actually
Wow.
mitigation lines. Try not to stay
Got
for
some
too
shopping
long,
carts
otherwise
tossed all
somebody
over.
will.
Right now, I'm not seeing a lot of
I'm
structural
coming
damage.
through.
I'm
There's
seeing a
some
lot
other
of,
spotters that's setting
you
up
know,
in here.
power line, sign damage, tree damage, light tree damage. Obviously, there's, so it looks like some sheet metal pieces around, which is why even a small tornado can be very dangerous. If you get, especially if you're outside or in a temporary structure and you get whacked in the head with a sheet metal, I mean, that's going to do a lot of damage.
It did. I could see the twisting of the trees and stuff
But,
across the street from Walmart.
Too early to call at the moment, but it appears like Charleston may have gotten really lucky here.
No, I don't believe it was supposed to be. But there's some other spotters sitting here. I don't recognize anybody right offhand. But yeah, there's definitely some damage right here.
Wow.
I'm gonna get some shots and then probably
Velocity still shows a tight velocity couplet. The correlation coefficient is not as definitive, but there is some CC lowering.
This is the Walmart in Charleston.
But there's so much hail kind of wrapped in this storm too. There could be a little bit of hail down in there.
Them metal pieces that you
But it may
slide
still be on the ground. If it is, it's just over the Westfield area.
or the grocery cart. But yeah, so there is some damage here at the Walmart. It literally crossed across the street from the Walmart, and this was a direct hit. So I'm going to show you right where I'm at the moment. So it would be still in there, if it's still on the ground. I'm not going to mess with the radar and zoom in and all that stuff trying to find it, because I'm going to take off here and see if everybody's all right. So I'm going to back you back out of here. Zoom in just a smidgen there. Okay.
Okay, yeah, it appears from where Jim is now, it appears like the structures are good. But, so it looks like Charleston may have really gotten lucky.
New information.
Yeah, he
This
came in,
tornado warning has been
across the
upgraded.
street. Looks like they've got some damage to where the flowers and the stuff would be.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, we'll tuck Jim back. And if he has other reports, we'll tune him in. Tornado warning. This is for northeastern Green, northwestern Rock, and southeastern Dane counties. Tornado
warning has been
observed. This is into areas in Wisconsin. This is that line of storms that has had broad rotation at times on it. It now is tornado warned, and a new area of circulation. It looks like it's up here near Montrose. Oh boy. Yeah, this is the storm that produced a damaging tornado a while back, crossed from northeast Iowa into southwest Wisconsin, and it is now producing another tornado. You can see this circulation in here. Yeah, he's showing some more sign damage. The power is out in this particular spot of Charleston, although we saw back towards the downtown, looked like there was power.
Flash flood warning has been issued.
But for the most part, trees, some signage, some sheet metal. It may not even be EF1 damage. If it is, it's a lower end EF1 damage. Charleston may have gotten really lucky with a broad, and that kind of checks out. We didn't see a super, super deep debris ball. This debris ball that we're seeing here in Wisconsin is deeper than the one we saw in Charleston. So, may have gotten really lucky. And it appears lucky enough that also Jim is going to continue the chase. Although, again, at that point, if he comes across injuries and damage, at that point, the chase isn't worth it anymore. But it looks like he is going to continue on that PDS tornado warned storm since everybody looked okay and the structures were sound in Charleston. Whew, got lucky there. All right, this is approaching Rutland, Wisconsin. So yeah, the tornado warning covers a bunch of areas from Exeter to Monticello, but the tornado problem is over here at Rutland, and this was at 45. So let's get a track on this one. Coming into southwest Wisconsin. Union, 12 minutes. Edgerton, 28. Albion, 28. And then it's going to close in towards the northern suburbs of Janesville in about half hour towards Layton, and 30 minutes to Lockwood, and yeah, about 30 minutes to the I-39 corridor, if that holds together. And some good news is the tornado warning that Jim is on is no longer a PDS warning. Let me see if we have a camera up that way. We'll see. We're waiting for some of those cameras to load in Wisconsin right now. That's a look at the Wisconsin area from Janesville. That camera's having trouble connecting, but you can see the darker clouds in the distance. That's looking towards that tornado warned storm. And that continues to move. It's near the Brooklyn State Wildlife Area, approaching areas around Brooklyn, Oregon, Rutland, Stone, Cooksville. And then Evansville, and then eventually down towards Indian Ford along Wisconsin Highway 59. Tornado warning continues there. They have also outlined the whole line of storms as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So all those areas from Madison to areas down to south of Fayette and north of Monroe are also being warned. But there's your tornadic circulation in here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Christian and Shelby counties in Illinois getting a new tornado warning. This is a new observed tornado, or sorry, the other one was observed. This is the same cluster out of the Taylorville storm. Yeah, this is the same cluster. It's developed a new area of rotation on the southern flank. So this is now south and east of Taylorsville, Pana, Illinois, and areas there in Christian and Shelby counties. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail moving east at 45. Yeah, rotation in there just west of Pana, picking up in intensity. We have two other tornado warnings. We have the other cell that is in Indiana to the east of Fort Wayne. This is a cell that's had tornado warnings off and on as well. It's going to be in areas near Mechanicsburg, Perth, Burnett, and then basically paralleling I-70 and also along I-40 towards Mount Meridian, Bell Union. Tornado warning continues there. That's Vigo, Clay, Park, and Putnam counties. And then our other cell, this is the radar confirmed, previously PDS warned over the Westfield area, 11 miles north of Casey, moving east at 40. Tornado and golf ball size hail. This has come down a little bit in intensity. It was being warned earlier for baseball size hail. It produced a damaging tornado that luckily didn't do that much damage apparently over the Charleston area, at least from what we've seen. But that continues to work east-southeast as well, generally towards Prairieton, Prairie Creek, Youngstown, and the south and southeast sides of the Terre Haute metro. And here's a look at that storm from Terre Haute. That's looking towards the core of the storm. So this is the front side of this, looking towards essentially this hail core up in here. So it is a supercell looking towards that. And then we have Jim chasing on the back side of that storm, trying to catch up to it from surveying some of that damage briefly in the Charleston area. So, wow. We have it covered from two angles. We got the tower cam at Terre Haute, and we got storm chasers on the ground approaching that storm again from east of Charleston. So that storm, we have it surrounded here on WeatherCast Live. If it produces another tornado, we'll get confirmation on it fairly quickly. This circulation has broadened a little bit. It's approaching areas between Martinsville and Marshall in Illinois. It's about to cross I-70. So a dangerous tornado-warned storm continues there. Hey, Farm All Club, how's it going today? Rainy, right? You guys are about to get a ton of rain the next couple days. A ton of rain from the tropical storm Arthur. It won't be a tropical storm for much longer, but rain and storms will continue across the south and southeast. You got flood watches from that area around Gwinnett County, all the way down to even South Texas towards Victoria. And this whole big slug of tropical moisture offshore is going to basically get pulled up along that stalled boundary the next couple days. There may be a shot at some isolated severe weather over the next 2 days or so across the southeast from right now the south central Gulf Coast now. Tomorrow, most of it should be back in here. But then even by Friday, there's going to be, I think, a little bit more severe weather across the southeast. No, it shouldn't be too bad. I mean, any of these storms could tap some gusty winds. Right now, the tropical storm has 45-mile-an-hour winds, and it's projected to weaken as it works ashore just east of Galveston Bay. So wind's not a huge factor, but any winds in those thunderstorms could bring down some trees, and especially with all the water, soil being waterlogged, wouldn't be surprised to see some uprooted trees. All right, some good news is in Wisconsin, this tornado warned storm has gone back to radar indicated, so we may have lost that tornado signature. here's a look at that tornado warning storm from our cameras in Wisconsin. And let me see if I have a closer one. No, that stream is down. That stream wasn't great. There we go. Okay. All right, this is looking in that tornado warning storm. This is at Albion, which is just on the edge of this tornado warning storm. It has weakened some. Let's take a look at this. And yeah, that debris signature has broadened and weakened. So not seeing that debris signature all concentrated anymore. Just a few minutes ago, you can see that clear debris signature. Really classic, because this is showing us non-meteorological targets. The correlation coefficient shows basically different shaped targets across the radar, and it's surrounded fully by by meteorological targets. You can see it was on the ground for a little while, and then it starts to spread out, gets diffuse. That's the debris that's been picked up in that storm, just kind of spreading out in the cloud. But the area of rotation has also backed off some. Still in here broadly near Stone and Union, but just a couple minutes ago, much tighter area of rotation. So tornado warning continues there, but radar indicated. Thanks, Farmall. Yeah, no problem. And we should be on for a few severe weather coverages the next couple of days as well. The Northeast gets in on it tomorrow. We'll also be covering any isolated severe weather across the Southeast. And then Friday's kind of TBD.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Still seeing this circulation. It looks better on reflectivity than it does on velocity. But there's still broad circulation in there near Carbon, Indiana. And then rightly so, they've continued the tornado warning across the Illinois and Indiana state line. Now a tornado warned storm here for Terre Haute. That's Vigo and Clay counties in west central Indiana, moving east at 45. And Jim is at Kansas, Missouri. Kansas, Illinois. I'm trying to find that. It's a tiny little spot, but somewhere in here. I think he's on the south side of this. Down here, I think near Martinsville. We saw it earlier on the map, but there's somewhere in here he's trying to get caught up to that area of rotation.
Heavier bands of rain. I'm still behind this storm that is tornado warned.
All right, I'm going to turn this over to Jim while I fix a fire alarm that needs a battery change. I hope it needs a battery change. Otherwise, we're in some problems here. I think it's just a battery change.
That whole county, that area there, get in your safe zone. Make sure you get in your safe zone if you're watching this. Probably rain wrapped. Also, be very cautious of high water. There's a lot of water standing in these fields that I'm seeing. Still 70 degrees here. So I'm just getting into Kansas. The city of Kansas. That bowl diamond is completely flooded. Whoa! Whoa, Bessie! All right. Dude, don't go through that. Don't go through that. He went through that. He made it. He's gutsy. I'm not. Yeah, come right up behind me. Yes, that's right. Come right up behind me. You want to drive through that? You certainly can. Turn around, don't drown. Okay, so.
Attention.
Now, see if I can. Down and around, that water was high. Not sure where this goes. Wow, this goes in the park, and this park has a lot of water in it. So, all right. So,
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
yeah, that was way too high. If you had a truck, you would be all right, I guess. But all right, so let's go back off this way. You rang? Yeah, yeah, I'm still trying to get
New information. This tornado warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new tornadic severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, so there's something else going on right up here. Okay, so I don't know if I'm back up or not. Alright, so I'm going to report this one as well. I don't know how high it is. Well, we're watching you. Are you going to make it? I'm sitting here with lights on. There's a reason I'm sitting here. It is putting it down here. Let me tell you. for whatever reason they didn't want to send it, so that's okay. It is putting it flat out down. Alright, so I'm going to turn around, go back into town. We're going to come up with a different route.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This just flat out putting it down. So definitely flooding in Kansas, Illinois.
Attention.
So I think what I'm going to do, since it's just flat out dumping,
Okay. Fire alarm fixed. And I got dinner while I was up there. So we're good to go. Thanks to everybody for holding with me there. That was a little bit of a interesting situation. I don't know if you guys heard it, but the fire alarm was getting pretty loud. So we had to get that fixed. And it looks like I came just as we lost the Jim stream. So Jim Crocker there with Storm Chaser Noah doing some amazing work today. Give Noah a follow there at Storm Chaser Noah on YouTube. And some of the amazing shots that Jim has got for us today. Again, they get that all the time there with Storm Chaser Noah. So let's go back and take a look at actually a fairly pleasant scene across the Texas Gulf Coast with the sun setting. This is at High Island, Texas, just on the east side of Galveston. Really close to actually the circulation of that tropical system. But yeah, beautiful shot there. There are some people on the beach. That's pretty dangerous, but looks like it's maybe low tide right now. And then this is that tornado warned storm in approaching the 90 corridor. And it's just gone tornado warned again. A new area of rotation. So let's look at that. Yeah. Okay, so that old area of rotation, the one that produced the tornado a little while ago on our stream before I had to get that fire alarm fixed, that circulation has diminished. A new area of rotation has intensified here near Offordville or Footville, and that's approaching areas south sides of Janesville, Wisconsin. So Janesville down to Beloit, tornado warning here, radar indicated for southern Rock County in south central Wisconsin. That is moving to the east at 50 miles an hour, east-southeast. Janesville around 750, so about 4 minutes from now. And Beloit, somewhat roughly the same time. Let me get a little better estimate, though, for you. Yeah, there's that area of circulation at 50. About 14 minutes or so to the 39 corridor. We'll get a new camera reposition for that one. And then here's a look at the Terre Haute Metro. Tornado warning continues there. See, it's gotten quite a bit darker. Ironically, this is, I think, the first camera we ever pulled up this afternoon in Wisconsin, just north of Beloit, looking to the northwest. So that's looking towards that tornadic circulation. And I believe we've used this camera before, and they can move it. So hopefully, as this circulation gets a little closer, this tornado warned section of the storm, hopefully we can get a little better look at it. In general, this storm is diminishing in intensity. We are seeing some other severe warnings, tornado possible tags through the Madison area. A little bit of a QLCS look, although I don't see a ton on that leading edge anymore. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on kind of the forward flank of these storms. But overall, that severe threat is starting to diminish across southern Wisconsin. Some other good news, we've lost the tornado warning, the lead cell, as it's coming into the Indianapolis metro. Still some broad rotation in there around Greencastle, Indiana, and especially south of Greencastle now. Basically between Greencastle and along US 40 and I-70. Tornado possible tag continues there. Some 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Morgan, Hendricks, and Putnam counties in west central Wisconsin. And then we have our tornado warned storm. This is the one that Jim is, I believe, trying to catch up to across the Illinois and Indiana state line in Vigo County. Seeing broad rotation in here. Prairieton, Youngstown, Keller, Riley, south sides of the Terre Haute metro. Here's a look at areas around Youngstown, south of Terre Haute. So we'll see, this is looking, I believe, to the north. But pretty nice shot there. A nice wide angle shot too, which is helpful. And yeah, you can see traffic working through there. Stopped at the red light. But that is generally that area of circulation. We'll see if it intensifies here in just the next couple minutes, because that circulation is going to basically cross that camera position. Oh no, I did not hear about that. Is he okay, Cruz? And then we have severe warnings all the way back here. Some hail in here too. It's being warned for, well, that part was being warned for hail. This part's being warned for the, oh, this is being warned for the hail out ahead of the other storm. Wow. They're warning that really far in advance for just large hail, but there is also a broad circulation in here near Stewartson, Shumway, and areas just north of Effingham. Be ready to take tornado safety precautions here. It is being warned for large hail and a tornado possible, but that storm has a history of producing some tornadoes as it's sunk from the areas south of Taylorsville, and that is moving to the east-southeast. Toledo, Casey, Woodbury, Wheeler, York, basically all the way over to the state line, from Effingham over to the state line with Indiana. And then we are watching more storms kind of firing along the Mississippi River, Pittsfield, Bayless, Milton, and back towards Hannibal. We have one storm right now that is severe in western Missouri. That one has some rotation with it, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Doesn't have a tornado possible tag, but areas around Collins, Wablo, Humansville, Flemington, Missouri, along Highway 13, just south of Osceola, and then kind of a non-severe cluster back into Kansas. Kansas has not had many severe warnings tonight, so some good news there if you're in Kansas. Some of these areas have been hit pretty hard this spring, so this severe watch underperforming is not a bad thing. Yeah, and here's that circulation basically over this camera position. It's gotten really dark, but watching that storm. That storm is generally headed towards areas like Urbana, Pittsfield, Buffalo, Lebanon, Conway, and Evergreen. Keep an eye on that storm, west central Missouri. And then that storm we just talked about, Effingham. Effingham, it is now time to go to your tornado safe space, lowest level into your room. Oh, there is that. That's the area of rotation there, the tornado warned cell just south of Terre Haute. Yeah, that looks pretty impressive. This is the cell that had the damaging tornado over the Charleston area earlier. It was a large cone to wedge tornado at times, but appears like it's done weaker damage across Charleston from what we've seen. And yeah, keep rotating that back around, please. Jasper, Shelby, Cumberland, and Effingham counties in south central Illinois. Tornado warning continues there. Yeah, rotation picking up near Beecher City. Kind of broad right now. This is a little bit of side lobe in here, but seeing broad rotation back just south of Cowden. And that is working to the east-southeast. I have another camera. Let's see. Wow, that is actually a kind of hauntingly beautiful shot there with the sun setting across the Texas Gulf Coast around that tropical storm, Arthur. But this was a great shot here. This is Indiana University of Bloomington, and there was just a big spider lightning all the way across the camera shot here as it is starting to get cloudy and stormy again around the Bloomington area. Yeah, there's your rotation in here just south of Prairieton. Man, I wish they would go back the other way on that Terre Haute camera. Because the other way shows that area of rotation pretty well. There's your area of rotation in there near Prairieton. I think this camera is like right about there. South of Terre Haute. So yeah, that's looking straight towards that if they turn that camera the other way. Terre Haute, continue to stay in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. And then bouncing back into Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Wisconsin again. A severe warning tornado possible tag continues. Tornado possible tag, but I am seeing here a little bit of an outflow boundary. These outflow dominant storms generally don't produce tornadoes. This system is weakening, and there's really not a lot of circulation as it crossed the radar perspective. So I don't think that area is imminently tornadic. There still is an area of rotation south of there. This part of the storm is more inflow here. And that does include this area here between Beloit and Janesville. And that is also starting to weaken, but tornado continues there. Tiffany, Turtle, Avalon, Fairfield, Beloit, and southern parts of Janesville, Wisconsin. Yeah, that Caleb, that Effingham storm is that is probably one of the more prime locations right now. And this area basically along and south of I-70 has not gotten worked over as much as those areas north by that MCS that worked through this morning. So yeah, some of these areas a little bit closer to St. Louis and down towards Carlisle, Oakville, Louisville, Flora, I think has a better chance for the tornadic environment. Yeah, this storm is also on the southern flank of all this cluster of storms. There's nothing really contaminating it. A lot of just clear, uncontaminated inflow as it continues to work towards the southeast. It has east-southeast movement. Wow. You guys missed it, but a ton of lightning across this Bloomington camera. I'm going to pull it here again, unless they turn that camera around at Terre Haute. Oh, they did. They just did. All right, here's your area of rotation. Let me see if there's actually rotation on that. That's the area that we'd be watching. Pretty low base, too. You can see how fast the clouds are moving. That is the forward speed. And that's what I was saying here. This forward speed, 50 to 60 miles an hour. There's also a low-level jet that's at least about 50 to 60 miles an hour. So this area has a whole untapped potential. And yeah, worried about that Effingham storm. Yeah, that is an insane storm. Jim is still down his radar, or not radar, but his feed. Last I checked, he was in Kansas, Illinois. He didn't drive that far today. Okay, so somewhere up in, oh, there it is, Kansas, Illinois, right at Highway 16 and 49. So I'm wondering what Jim will do here after he's back on. He may abandon this storm that's tornado warned in Terre Haute. He may try and go back ahead of this storm that's going to catch up to him from Effingham. They're both probably good plays, so we'll see what he does here. The Jim's feed is back, so he's safe, everyone. He's just, I think, taking a bathroom break and stretching the legs and deciding where he wants to go. Yeah, he is in Kansas, Illinois. And again, with these storms moving 55 to 60 miles an hour, he has a little bit of a choice to make. He can hop on I-70 and try and catch up to the storm across southern parts of Indiana, central parts of Indiana, or he can drop south and try and catch that storm coming across the Effingham area, potentially towards Oblong or Dietrich, and basically just stay south on 49. Both are good options. It depends what he wants to do. Personally, I'd rather chase the terrain in Illinois. This area is a little bit flatter and less trees. This area gets into some hilly terrain near Bloomington and a lot more trees across south central parts of Indiana. But either options are good plays. Okay, we have his audio back. I don't think he's talking though right now. His audio's kind of coming in and out with the connection, but he's kind of in that storm with the, weird audio from Jim. He's in that area there, I think, just near Kansas with the hail core and stuff, so technology has gotten a lot better in the last few years for chasing. It's not perfect. Anytime you're kind of out in the field like that, things happen. But Jim has actually done an incredible job today. Yeah, he's going to go back and I think reset that link. Let's get back to our other tornado warned storm. Come on. Where is this area of rotation? All right, there's your area of rotation right there. Looks like they're kind of looking around for it. Yeah, it's just about into this camera perspective. Ooh, and it has gotten a little bit tighter on this last radar scan. That is an intensifying area of rotation just south of the Terre Haute area, Southwood, Youngstown, Keller, down to Eel River. There's your area of rotation right there. They're looking at it pretty nicely on the DOT camera. Continue to watch this. This is actually generally headed towards that area, especially north and west of Bloomington, Indiana. We'll keep an eye on that. I've had a Indiana University camera queued up for a while now, since this afternoon. And there's been some really crazy lightning on this camera, but not much weather going on yet. Sounds like the audio is back on Jim's setup there.
Back over roughly where I just left. So
yeah, they're looking to the northwest on that camera shot. So that's right exactly where that rotation is. They're looking right in there.
So I'm going to try to get myself back over to one of the interstates.
Okay, yeah, sounds like Jim's dropping down to I-70. Continue to stay in your safe place there around Vigo County. That's Terre Haute.
I'm going to pull over here for a moment.
Looks like he's going to have to make a decision if he wants to go east or west on I-70 to pick two different tornadic storms. This is an interesting storm. Tornado possible tag continues. It's getting into the western suburbs of the Indianapolis metro, so take caution here. If you're especially south and west sides of Indianapolis, And make sure you know where you're going to go if a tornado warning is issued. This storm has had a history of tornado warnings, and it looks a little bit more impressive, a little more organized on radar right now than it did earlier. Northern Morgan, Southern Hendricks, and southeastern Putnam counties, and that is moving east at 40 miles an hour. Tornado possible tag also on that. Crown Center, Monrovia, 5 Points, Bluffs, Fox Hill. These are starting to get into those southern and western suburbs of Indianapolis. So tornado possible tag, we'll keep an eye on that one. And then, let's see. Janesville and Beloit, still tornado warning continues there. That's southern Rock County, southeastern Rock County in Wisconsin, east at 30. That area has slowed down a little bit. Area of circulation is basically at the Janesville airport. Yeah, right in there. About to cross I-90 just north of Beloit. All right, this is actually basically at that area of circulation. It is on I-90 and 39 at Woodman Road, which I believe is either this one or this one. So we are like right at that area of circulation. I don't believe it's on the ground, and it has weakened. But yeah, if that circulation is in here still, it's basically at our camera position. So we'll see how windy this perspective gets in the next couple minutes. Yeah, yeah. Hail core and the precip and all that in there. This is just OBS on the like the setup, like the streaming setup cruise. This is just OBS. Just the base version. Seems to work pretty good on my computer too. Oh, that one is just direct from the DOT. I usually pull them pretty direct, but some states are better than others. Wisconsin has actually a pretty good one. The Indiana cameras don't work half the time. And I believe it's not just us. I've heard other streamers also talk about these Indiana cameras. I think Stormcat also had problems with it on one of his recent streams. Today they're actually working great, but a lot of times these Indiana cameras, like as soon as it starts sprinkling, they just shut down. I was working on building like my own organization system for them. Yeah, this Effingham storm has definitely increased in intensity, and that could be a problem here. We'll see if this is a debris signature here in the next scan. Ooh. That appears to be a debris signature just based on the velocity couplet coming way up in the last couple scans, and it wasn't there 2 scans ago. So this is looks like the start of a debris signature at Shumway. It's just about to come into the west and northwest sides of Effingham. Yeah, I was taking some time to build one. It's a little more time consuming than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, this is a dangerous situation. If you're in Effingham, you need to be in your tornado safe space. That could be a developing tornado, and the next radar scan is going to show if it is or not. Not that much. I can kind of baby code This is a cool camera perspective. Let's see. You can see the line of storms is moving through this camera perspective, so you actually see the sunset on the other side. This is another storm that is a storm to watch. Not as strong a rotation, but this storm, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and some sizable hail in Montgomery County in central Illinois, Fillmore and Bingham. That's going to go north of Vandalia, Illinois. Yeah, so there's now it's a little bit interesting because now there's actually less storms out there right now. There's actually, this is still kind of a little multi-cell mess, but essentially there's 3 pretty distinct supercells.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
And I guess 4 if you count the one also in Indianapolis. So yeah, this is a little bit more of a concern here. They're a little bit more discreet. And then we still have this little cluster of storms out in Kansas and Missouri. This one does have some rotation in it too to watch. Approaching Humansville and Flemington. Looks like Jim's back up in one of those cores of the storm. It's been tricky chasing.
I just dropped you to the floor.
Oh,
A new tornado
he just
warning.
dropped the phone on the floor. We'll get him in a minute. That was a cool look in Wisconsin there. Also a cool look in
A new tornado warning
this
has been
tornado warned
issued.
storm. Yeah, they're going to continue the tornado warning there for Center Point, Vigo County, Clay, Owen counties in west central Indiana. I mean, that works too. Yeah, that works. Yeah, okay, that one's on the ground. I saw the CC starting to come down. Yeah. Jeez. That's not good. Yeah, that's a tornado in progress. Not a deep debris signature, but we didn't see much here on the last radar scan. And then that might be the start of it there. Still seeing it in here. It hasn't grown that much, but it's not a super tree-filled area. This may skirt just north of Effingham, but it's going to be too close to call. Effingham, you need to be in your tornado safe space. And then here is the sunny rain now hitting this camera, and it's starting to shake a little bit too. This is where this tornadic warned area of rotation is. It definitely is weakened though. And I believe Jim is on the move. He is headed down 49, I think, to catch I-70. We'll see if he has a plan on going after this storm that is now observed, or if he's going to go after the Indiana storm that also looks impressive at times. Still seeing that rotation kind of broadly in there. Monrovia, Brooklyn. This is an area that we've covered actually quite a bit of severe weather at this this season. So moving east at 50, 25 miles southwest of the Indianapolis area. And then these storms, I am very cautious. They may get in towards the Bloomington metro. We have to watch out, especially north of Bloomington in northern Monroe County, Spencer, Steinsville, Clay City. You guys are on the edge of that warning polygon as well. This is a nasty storm as it exits the Terre Haute metro. We did get that third storm in Illinois is now also tornado warned. It had broad rotation on it a few minutes ago, and now it has a little bit tighter rotation on it. Also take a look at that spectrum width. Not as impressive there, but that's Butler, Hillsborough, and Fillmore. Tornado warning for Fayette and Montgomery counties in south central Illinois. That's going to head generally to the areas west of Effingham, but Effingham, tornado warning now. You may have another tornado warning storm in your metro area in a fairly short amount of time. This storm is also now severe warned Shell City and El Dorado Springs in southwest Missouri. Watching that supercell out ahead of it, it does have some rotation on it too. So we'll keep an eye on that one near Collins, Wablo, and Flemington. It's crossing 13, and we'll head generally towards Urbana, Lewisburg, and Lebanon, Missouri, Phillipsburg, that kind of area. Yeah, I don't think there's much of a tornadic circulation in that cell right now across the southern parts of Wisconsin. This camera is basically in that circulation, and I haven't seen even that severe wind right there. And it's more of a shear line. There are some pockets of spin in here.
Has been issued.
Yeah, there's one near Avalon. There's another kind of tucked up just south of Beloit. All right, and obviously the Effingham storm has now gone PDS. Let's check the correlation. Oh no, that is picked up. So this was the debris signature. It looks like what we've seen for a couple scans, and as it's coming into Effingham, it's deepened. That was the last scan, and now there is a massive debris signature north sides of Effingham. Tornado safe space. This is going to be US 45 and US 57. This is a extremely heavily traveled interstate here. This is a big interstate junction, I-70, I-57, and US 45. North sides of Effingham, tornado in progress there. That is doing damage. Yeah, that is a deep debris signature. And let's see, our Jim is dropping south still, so he may go after this Effingham storm over here near Casey. Yeah, this is I'm surprised it doesn't have a tornado emergency, but it may not exactly have the velocity scan for it. Let's see, 57, 51 inbound, 60. 75 inbound. It's close to tornado emergency status. They've also warned the storm back south of Effingham. There's a new cell back here too. A couple areas of spin in these storms.
On the ground through Effingham, Illinois, which is back to my west, because I'm traveling south. I guess it's traveling right along Interstate 70. So now I gotta look.
Yeah, so it sounds like Jim might be thinking about dropping back towards that Effingham storm. He's on 49, running south towards 70. That would put him in a decent position to intercept that storm in a few minutes. I'm not in control of Jim. He does what he's doing. So, and obviously the biggest priority for these chasers is not getting us our streaming footage, but being safe themselves. So that's the biggest priority. This is paralleling I-70 at the moment. It's just crossed I-57. It's near the very small rural farming community of Lilyville. Effingham may have gotten really lucky here. This is, I think, just scraped the north sides of Effingham. It's turned a little bit more east. It's kind of parallel 32, turned a little bit more east, and still in here just along I-70. But again, that's dangerous because it is right along a heavily traveled interstate. Yeah, mate, this might be.
Has been issued.
We had a little debris ball on one of the storms earlier. It's hard to really tell that's a debris ball, but yeah, this might be kind of right in there, kind of like that. So it does appear like it was.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, PDS tornado warning continues there. Effingham County. If you're anywhere near Effingham, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Over towards Tudopolis, Rose Hill, Woodbury, Hidalgo, Toledo, and Greenup, Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But good group of guys on our walkie-talkies, oral radio things. And Noah going way beyond the call of duty while he's working.
All right, Jim's talking about his support crew again. Because, yeah, he's driving, flying solo. Looks like it's crossing I-70 now, just to the east of Effingham. But there are communities out here. There's neighborhoods and things. This is still a pretty populated part of the Effingham area. I guess that's the small town of Tudopolis. It's just on the north side of Tudopolis, right at the I-70 interchange. That's a pretty deep debris signature, too. Oh, that's unfortunate, Caleb. It depends. It can be a serious tornado, even if it's not a long track tornado. At least from this damage that we saw that Jim came across of earlier, it looks like the Charleston tornado may have been a broad but somewhat weak tornado, at least when it crossed Charleston.
Has been issued.
So yeah, just because it's a bigger tornado doesn't mean it's a violent one. But this is probably a significant tornado now, and actually now we are seeing a debris signature. Still not Joplin level. Joplin level is extreme.
A new flash flood.
If you see the radar scans of Joplin, it's even way more intense than this. This is a significant tornado though, likely. And we are just getting a new radar scan in, so it's just going to be just to the south and east of there. May have just missed the downtown town of Tuopolis, as well as the town of Effingham, or the bigger city of Effingham. But this has skirted some populated areas on the north side of Effingham and of the metro. But yeah, tornado would be just in there, crossing the I-70. Looks like on the next scan, it's going to be just south of I-70, along and south of I-70. Approaching the tiny community of Montrose, Illinois. And yeah, they're going to continue. They're going to continue the PDS tornado warning. Jasper and Cumberland counties. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Montrose, 8 miles east of Effingham, moving east at 45. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. That's interesting. It's weather spotter confirmed, but we have also seen it here on the correlation coefficient, also confirmed.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, this is actually probably a pretty bad tornado. That beam height is 7,000 feet. So this is picking up radar data 7,000 feet in the air. We're seeing a debris signature, which means the debris actually goes higher into the atmosphere. This is potentially a significant tornado. Not a Joplin level tornado likely, but those are extremely rare. But this is likely a significant tornado in progress there near Montrose. And
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, this one is fully discrete. Sorry, Caleb. I guess that was the caps. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I got Caleb for caps, but I can only use the streamers I have access to with permission. So there may be other streamers that have this on there, or other chasers that have it. So we have access to the NOAA storm chasing feed, but I'm not going to pull another chaser without permission just because I don't want to get a copyright strike. But Walla Walla, let's see, what county is this now? Jasper and Cumberland. Woodbury, Newton, Willow Hill, and Hunt City. And I believe our chaser there, Jim, is right around Casey. So he's about to drop into the PDS tornado warning storm. So he may be able to get, this is actually maybe potentially moving slow enough where he can get down and under it. That's what I would do if I was out there, but we'll see what he wants to do. Intense circulation showing up just across US 40. Yeah, and there is a debris signature on the lag there on this reflectivity, but this is a debris ball in here. They've trimmed it up a little bit. PDS considerable threat. It is now clear of the Effingham area. So Effingham, you guys are clear of that tornado threat for the moment. Tornado warning continues east of Effingham and east of Tuopolis, approaching areas around Island Grove, Gila, Rose Hill, Wheeler, Falmouth, and Evers. Although Effingham, pay attention to this storm back here towards Irving. Yeah, he's at I-70 and 49. Look at this incredible shot out of the line of storms working through southern Wisconsin. You can see the sheets of heavy rain. It is just about to get sunny outside, so it's sunset, and so we have this orange glow. It looks like something from Mars, but that is just an absolutely incredible shot there of that line of severe storms. You can see the curtains of heavy rain moving across the camera perspective. Just a wild shot there out of Wisconsin. Radar indicated. Okay. I want to check our other storm real quick, even though we do have the PDS ongoing. This storm is still one to watch. Ooh, it started to tighten up a little bit near Exchange. We were in this exact area the other night. If that tightens up further, that's probably going to get a tornado warning near Exchange, Indiana, and then that would come across towards Providence, Banta, Hopewell, and then eventually back into the Franklin area. I feel like we've done this one, I think, like 2 or 3 times already this spring. Basically, yeah, this southern suburbs of Indianapolis need to pay very close attention to this cell. That is somehow not tornado possible, but that's close to needing a tornado warning. Still seeing that tornado warning storm in here near Center Point and areas along State Route 46, Atkinsonville, Center Point. The other cell, these are a little bit messy in here. South of the Terre Haute area. Radar indicator rotations, they're kind of broad at the moment. They are making their way towards generally that Bloomington, Indiana metro. And we do have our IU camera. It's shown some incredible lightning at times. And I wouldn't be surprised if it shows more. I believe it's looking to the north. Yeah. Oh, geez. Look at this. This is now starting to look like a classic supercell. Look at the debris ball in here. That's a debris ball. That's your tornado debris signature on correlation coefficient. It's probably got an incredibly deep spectrum width and also shows up in ZDR as well. That is not a good situation here. Continuing there to be a large and destructive tornado just south of Woodbury, or just east now of Effingham, approaching Island Grove and Rose Hill, Gila. Wow. And look at that Wisconsin shot. That is absolutely incredible. As much as we show some damage and destruction and some really powerful stuff here on WeatherCast Live, I do try and show some beauty of weather too. We've seen some amazing rainbows, and this types of sun with the rain out is a really cool perspective.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, it looks like he is south on 49, so he's going to try and intercept this out towards Yale or Willow Hill. This could be, this could still be on the ground at that point too. This definitely has the potential to work its way through that warning polygon. That's a big debris signature near the Effingham area.
I can hear you guys, but it is not letting me. Alright, so what's going on? I'm pushing to hold it, and it is not letting me communicate. I know you're watching the stream. It just turns, there it goes. Yeah, it's like running really, really slow on talking to you guys.
Oh, I was talking to on the side. We have some friends in the Effingham area, so I was just looking at some stuff. The good news is, looking a little closer, is it may have just missed some of the more populated areas. This is Effingham down here, the south side of I-70, and Tuopolis. This north side of Effingham, north side of I-70 is mostly farm fields. There are obviously farm communities out here and like ranches and homesteads, but just Effingham may have gotten very, very lucky if this checks out. Even though that is a very major interchange, some of the more populated areas of Effingham may have gotten really lucky, because yeah, some of these neighborhoods in here, it may have just missed, although it's too close to call, because sometimes we're seeing stuff at 5,000 or 7,000 feet, and it could be here at 7,000 feet, but it could be here at ground level. So it's not a perfect, straight down shot. However, we may have just gotten lucky, and Effingham, the more populated communities in this Effingham area, may have literally just missed by like a mile some of the more destructive tornadic damage. Appears to be cycling. It has, the debris signature has really broadened and also decoupled from the area of rotation. That area of rotation has also come down in intensity. There still could be a tornado on the ground, but it appears like this is diminishing in intensity. And yeah, this is still a dangerous situation. This could still cycle. We haven't seen a lot of like proper cycles today, where a storm produces and then immediately cycles. We've seen some storms that have produced a couple different tornadoes in their life cycle, but not necessarily like a cyclic supercell that's produced over and over again. Which the higher end tornado environment that the Storm Prediction Center and model data showed, you could expect some of that today. So we'll see if this one does do that. Still a couple areas of broad circulation in there near Center Point and east of Center Point, and then south of Center Point near Prairie Creek. A couple broad circulations. Those have weakened and actually are more outflow dominant. You can also see that that outflow in there on those. So yeah, those storms across the areas south of Terre Haute are kind of on the downtrend. Oh, that's painful, Cruz. Is your computer still down, Cruz? Or are you just down because of the dental work? 10% tornado risk. Yeah, I think they've had that for a little while. But we are at the 8 o'clock update. They have done some work on this. Okay, they have now trimmed a lot of risk off. We had questions earlier about Wisconsin. You guys are now in the level 1 risk. Michigan has a minimal severe risk tonight as well. That has downtrended significantly, as well as northern Illinois, and especially northwestern Illinois. Still a slight risk from eastern Kansas all the way over, and this I think has been extended out a little bit towards Akron and areas in northeast Ohio. The enhanced risk has been trimmed to areas around Dayton, back through the I-70 corridor to east of St. Louis, and down to about Vincennes, Indiana, not quite to the Ohio River. Within that, there still is a small, moderate risk, a level 4 out of 5, including eastern and east central Illinois, basically right where these storms are, and then west and west central Indiana. So that is some actually drastic change at the 8 o'clock update. And it looks like Jim's feed maybe going in and out. But he's dropping down to that tornado warning storm. We'll see if it does cycle. If it does cycle, he'll be in a good position for that. Let's see. Yeah, still a double hatched area in that same area. Still pretty strong hatching for wind. Wind threat has come down just a little bit. Looks like they've changed that wind threat. They've also dropped the hail threat slightly as well. So yeah, mostly it looks like, let's see. Mostly it would be for Ohio, a wind and a tornado risk, especially tornado risk, especially there west of Dayton and north sides of Cincinnati, Harrison up to Springboro, the Dayton area, and then up towards Pleasant Hill. But there is a hatched tornado risk all the way into central Ohio through the Columbus area to Marion, Chillicothe. That area could see a tornado or two, but still a chance of a strong tornado. The highest chances of tornadoes in here: Vincennes, Terre Haute, Effingham, Robinson, Sullivan, Columbus, Indiana, Nashville, those types of areas. I could see one probably being extended out that way. It depends on the storm mode, though. Let's get back and look at this. Storms have not really progressed past Indianapolis yet, so there is some conditional chance that you don't get a watch, or if you do, could be a severe thunderstorm watch. I would guess it would either be a severe thunderstorm watch that also has a tornado possible tag, or a tornado watch. I could see them doing either. This storm is still also working across the south portions of Indianapolis, Providence, Hopewell, Franklin. That's a nasty storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Is that over here? Saline City?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, right here. Yeah, looks like it. It's kind of wrapped up in the rain, but yeah, that looks like a debris signature. It also moved weird. It's gone kind of like this. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that looks like a debris signature. 1, 2, 3,
A new tornado warning has been
4.
issued.
That's the current one. Looks like it. Let's check real quick velocity, which should line up. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's a debris signature. Nice catch, Caleb. Yeah, that was just north of Eel River. And that actually rotation has picked up in intensity too. This could produce another one. It doesn't look like it is at the moment on correlation coefficient, but it could easily produce another tornado. And that would be a rain wrap tornado too. That's a dangerous one. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of tucked up in the rain. Bowling Green, Hickory Corner, 6 Points, Beamer, areas there along State Highway 46 towards Spencer. I'd be in my safe space there. And they finally have up that new tornado warning there into parts of southern. We've just been there. This camera we just used the other day. Let's see. Yeah, we were just in this area just the other night looking at a similar situation. Wow, look at the structure showing up on Jim's shot too, even though it's getting dark. Yeah, that is that storm that was PDS over the Effingham area. All right, here is our shot out of the Franklin camera. Circulation picking up near Hopewell or just west of Franklin, Indiana. Tornado safe space, lowest level interior room. That's going to be for Shelby and Johnson County, central Indiana. We've been tracking this storm for quite a while. I thought it probably deserved a tornado warning a little while ago, but tornado warning now in progress. Franklin to Shelbyville, Prescott, and this above me is the Franklin camera. It looks a little dark. It has like a little hat, kind of a little lip or something, so it, I guess, shields it from the wind and rain. But yeah, that is looking to the north from the Franklin interchange. So we'll be able to see if we can find this, and it's basically coming down State Highway 144. This is the camera right here, looking off to the north. So we'll see. It's almost identical to the track that we tracked the, I don't know, last Thursday. The Legends Golf Club, downtown Franklin, all that. This is coming into your city there. It's a little broader than it was, but tornado may be developing right there just on the west side of Franklin. Dangerous storm there. Let's go check our one other storm. These are our storms in Wisconsin. Still, tornado warning continues there in southern Wisconsin. Yeah, there's a couple different little spins along
flash
here.
Flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, the shear rate picks them up too. There's a couple in here. One there, one there. They're kind of interesting looking. Approaching areas around Harvard, Illinois, Hebron, Spring Grove. And that tornado warned area was for southwestern Walworth County. Dangerous storm there. This line may kind of work its way into those northern Chicago suburbs. So we'll keep an eye on Chicago for some severe weather. And then with that line moved through, they're going to likely trim this off. Oh, it ends in 15 minutes anyway. They timed it perfectly. It looks like a destructive tag, considerable threat tag in addition to the tornado warning. He's about into this tornado warning here. He is at 49 near Yale and about to get into that circulation. It should be just off to his, I guess his right if he's headed southbound. Tornado circulation sitting in there near Rose Hill. Let's see if it's back on the ground. I don't see a debris signature anymore with that one. But that's a dangerous storm. Yeah, he's dropping in near Yale, so he may be a good view of this circulation in just the next couple minutes. That's coming towards Kibbe, Hunt City, Brookville, and then areas like Porterville, Robinson, Illinois, and Oil Center. They have dropped that down to radar indicated. It's no longer a PDS. The other tornado warning is back here near Ramsey in Illinois. That looks fairly impressive as well. And a fairly small cell, but that's dropping towards I-70, St. Elmo, Magnolia Corner, Wrights Corner, Post Oak, and then areas, what town is that? Altamont. And that should stay, it's going to be close. Effingham, that just missed that large tornado, may get into the hail core of this next supercell. So keep an eye on that one, especially if you're south and west of Effingham. We'll go to our other severe storms in Missouri right now. That one is more outflow dominant, more of a wind line. Still some broad rotation there back near Stockton. We'll keep an eye on that one. And Kansas is quieted down. Let's see. Jim is on this tornado warned storm, so let's take him full.
All right, guys, we're going to jump out and stretch our legs for a moment. I'm going to get some shots real quick.
I'm right here. I'm just going to let Jim take the show for a minute. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That tornado debris signature was up about 7,000 to 8,000 feet across the Effingham area, so it picked up a decent chunk of debris there, Caleb.
Alright guys, let's jump out here. I just got the radar back on. Alright, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 Okay. So we got a little bit of shots right there. Whoops.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I'm gonna look see if
A new tornado warning has been issued.
okay, the wind's picking up right here. I can't get the radar to move forward on the iPad. So I think we're gonna.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. Attention.
I just
a
ain't
new
got
radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
good enough radar out here. I just ain't got signal for crap.
Gonna mute Jim there for a second. Looks like tornado on the ground just north of Spencer. Yeah, rain wrap tornado on the ground there just north of Spencer. And yeah, just in the last radar scan or two, that has picked up just north of Spencer, approaching Mount Tabor and Steinsville. There's the area of debris signature showing right there. So was that the one that Caleb was just mentioning? Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Interestingly, they warned it radar indicated, but that's definitely a radar confirmed tornado in progress there. Silex, Mount Tabor, Turkey Track, and areas just north of Bloomington. Tornado warning there. Our other circulation is crossing this camera perspective. This one. Looks like it stayed broad. It's crossing the interstate right now. The winds have really intensified there. I don't see a CC drop on that one. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Franklin to Shelbyville. And then, yeah, this one has actually a debris signature. A little bit of a debris ball. Weird, weird velocity couplet, but that is definitely a tornado in progress. It doesn't look that impressive on velocity, but what does it look like on spectrum width? There's another one. This is another good use of spectrum width. It looks better on there, a little more organized than it actually does on velocity. I guess when you zoom into velocity, it looks a little better. Jim just went through the very intense wind of the mesocyclone on the storm that he's on. And yeah, he's in a dangerous area with some poor radar coverage, some poor cell phone coverage. Turkey Track down to Dolan. That is a dangerous storm, producing damage there just south of Godsport and just north of Steinsville. That's, I believe, is that the same storm? No, that's the other storm. It's not the part of the storm that we saw just a minute ago. Actually, a fairly intense area of rotation now. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. It has gone observed now. Monroe, Morgan, and Owen County. Heads up, Meadows, Maxwell, Wayport. Yeah, that's actually an intense circulation there. Wow. Dangerous storm in south central parts of Indianapolis. This storm, Jim just went through, said he had pretty strong winds wrapping around there, but it looks like it's still kind of a broad mezzo at the moment. It's not super organized yet, but continue to stay in your safe place. Yale to Willow Hill, areas around Kibbe, Dogwood, Porterville, Robinson, and then over towards areas along Illinois 33, Palestine, Illinois, basically all the way to the Indianapolis or Indiana border, Hudsonville, York, and Darwin. And then, yeah, this storm I'm worried about. Effingham now back into a tornado warning. This storm is a nasty storm. It definitely has a really well-pronounced hook on it. It's got the hail core back in here. That hail core is going to slide likely across Effingham. And then it's pretty compact. So where you are getting the hail, you could get the tornado too. Right in there. Interested to see what the next correlation coefficient scan on that looks like. Radar indicator right now, but Effingham, you guys are back in a tornado warning. Central Effingham County, that's moving east at 55 miles an hour to the area north and east of Vandalia. Yeah, and dangerously, some of this track is going to go into the overlapping tornado warnings. So areas around Watson, Effingham, to Tudopolis, and then down along Highway 33 towards Willow Hill. Willow Hill would be about 50 minutes. Dietrich, Illinois, a half hour. So about a half hour to that warning polygon.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Our other cell that's producing the damaging tornado has gotten more organized. It is now a PDS tornado warning continues there around Turkey Track and Hindustan, as well as Fleener, Morgan State Forest. It's going to be just south of Maxwell. I'm surprised that they've done the work to make this a PDS tornado warning, but they haven't extended this. I would start to get in my safe place if I was in Cornelius, Fleener, Bean Blossom, even Unionville, and areas like Fruitdale. I don't know if we're going to see much on this. This is the north side of that storm, looking southbound. We'll see what we can see. This is near Maxwell. But this is a dangerous storm. Yep, that one is going to be... Ooh. 101 inbound, gate to gate at like 150. Only about a 2,000 foot beam height, though. So this is a fairly low level look at that circulation. Waiting on a new correlation coefficient. This cell continues to get re-up there in eastern Illinois. And then still seeing this cell back here near Effingham. It could produce... It's actually weakened just a little bit.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
We can check that, Sarah. Let's take a look. It was warm when I looked earlier, but let's see. Where's our St. Louis observations?
The wind kicked up and things were flying. It was pretty awesome, actually.
Comes a new radar scan in right now.
I tell you, it's a different ballgame when you're doing it by yourself, that's for sure.
It's kind of held its own. It topped off in St. Louis about 91. It's still down at like 86, but the dew point may have come up a little bit. Yeah, it's gotten more humid, it looks like, so you might have more of a heat index.
Has been issued.
Yeah, those dew points have come up across the St. Louis area, so that checks out. All right, we should have a new radar scan for this cell. And they have increased the new tornado, PDS tornado warning, Monroe, Morgan, Brown, Johnson, and Bartholomew counties in central Indiana. That is max shear rate. And there's that. Oh, geez. Yeah, that is a deep debris signature. We got a dump of a couple of them, but this has been on the ground for a little while too, near Ramona. And it's picked up and kind of wobbled along there. This has been on the ground roughly about 12 miles. So it's basically a long track tornado as well. We've seen a couple long track tornadoes. One of them in our small risk. Oh, geez. Yeah, that is a deep debris ball. That is our deepest debris ball that we've seen in quite a while. Part of it is that we're close to the radar site, but that's not a good look right there. That is a deep debris signature. I don't know if we're going to see much from this camera. We're kind of in the core of this storm. The winds have really picked up, though.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I wouldn't go south of Martinsville right now. Some of these cars are headed basically towards that tornadic warned storm. It's about to cross I-69 just near Turkey Track and the Morgan-Monroe Forest. Yeah, this is a deep debris signature.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The last radar scan I got 65. And yeah, 65. It has a deep debris signature on it.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, and our spectrum width product is maxed out. This could be the strongest tornado of the day. 92 on the inbound and 40 on the outbound. And yeah, it looks like a DBZ of 68 DBZ. Jeez. This means it's a really dense debris ball too. This is picking up a lot of debris. Morgan State Forest. What did they put this out at? They put it out at 45. Spearsville, Cornelius, Peoga, Edinburgh, and Nineveh. Everybody in there needs to take tornado safety precautions now. If you live in a mobile home or a trailer or out camping tonight, you got to go to a safe place here that's not one of those. Let's see. Stretch this out. It's moving quick. Yeah, Cornelius about 10 minutes, Spearsville 18, Nineveh 25, and then the end of the warning polygon, Edinburgh 35. And if it holds together, Columbus and the exits around Columbus on 65 would be about 35 minutes. That's a dangerous storm. Still looks like it's in here too.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, that checks out. That's one of the more impressive debris signatures I think we've seen probably ever on a stream. That one is crazy.
A new flash flood
this
has
other
been issued.
cell that was tornado warned near Shelby has weakened. That's a good thing there. Want to check our other storms in Illinois right now. Still seeing broad rotation approaching Hudsonville and Palestine, Illinois, about to cross the Wabash River into New Lebanon, Indiana.
Has been issued.
And then this area of circulation is back here towards Altamont and St. Elmo. At the current track, this circulation may go south of the Effingham area, but continue to take tornado safety precautions there in Effingham.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Watson in southern Effingham County. And then Dietrich, Watson, Effingham, tornado safe place. Check our other storms.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
St. Louis might actually get missed by these storms. Some of the model data had that too. And then a couple severe storms. Buffalo. That storm is more of a wind threat right now. Just wind along US 65. A lot of lightning. And then also seeing mostly a wind issue. A little bit of rotation there near El Dorado Springs. Yeah, weak rotation. Keep an eye on those cells. They are kind of fading across parts of southern Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have issued a new tornado warning for those storms about to go into Indiana. We just got 1Z, but I want to take a look at the 0Z. Those cells that are fading across parts of Missouri, the model actually has more storms there. So this part of the country is a little interesting. We'll see if any more storms develop, though, too. Some of the models have more storms developing across southeast Kansas. And then, yeah, the models have a lot of storms still stretching across the Ohio River Valley into about 2 or 3 in the morning. And then here's this. We've had a couple people ask about the Arthur. Arthur pulls ashore, actually not that much of an issue, but then tomorrow, with a little bit of daytime heating and the former tropical storm remnants around, there's going to be a ton of flash flooding, heavy rain, tropical downpours, potentially some embedded tropical tornadoes across southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi,
has been issued.
Southern and even central parts of Alabama, and then maybe even getting into western parts of Georgia. Wouldn't be surprised if the tornado parameters pick up a little bit on that. This model particularly wants to put another MCS across the Red River Valley too on, I guess it'd be overnight Thursday into Friday. A little ways away, so we have time to refine that forecast, but that would be, that's like an inland hurricane there if that verifies, but busy day. Busy, active weather. Yeah, we got that new tornado warning. That was for areas around Sullivan, Cass, Sanborn. That is going to be Sullivan, Knox, and Greene counties in southwest Indiana. And then here's our tornado debris signature still in there in the Morgan Forest. This is just eating through trees and anything in its path. It's already crossed 69, basically headed for Fruitdale, Spearsville, Sweetwater Lake, and then eventually over towards 65 around Edinburgh. Looks pretty dark right now, but Jim Crocker is still chasing those tornado-warned storms in east central Illinois.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
We'll load a camera up. This is out of the Edinburgh area along I-65. So this is right in our PDS tornado warning. Wow. Yeah, 68 dBz. That's a dense debris signature. Looks like we're getting a new radar scan. That's going to be
A
still
new
in
flash
here.
flood warning has been issued.
Jumped ahead a little bit, but there it is in here. It's moving maybe faster than... It's potentially moving a little faster. It has weakened a little bit. Yeah, they've dropped the PDS because it has weakened. Confirmed tornado. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. Confirmed 7 miles southeast of Martinsville. 14 miles northeast of Bloomington, moving east at 40. Yeah, it has. They downgraded it. Looks like based on the velocities could come down in just the last couple minutes. So it still is likely on the ground in here, just near Fleener or west of Fruitdale. But yeah, they have dropped it to an observed tornado versus a PDS tornado, which I guess makes sense since the velocities have come down. Earlier, they were at like 150 gate to gate or something.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Still seeing that rotation in here, crossing I-70 at Altamont, south of Effingham. They have technically trimmed Effingham, downtown Effingham, out of the warning polygon, so it's mostly a south side of town issue. Some of those areas that had the previous tornado that kind of crossed the path like that are now out of the warning polygon, so that is a positive direction. But still, Watson over towards Hartville, Elliottstown, Winter Rod, and Dietrich. Tornado warning continues there for Effingham County, Illinois. And then there's tons of flash flood warnings also. I want to point that out as well. Springfield, Decatur, Monticello, Champaign-Urbana, Westerville, back through areas that are still getting storms. Some of those are fairly strong. Oakland to Mattoon and Charleston. More flash flood warnings across the Terre Haute Metro. So tons of flash flood warnings. Please turn around, don't drown. Especially you can see above me there with Jim Stream, it's getting dark. Still a lot of lightning and rain around. It's just a dangerous situation. There's the lightning around the Indianapolis or Indiana University camera in Bloomington. Still seeing a debris signature in here too. This looks like it's still on the ground. Just west of Fruitdale. Hold on, Jim has maybe a debris ball north of Robinson.
That's clear.
Maybe.
All right, so there's a debris ball.
Could be clear air.
Literally.
There is rotation just north of Robinson, but I think he's driving and he's driving to the radar at the same time. I think that is clear air. But we'll double check that. He's going to go look at it here in just a minute. Yep, there's that tornado watch. The Storm Prediction Center alluded to a tornado watch there for a while. It's a weird watch. A few tornadoes likely, isolated hail up to ping pong ball size possible, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour likely, and that goes until 5 a.m. 5 a.m. So it's an overnight severe risk. That includes western Ohio and southern Ohio, all the way out to Portsmouth and Chillicothe, Dayton, Richmond, along the I-70 corridor, Hamilton, the entire Cincinnati metro, northern Kentucky, areas just north of Lexington, all the way over to Ironton. And then across the Ohio River Valley, Louisville, southern Indiana, and areas like Evansville, Jasper, Mount Carmel. It also includes areas in southeast parts of Illinois. That is areas like Carmi and Fairfield, not quite to I-57 to Mount Vernon, Wayne City, and McLeansboro. So yeah, it is a very weird looking tornado watch. Very kind of concentrated along the along the Ohio River, also along the I-64 corridor, and then Cincinnati, Dayton, not quite into Columbus. So that's an interesting one. Those storms right now are kind of weakening across parts of Missouri, so we're fairly concentrated. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for those areas on Westville, Charleston, Paris, Illinois. Not seeing as much in the way of a tornado in progress. There's debris likely falling around Cornelius. There seems to be a new circulation starting to develop to the north of that, around Morgantown. So keep an eye on this. This original circulation looks like it's gusted out. But there is a remnant circulation or some type of refocused circulation right in there near Morgantown.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've also issued a new tornado warning for the Bloomington area. Yeah, there's some broad circulation in there. I think it might have been a little tighter just a minute or two ago. But broad circulation coming into Bloomington, Westbrook Downs, Lancaster Park, Marlin Hills. There's our Bloomington camera. Yeah, that's definitely broader circulation, but still. Radar indicated rotation there, Monroe, Brown, Bartholomew, and Jackson County, south central Indiana. Yeah, Storm Prediction Center across the Ohio Valley says the severe risk will continue spreading eastward tonight, and that's why they put that downstream watch in effect. So that makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised. Some of those, I mean, we talked about earlier, it looks like it may have missed some of the neighborhoods and stuff, but there are people that live out there on the north and east sides of the Effingham area, including farmsteads and things. Morgantown there. Nineveh, Edinburgh. And then they're going to continue that tornado warning there for Sullivan, Cass, Carlisle, Sandborg, and Linton. Check our other cell. This is just sliding past the Effingham area now. Seeing circulation in there. No distinct CC drop. That's around the Watson area, moving to the east-southeast. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to trim some of the more of this watch area. They've trimmed a lot across central Illinois. I would expect that they'll trim a bunch of this like north of the I-70 corridor in a little while. A lot of lightning picking up with that storm. This is all debris around the Fruitdale and Cornelius area from the storm from the previous tornado. There's tons of debris fallout in here. Definitely wouldn't be shocked if we're getting leaves and twigs and stuff falling around the Fruitdale area. Let's see. Let's pull this Indiana camera. This is right near our camera perspective. Okay. That storm looks like it's past the Bloomington area, so that's a good sign. We'll repost some videos on socials. Yeah, the wind is still ripping in a lot of places. I know Sarah just mentioned the wind. Still a warm southerly wind, and that's what's going to fuel this overnight severe threat across the Ohio Valley. Is there's still a potent low-level jet across this whole area. So yeah, I picked up all that. So yeah. The tornado was caught by broadcast media, it looks like, on the Effingham cameras. Wow, there's been quite a few tornadoes today. And it looks like some of them have been intense, pretty strong tornadoes too. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know if we've had any violent tornadoes, but we've definitely had at least some intense ones. And maybe one of them is. The storm is weakening a little bit. Yeah, let me check the winds. What are your winds in this area? $15. Gusting to 22. Yeah. So not sustained, but gusty in here. Some of these areas, like Vincennes, is gusting to 32. So yeah, there's definitely some gusty winds in this area. It's a cool look. I think that's the tornado warning storm pulling away from this camera perspective, but this storm definitely a nasty storm. South of Sullivan near Carlisle. And I want to see if that other storm recycled. Not yet. Seeing a broad circulation in there near Nineveh and Edinburgh. This storm, though, that has worked through the Bloomington area that we're looking at on the backside on that camera has also started to tighten up. Just near Belmont and State Highway 46. There's your air rotation in there. Yeah, that could take down some tree limbs and stuff. 45 miles an hour. That can do a little bit of damage too. Especially if it's sustained for a little while. This storm is definitely tightening up in I think that's Brown County. Yeah, southern Brown County, southeastern Monroe, and southwestern Bartholomew, northwestern Jackson. That's east of Bloomington now. That's basically off to the right of that camera perspective, but that's still a lot of lightning on this camera. Yeah, just this kind of cell cluster alone has about 700 lightning strikes in it. That's a dangerous storm cluster. And we still have also these storms back here near Marshall and Elbridge, Paris, about to come back into the Terre Haute metro. You guys might miss some storms across the St. Louis area. Storms are fading fast across parts of southwest Missouri. Sounds like Jim is on Highway 1, closing in on this storm near Marshall. So it does have some broad rotation on this tail end, and also has a batch of hail on it. About to cross I-70 there at Marshall, Illinois, and then roll into the areas south and west of Terre Haute. So keep an eye on that storm. It does have, again, some broad rotation, tornado possible tag. Right now, mostly 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if that hail core comes up a little bit. And then there's still two areas here in central Indiana, south central Indiana, that are capable of producing tornadoes. This one is between Nineveh and Edinburgh, closing in on Highway 65. The other area you can see there is south of Nashville. And that's going to be west of Columbus. There's your kind of two areas of circulation in there. Let's see, we might have a traffic camera there at Edinburgh. Oh boy, we're not going to be able to see much. That is the Edinburgh camera. So if there's a tornado circulation in here, it's going to be rain wrapped. Dangerous situation there. Yeah, it's going to be rain wrapped up in the core of that storm.
Like our channel, definitely subscribe and ring that bell, and you'd be the 3,100
tornado warning
subscribers. Help us get there.
Can anyone explain why Ryan Hall has access to an owl cam on his stream?
All right, new tornado warning in Lake County. Oh, okay, it's that cluster of storms that was previously tornado warned in southern Wisconsin. Originally, it was a supercell that produced a long track tornado, probably the longest track that we've seen today, over 20 miles across eastern Iowa. And now we have a new tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning for Lake County. It's right on the lake near Geneva and Gray's Lake, Bush's Corner, and North Chicago.
Yeah, so
this actually might be close to producing a tornado right here. That is a distinct
closer to
velocity couplet right there. It's not crazy strong, but it is a heightened velocity couplet, and it's approaching Libertyville, Lake Bluff, North Chicago, and areas around Fort Sheridan. Tornado warning there. Be in your safe place. Tornado safety precautions. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a debris signature in there. No, doesn't correlate. But yeah, right in here it's crossing US 45 just north of Libertyville, approaching areas around Lake Bluff. That storm will finally get out of our hair as it gets over the open water of Lake Michigan. That is a dangerous storm there in Lake County, south of Waukegan, north of Mundelein. And then I do want to take a look here at our other storm. This is the storm near Marshall. Still showing some circulation, picking up actually a little bit in intensity as well. This does have a tornado possible tag. And I think we'll turn it over to Jim here. It's a little dark, but he is closing in on that tornado warned cell. Or not tornado, tornado possible severe thunderstorm.
Definitely a lot of lightning with this storm. But if my radar is right, which I believe it probably is, looks like the heavy part of it will be to my east, since I'm traveling one.
CJ is actually up in Marshall. The person who got our area.
Really?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, I'm still south of there. I'm not sure how many miles, but I'm still south of there.
Yeah, it's tracking it now. This storm is just north of Marshall right now, or it's going through Marshall. So hopefully you only catch like the tail end of that. Won't be too bad.
Yeah, I've been trucking along between 50 and 55. I don't know if that was mud or part of an animal that didn't make it across the road.
There's a decent sized hill on it too, but again, that's on the north side of Marshall, so you should be good.
Mother Nature's definitely putting on a lightning show. Turn my wipers back on. So far, I've not seen any damage or anything. The electricity's still on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Storm east of Bloomington, Indiana is firing up so bad right now. Like the velocity couple, it looks terrifying.
Whoa! Jesus! about that. Like, wow.
Hey Tim, if you're alright with it, I set up
Whoa.
a live stream. Just for your drive home, so you're just after the lightning. If you're alright with it, it's already set up. When this one ends, it'll automatically redirect everybody to the thing.
That's clear. Been getting a really nice lightning show out of this the closer I get to Marshall.
Yeah, that's why I was also wanting to keep it going with the lightning shows. Definitely very impressive. So you don't need to do anything. You just keep your video feed going and it will be worked on my end.
Sounds good. All right, so Noah has got it all set up. When we hit our 12-hour mark,
There's school in Charleston also. I had the roof ripped off on the day.
I literally went by it. So you will be redirected to the new stream,
Yeah, I still can't believe you punished by yourself.
and
It's nighttime.
and you won't have to do anything. Well, what can I say? I just punched right through it.
Okay. Had to go change another smoke detector. So that's interesting. Looks like we're closing in on that Marshall area with Clark County, Illinois there, and Chaser Jim. And yeah, he's chasing that tornado possible storm as it kind of makes its way towards the I-70 corridor. Hey, TSB, welcome back. Strong storms still ongoing. And looks like their feed may be done for the day. Let's see. Get our cameras back. There's our Lake Charles, Louisiana camera. Taking a look at that tropical system. But we still have strong storms across portions of south central Indiana. The good news is one of those has gone below tornadic limits. This one that has gone through the Edinburgh area. Still some broad circulation on it near Clifford. We'll keep an eye on it as it works towards the east. This other circulation, radar indicated rotation still. Seeing broad circulation in there. That's a dangerous storm still. Coming towards the areas around Waynesville, Becks Grove, Waymansville, Little Acre, down through Rockford. Oh, nice. I didn't realize you made that one. Yeah, he had a good little thumbnail. It looked catchy. And it looked fairly accurate too, which is always good. Wow, there are some serious pictures of some other chasers have some crazy tornado pictures on social media right now. Particularly the Effingham storm, it was actually quite exposed. Well, just as we talked about it, that area near Clifford is tight enough again where it's now getting a tornado warning. So they have added that back into northeastern Bartholomew County, moving east at 35. So still a couple tornado warning storms. This one is a little bit stronger near Becks Grove, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
So
Okay, Jim's actually back.
I can't smell.
Like they had to reset the stream. So he's in Marshall, where there was a report of a tornado a little bit ago. He's looking for damage around the Marshall area. Don't see one, But he is in that area, Marshall. There is a tornado possible tag, generally circulation around the Marshall area. Oh, he's got damage.
It looks like downtown. Yeah, so it looks like
pretty much cleared out, so not even one severe thunderstorm warning today in our area.
so it looked like it just went literally right down through the center of town. Let me get you plugged back in.
So Jim had damage there with some roof awnings and things downtown, like the center of Marshall. So that may have been from that tornado-warned storm earlier that came out of the Charleston area. And we saw rotation on it near Prairieton or Youngstown. So they may have produced a tornado between those places in the Marshall, Illinois area. Right now we do have 4 tornado-warned storms. 1 in Lake County in Illinois, and then 3 across south central parts of Indiana. Yeah, there's a bunch of crazy views of that. We'll and we reposted some there. Socials. I think that's it. Take a look at the X and you can see some of the chaser videos of that and pictures. There it is. There's the link to X. Give us a like and subscribe on Facebook as well. Don't post as many chaser pictures there. That's more for like the weather briefs and the links to the live streams, but and forecast discussions and stuff. Let me look and see what we have here too. Wow. Yeah, there are that particular tornado across the Effingham area. Looks like it was pretty well exposed from a decent distance away. And it looks like our Jim is back into some really heavy rain around the Marshall area. So that may be headed towards that circulation on the south side of town. Looked like it was on the southwest side of town. Let's check this circulation at Lake County. It has weakened some. I just want to see if it ever got a CC drop on it. I don't really see one, so hopefully that is that's in a very populated area, but it is weakening as it gets along the lake shore. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there if you're in eastern Lake County. Another nasty little cell near Mequon in Wisconsin. We'll keep an eye on that one for a couple minutes, but it'll also get off over the lake shore. And then, yeah, keeping an eye on a couple of these 3 tornadic producing supercells, one near Linton and Bloomfield.
All right, so it's a little out of focus. I gotta
And then this one is, I think, the most imminently tornadic supercell in here near Olive, approaching Jonesville and Little Acres. You know what? We were down there too a few nights ago on one of those cameras. I think there is a couple cameras down there. Here is that tornado warned cell. It's about to cross near Jonesville. This is the Jonesville camera, thanks to Indiana Traffic Wise. And it may have just glitched out because we are in some pretty heavy thunderstorm in this area. But yeah, we're going to see here. This is getting a little more suspicious looking. Watching for a debris signature in kind of this area of the storm right there. This may have been on the ground too. wrapped up pretty tightly in there, just to the west of Rosstown. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Ooh, latest scan. Latest scan has tightened up even further. No correlation coefficient drop yet on that cell, but that one headed towards Jonesville is a dangerous supercell. Capable of producing a tornado there at really any minute. If it isn't already, it's could spin up a tornado pretty quickly. Looks like that other warning was the other cell's last gasp. It is pretty much gone. It had one last attempt at getting some tightened localized rotation near St. Louis Crossing, and that is quickly broadened out. A little bit of rotation still in there near Norristown, but that's going to keep working off to the north and east. Diminishing supercell there. And then still some strong storms, but not severe, back across western Indiana right now. Radar indicator rotation continues there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's Bartholomew County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, still seeing some circulation there that has weakened over into the Newtown area. St. Mary and Willow Hill still in that warning. Tornado possible on that severe thunderstorm warning. That is 4 areas there in Jasper County in Illinois, eastern Illinois. A little bit of broad rotation still on that cell.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
No, I think that's just clear air. It just looks like it, but it's just a batch of clear air.
Has been issued.
There's a dying thunderstorm kind of right in here, and you can see that on the correlation coefficient as meteorological targets, and then this whole thing is just clear air in there. Any of the debris, but it did for a while. Where is that?
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
This is debris from that tornado that had the 70 dBz. That is still some remnant of that cell there. So that all kind of sprayed off towards Fruitdale and the Nineveh area. But yeah, that was a little batch of that.
Has been issued.
I guess it's kind of near Martinsville, if that's what you mean. But the stuff over Martinsville right now, that's just clear air. It's a tricky forecast. I see why they put this severe warning or the watch, the tornado watch, but there's a ton of rain and embedded thunderstorms over Cincinnati, so it's going to be a tough struggle for some of these storms, I think, to get that far, that severe. Right now, these storms are on track south of there. If they start to pull a little more towards the left, they could head up towards Cincinnati, but this strongest cell that came through Bloomington is headed more like, generally right now, more towards like southern Indiana, Warsaw, Vevey, and then over towards like Crittenton, Kentucky. Although I don't even know if it's going to be that strong by the time it gets there. This cell is potentially one to keep your eye on, but it is also weakening. And really that what's left of that circulation is basically out of the warning polygon. It's headed generally east towards Greensburg, but there's a lot of stabilized air from all this rain up into western Ohio. So yeah, I'm a little skeptical personally of severe weather, but just like I was for most of the day across the northern part of that watch earlier, and we haven't gotten any severe weather up here. They finally trimmed that watch, but yeah, so I don't know. We'll see the next couple hours if we start to get some of this convection to push eastward. We'll kind of get a test and see how severe it stays. But Cincinnati, if you definitely want to have a weather radio overnight and phone alerts turned on. Although I think the higher end severe risk is obviously to the west. I don't see anything over Greensburg. I don't see much in there. Oh yeah, that is some. Yeah, that is a little bit north of Greensburg. I was looking right at Greensburg. This is some debris in here. Probably dust and leaves and maybe even some twigs and stuff right in here. Yeah, that batch right there. You can see this come back across the screen. Yeah, that's a good find. Comes back from this area here, south of Martinsville. Watch if I play it back. Yeah, comes out right there. There's the tornado debris earlier. This is all getting spilled off up into the upper parts of the cloud. Yeah, that's tornado debris. Not like heavy debris, but there's dust and leaves and stuff up there. Yeah. Yeah, that was an intense tornado. Oops. Keep doing that for the draw tool. It's a little different than my other draw tool on my old software, so I'm not quite used to it yet. This is also fun for correlation coefficient. You can see bats in the hill country of Texas on the correlation coefficient. So that's always a fun thing. In the spring and summer, across especially central Texas, you can always see the bat colonies, and you can see those the bat colonies explode, especially this area around Brackettville and Uvalde, and areas there in the Texas hill country. Yeah, these are all bats, and they spread out and go feed overnight, and yeah, they all start out as non-meteorological targets on the correlation coefficient. You want to check down here since we haven't had many new tornado warnings in a minute. Yeah, I'm guessing so. Just dust and some light leaves and debris, but Be curious to see if anything is falling across there, because at some point that's all got to come down. So it looks like the circulation of Arthur has now come ashore, and looks like they've also dropped the tropical storm warnings across the Texas Gulf Coast and Louisiana Gulf Coast. Still a big flood issue, as well as embedded tornadoes, tropical tornadoes, even overnight tonight, but especially tomorrow. I think that's going to be a little bit of an increase in severe activity. And that tornado warning has been dropped for Lake County. So severe weather calming down across the northern Midwest. Seeing a batch of storms, strong but not severe, around Findlay, Ohio, Lima, approaching Marion and Bucyrus. This big batch of rain and storms still across the Cincinnati metro. Basically kind of remnants of former storms that were severe earlier, but I think that's going to hold some of that severe activity back a little bit. And then we do have a kind of a new line or cluster of storms that's developed back across the I-70 corridor, likely I think along and just ahead of the cold front. So we do have to watch for some severe weather back in here. One of those storms is across parts of the Terre Haute metro. Yeah, there is rotation. This is that storm that's come out of the Marshall area. And that's the one that Jim is kind of watching. He's in that area near Terre Haute. He's on I-70 just north of this area of rotation. So he's keeping an eye on this storm, working towards the east. He's watching all the lightning with it. And yeah, that area is still rotating there near Prairieton on the southern sides of the Terre Haute metro. But yeah, that is a dangerous storm approaching areas like Riley and Center Point. Hey, Christine. Yeah, another tornado warning, right? You guys had a busy, busy evening. I think that's like the third or fourth one we've covered so far this year for your area. That one didn't look like it wrapped up as tightly as the other ones, but speaking of wrapping up, this one is a little bit more broad than it was earlier. Back in the Brown County State Forest, near Story and Waymansville. Still seeing broad rotation in here near Jonesville and Azalea, but definitely not as tight as it was earlier. That storm, it continues to sink towards the south and east. They are a little bit TSB. Yeah, they are starting to get a little bit, we're seeing a little bit more of a transition from the individual supercells to some of these multi-cell clusters. But we're also seeing some upscale growth back along the I-70 corridor. Yeah, there's another cluster of storms. It doesn't seem as tornadic. It's more of a wind issue. But these could have some line-embedded tornadoes, especially as it gets down towards the Ohio River Valley later tonight. But yeah, this is still a potent storm near Prairieton, Indiana, just south of Terre Haute. And then this storm is weakening near Jonesville, but that is another strong storm to watch. Two still pretty potent supercells. The one near Robinson seems to be diminishing, as well as the one near Linton. It depends. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you're down there in south central Indiana. There's been a couple stronger tornadoes across central Indiana so far tonight, so I would make sure you have a way to get a weather warning tonight. They do have this tornado watch that covers southern Indiana and northern Kentucky along the Ohio River. That goes until 5 a.m. So yeah, it is a late night threat. It appears like, though, the model wants to hint at more more linear storm mode. So it does appear like as once you get on the back side of those storms, at least according to the model data, It might be more like a one and done once you get on the backside of those. So we'll see in the next like hour or so if we get more of a transition to linear mode. We may start to kind of already see that across that area of I-70 in Illinois. This model's doing a decent job at showing. Yeah, this model's doing actually a pretty good job at showing some transition to line segments, but also still a couple supercells. Its location isn't exactly right, but yeah, we'll see if we get more of a transition to linear mode. Yeah, that makes sense. And then yeah, we'll watch and also see if we get more precip across the south. As well, I'm curious also if we get storms kind of on the outflow boundary across southern Missouri in the next couple hours. I don't see much lightning, as much lightning on that Bloomington camera. Some of these storms along the I-70 corridor may have some pockets of some small hail around the Toledo, Illinois area, and then also towards Brownstown, Altamont, just west of Effingham. But wind profiles in those, not seeing a lot of spin in those right now, so that would be a good sign. I am still seeing a fair amount of spin in this cell near Youngstown. That is just south of Terre Haute. If that continues, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning. It does have a decently tight area of circulation. And spectrum width, kind of consistent. But yeah, there is spin in that cell. It's kind of a mix right now. It's really going to depend on what you get, because right now there is a mix of some of these multi-cell clusters as well as supercells. If you get really any of these severe warn cells, then that experience is going to be a little bit different for severe weather, but some of these cells are not severe. And actually right now we have more storms that are not severe than the severe warn storms. We've lost our watches across Missouri and Kansas. So Missouri, looks like you guys are good to go tonight, all the way up the I-44 corridor. Kansas City had a quick hit of some strong storms, but those are done. And then most of western and northern Illinois also good to go. The Chicago Metro, Peoria, Bloomington, down through Springfield, and then basically west of 57. Northern Indiana, Fort Wayne over towards Logansport, and northwest Indiana, good to go. Michigan, there were some question marks if Michigan was going to get some severe weather today. You guys have had an extremely quiet weather day for severe weather. And then Wisconsin looks also good to go now. So, yeah, things are calming down in a lot of places. Pretty soon we'll have kind of a concentrated area of severe weather. And I'm a little skeptical we even get a lot in the Ohio side. I think our best chance of severe weather is still probably this area in here. Louisville, Salem, Vincennes, over towards Fairfield, Illinois, Evansville, Tell City. Right kind of in the Ohio Valley. Re-up on that warning there around Riley, Center Point. Still watching that area of circulation. This tornado warning expires in about a minute, so I agree with that. There's broad rotation there, but it's broad, weak rotation. Couple severe warnings with those storms in southeast or south central parts of Indiana around Greensburg. But that tornadic part of the storm has really weakened. Surprised I have the tornado warning still in that area around Clifford. It's mostly this storm right here. Let's check some of these cameras, make sure everything's behaving itself. While we're waiting on those Indiana DOT cameras to load, this is a rainy look at the IU Bloomington campus. There's not a lot of people on the campus anymore. It is summertime, but yeah, kind of a rainy, foggy look to that scene. And still some lightning. This camera has had generally some really good lightning shots all evening. Looking at about 79 for the temperature, 70 degree on the dew point. Overcast at 3,700 feet. Winds gusting to 30 miles an hour across the Bloomington area. So that is a pretty nasty night with thunder. They have dropped that tornado warning, it looks like, for areas there around the Jonesville area. They've also dropped the entire severe weather warning across those areas, Jonesville, Elizabethtown. So that cell is below severe limits, kind of marginally below severe limits. It's still a strong supercell, but it is kind of fading a little bit. Actually, while we're looking at surface observations, I do want to look at Cincinnati. Yeah, Cincinnati 73 over 66. Still watching that storm too. Center Point, Clay City has a little bit of rotation in it. I-69, which is the interstate there, the Bloomington. I-69 north of Bloomington is closed due to storm damage and debris on the roadway from that tornado that earlier crossed the road. So yeah, that's not great. Where is that? Oh yeah. Here's a look here at that area north of Wayport and south of Martinsville. It's that tornado that had the very strong debris signature, and yeah, looks like the highway is still closed. Probably, I'm guessing, a lot of tree debris. I'm guessing there's probably large trees, just from the types of terrain that this tornado tracked through. I'm guessing there's some very large trees that are blocking the roadway. So yeah, I-69 from Bloomington north, or north of Bloomington, and then south of Martinsville is closed. And here's a look at that area just south of Martinsville, looking southbound. There's not many people traveling right now anyway, but if you do have plans going that direction, it might be not a fun trip. Yeah, I have not heard of those. Let me see here. That tornado was in a little bit more remote area, but let me see if we have any damage reports from those. Actually, we can look here too. Local storm reports, get all those. Okay, we have a ton of reports. Let me filter some of these. Filter out the hail, the wind, and most of the other stuff. Interesting today, actually, before I go to the damage, we did underperform a little bit on hail. Yeah, we've had some baseball size hail, so I guess we have performed. Only like one supercell, maybe a couple, produced some larger hail. So we, in general, actually underperformed on hail, but the specific areas did perform, I guess. Tornadoes, though, let's see. Yeah, we've had a bunch there. Some of that is the same report. The Charleston area. Look at... Oh, that's not good. Damage to vehicles on I-69 too. So it may not just be tree damage. It actually might be vehicles. That's like worst case scenario if vehicles were blown off the highway on a tornado crossing through some very remote wooded areas. But there are structures and people out there, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's structural damage too. It's night, so damage sometimes is relayed a little slower. Shingle damage in downtown Gosport, 15-inch diameter tree down. Yeah, a lot of tree damage in that particular area. And even northwest of Bloomington. So yeah, I haven't seen any official damage reports out of that area. Yeah, we may get more into the evening here. Still want to take a look at this storm a little bit closer. There is some broad circulation, but it's fairly weak in here near Keller. So we'll continue to watch that. Approaching Hickory Island, Eel River, Saline City, and then Hickory Corner. Basically along and north of State Route 159. It is pulling away from the Terre Haute Metro. We do have other storms that are lined up along I-70. And one actually got a new warning just now. Tornado possible tag around Edgewood and Watson and Bible Grove. That is Clay and Effingham counties in central Illinois. Take a look at that area. A little far from the radar site, but there is kind of broad rotation in there. Yeah, kind of around the Edgewood area. That storm also has a little bit of hail in it. And we just got a new tornado watch. Should be loading in here. Well, we're about to. It'll load in just a minute. But hot off the presses, the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma is issuing a tornado watch for parts of southern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. A couple of tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to an inch possible, and isolated wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour possible. This is over 3 million people, and that tornado watch goes until 6 a.m. This is associated with the landfall of Tropical Storm Arthur. So a new tornado watch there. That includes Lafayette, Baton Rouge, Franklin, Homa, Burris, and then New Orleans, Mandeville, and Bogalusa in Louisiana. It includes the Mississippi Gulf Coast, Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula, and does not quite go north towards Hattiesburg or goes east towards Mobile. But tornado watch there till 6 a.m. Central Time. That is 7 Eastern. This is all in the Central Time Zone, though. The Eastern Time Zone's like on the very edge of your screen by Tallahassee, I think. Yeah, this area is in the Eastern Time Zone. So yeah, new tornado watch there. Let's take a look and see if we have anything interesting in here. Tropical tornadoes are sometimes a little bit harder to spot, similar to QLCS. Spectrum width can be really useful to find those low-level circulations in there. Anything crazy in that batch of storms. And yeah, the interesting thing is there's not even a lot of lightning in here. This whole cluster of storms has about 70 lightning strikes. Most of that down here near Folsom and Ponchatoula. So yeah, we'll see. But it's this cluster, this batch of storms on the eastern side and the northeast quadrant of the circulation of the tropical storm that has the potential there to produce some tropical tornadoes that lifts up basically across that side. Is that CC blob still in there, Caleb? We can take a look. Yeah. It's still in there, though. There is a CC blob. It is fading, but yeah, still over areas like Ross, Riley, New Miami, Hamilton. That is amazing. It's traveled that far. But yeah, still in there. Oxford, Miami, University there. It is fading, though. Most of these storms are actually fading, too. So they're in some poor environment for storms, for at least severe storms. This one still has some circulation in it near Vernon. We've lost our tornado warnings. That one has expired. That one just expired now. I don't know why they even held that on long. There's broad circulation in this area near Hayden. That severe storm has come down in intensity. They have extended the severe warning tornado possible tag into west central parts of Indiana around the Eel River area, Hickory Corner, Patricksburg, Hancock Corner, and areas north and west of Bloomington. Unfortunately, this is going to go over some of the same areas that had the violent tornado, potentially violent tornado earlier near Turkey Track. I'll keep an eye on it because it's also in a favorable environment. So yeah, that's a storm to watch. And then they have reissued the severe thunderstorm warning for this area. That's for Decatur and Jennings counties. Not a tornado possible tag, though. The tornado earlier that we tracked across that central Indiana area around the Martins, south of Martinsville, looks like it picked up debris to about 25,000 feet, and actually between about 25 to 30,000 feet. And so that's why there is the debris in there that's still in the storm system into western Ohio. Again, it's probably not heavy debris. It's mostly maybe some leaves and mostly actually dust and debris. But based on research, lofting debris that high generally is a violent tornado. So it's going to be strong plus. We'll see though. Since it was in a very rural populated area, it may not have a lot of damage indicators to get rated a violent tornado, but if it destroyed enough tree debris, it actually could get some of that. There's a storm down here near Guthrie to keep your eye on. It's a not severe warned. But yeah, there's a little bit of spin in that one near Popcorn, Indiana. Yeah, that one near Spencer. A little bit of spin also on that cell near Bible Grove. It does have a tornado possible tag on it. There it is. There's the new watch. I think I pretty much outlined it correctly, but just zooming in on it. Covers basically coastal Louisiana all the way up across the Florida parishes and then into coastal Mississippi. It does include Loosedale, Poplarville, Wiggins, Gulfport, Pascagoula, all those areas. They are somewhat. There are severe storms out here, but it does look like we're starting to get that transition more to a linear mode. We're seeing this kind of complex of storms. There is an embedded supercell in this complex, though, so I think this may be kind of the storm mode that we have. The rest of the evening is these kind of complexes with line segments and embedded supercells. These cells continue to weaken as they basically push into the more rain-cooled environment over southeast Indiana. This cell is one to watch, so is this one. And then there's just kind of a general rainy cluster of messy cells from basically Indianapolis across the I-70 corridor. Yeah, this cell has a little bit of rotation. It now does have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is just south of Bloomington, so let's take a look at that. There it is. There's our Bloomington camera. I believe this is looking away from that cell, though. Chair adjustment there. Yeah, this is looking away from that cell, but it's actually looking towards the cell that's coming along that same track there. Gosport, Steinsville, and Ellettsville. So we may get more lightning out of that cell. Yeah, they are still in a sheared environment, so there is still shear that these cells can tap, and quite a bit of low-level moisture and instability still. Let's see. I'll pull the latest model because that helps with some timing corrections. Getting placement okay. Always checking the placement first. Probably like 1 to 2 a.m., depending on how fast these storms move. If they keep moving at the current pace, it might be closer to 1 a.m. This model might be a tad bit behind. The model gets those storms through Louisville around 2 to 3 o'clock. But I think the model is a little bit behind. Yeah, the model's a little bit behind on the timing, so that kind of checks out. Yeah, the model says, yeah, 1 to 2 a.m. It should clear the Ohio River. But you're up a little bit closer to Indianapolis than the Ohio River, so yeah, maybe like midnight to 1 kind of time frame. See that spin still in the system here. This is now a post-tropical cyclone. Arthur's time as a tropical storm did not last long, but the big story for Arthur is not being a tropical storm. It's not the high winds. It came nowhere close to hurricane strength. The big story for Arthur was and continues to be the flash flood issue, the heavy rains. And yeah, that's going to continue in the next couple days. From southern Louisiana across most of Mississippi, most of Alabama, and then into Georgia. Some of these areas need the rain, though, so that is a benefit. But some of this area is going to get some severe weather, it looks like, tomorrow as well. And then some of this moisture tomorrow kind of gets pulled up along that remaining front, too, that sweeps through with the severe weather tonight. So parts of the Ohio Valley, especially the Tennessee Valley, could get some storms. Likely not that severe, but just a lot of heavy tropical downpours. There could be some flash flooding in here as well. And then even back across eastern Kansas, southern Missouri, the Ozarks, could be some flash flooding in there as well. Yeah, that's That's going to be a mess tomorrow. Hi, RA 5 or 456. Austin, is there an Austin, Indiana? Not quite yet. You guys are in that, let's see, technically you're in that tornado watch until 5 a.m. in the Eastern time zone, but we were just discussing that a little bit. Depending on how long it takes this cluster of storms to get through your area, it may clear out before 5 a.m. But at least probably through about 1 to 2 a.m., southern Indiana still has a severe threat. It does seem like the hail threats come down. It's more of a isolated damaging wind risk as well as tornado risk. And we just got a new warning there. Jasper and Richland counties, southeastern Illinois, as well as Clay and Effingham counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, tornado possible. That is that area north of Flora. Let's go take a look at this storm. It's had a rotation for a little while. Yeah, still kind of broadly rotating in there. Just north of Rifle and Louisville, Illinois. Also has some hail in it. Yeah, quarters to $half size hail. You have storms that are going up along the I-70 corridor. It looks like kind of scattered storms across the St. Louis area. We've lost those severe warnings across western parts of Missouri. This was a little supercell earlier. Look at that little hook on it. That continues to wind down across parts of southwest Missouri, around Fairgrove. And yeah, another cell in this cluster has also gone severe warning around Darwin, Hudsonville, and York. We'll keep an eye on that cell. This cell seems to be diminishing in intensity across the areas around Gosport. Just kind of general messy storms, Indianapolis, all the way out I-70 through Dayton. And then kind of rain and storms across this area in Cincinnati. We are getting some more actual storms right into the eastern part of Indiana. Areas around Cedar Grove, Blooming Grove, right on the Hamilton County line there, near Whitcomb and Raymond, Riley, approaching areas towards Fairfield. This was a supercell earlier. Let's see if it's still rotating. Not much. It does have some rotation still. Kind of broad mid-level rotation. Same for this cell. Has a little bit of spin still in it near Versailles and Osgood. That's going to continue sinking down towards Rising Sun, Pleasant, and Warsaw, potentially down towards Crittenden, south of the Cincinnati metro. And if you're new here, don't forget to like and subscribe. We have these severe weather live streams, especially pretty frequently in the summertime and springtime. I need to do more, but we do have, especially for larger events, forecast videos, and then also morning and usually mid-morning forecast discussions, especially on at least the higher end days and days with a lot of active weather. And we'll post those also on social media, X and Twitter as well. Pretty much lost those storms over Kansas. I remember storms going up, and then I don't think we got any severe warnings out of southeast Kansas tonight. A couple like right along the Missouri border, but most of that watch across Kansas was actually pretty tame. Looks like some semis were flipped over with that tornado that tracked to areas around Mattoon and Charleston. Sheet metal wrapped around the highway guardrails. Some shredded tree debris. And yeah, a couple of semis flipped over. It does appear like right now that that Mattoon Charleston tornado was mostly a broad storm. There's still trees standing and there's still trees with leaves on them, so it's not like the trees are like ripped from their root balls or anything. So looks like the Charleston and Mattoon area may have gotten lucky because it was a large tornado, rain wrapped, but it maybe didn't do a ton of extreme damage. The National Hurricane Center has an update. Their 10 p.m. Central update. Potentially life-threatening flash and urban flooding is likely through Friday across southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, southwestern Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle. Scattered minor river flooding is also expected, with a potential for isolated moderate to major river flooding. Ongoing heavy rainfall could prolong the flood threat through the weekend. Wind gust, a tropical storm force, could occur along portions of the Louisiana coastline tonight. Although since they dropped those tropical storm warnings, I assume they expect that to be fairly limited. There was tropical storm warnings previously to Morgan City, but yeah, those have been allowed to expire. We are starting to see the that push of the moisture from Arthur now starting to come ashore across southeast and southern Louisiana, Homa, New Iberia, and eventually that'll push up through New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and then the North Shore. So yeah, wind gust tropical storm force along portions of the Louisiana coastline. Coastal flooding along the coasts of Texas and Louisiana gradually will subside tonight and Thursday. That's the latest from post-tropical storm Arthur. And that's, I guess, what's left of the forecast cone with Arthur. Yeah, so Arthur, I assume, is, I guess, right here. After it was earlier kind of over the Galveston area. So it's worked its way inland a little bit. It looks like they're going to not even cone it anymore. It was I think it was forecast to track up like this. So basically just a remnant low circulation. And then it is still pulling a ton of Gulf moisture into southeast Louisiana. Some of that flow around Arthur today with the tropical storm in there, some of that counterclockwise flow actually did funnel some extra moisture up into parts of the Ohio Valley, the mid-Mississippi Valley, and our zone of severe weather. So that is a slight factor. That's why we had such strong warm air advection and humidity pulled up. This is Gulf moisture pulling all the way up around that low pressure. So yeah, Arthur was a little bit of a factor even in severe weather today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
2 new tornado warnings. All right. just as I think it was quieting down. It's this circulation again. That's in here near Versailles. So this is a new tornado warning for areas in Ohio, Ripley, Dearborn, and
A new
Switzerland
tornado warning
counties.
has been issued.
Oh, geez. All right, more tornado warnings. 2 tornado warnings now. Tornado warning now for areas in the Hoosier National Forest, Chapel Hill, Maumee, Spraytown, Norman, Acme, back to those areas that are south and east of the Bloomington area. It's going to be that Monroe, Brown, Bartholomew, Lawrence, and Jackson counties, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So after a little bit of a quiet period, we're back. And at about 55 miles an hour. Jonesville and Seymour about 25 minutes from now, basically to the I-65 corridor. Freetown, 12 minutes. The other circulation is working to the south-southeast. That is at 35 miles an hour near Versailles. Here's Jim recapping
I've
stuff.
done this solo, and there's so much that goes on behind the scenes. One person trying to take care of the radar, all that stuff, navigation, and driving. It is a lot. And then do that in an area that you're not familiar with. And then throw in some bad weather on top of it. Of course,
I don't want to talk over Jim too much. He's talking and kind of recapping his day. But this tornado warning, keep an eye on this on the southwest sides of the Cincinnati metro, Hebron, Kentucky, Burlington, Union, even towards Florence. That would be about an hour away. Otherwise, in between that, Sparta and Dillsboro, about 23 minutes or so. Aurora and Greendale would be about 38 minutes to the Ohio River, and it may cross into Kentucky.
You can't see where you're going. You don't know the road. I'm not going to pay attention to the radar because I need to pay attention to the road. But luckily, they were right there with our walkie-talkies and worked most of the time. But so some of the highlights we've seen, we have had rotation go right over us. Supposedly a tornado was a half mile from me. That's not been too long ago. Supposedly, that's what they said. Again, I wasn't messing with the radar. Went through Champaign, Illinois.
The other tornado warning that was just issued is Huron, Richland, Seneca, and Crocker counties, north central Ohio. That's moving east 45.
Nothing too bad. Just,
it's a little messy of a signature, but there is, I think, some rotation in there.
The handrail, guardrail thing for your grocery carts was mangled up pretty good.
It was a little bit
that was in Champaign.
Better looking just a few minutes ago, but there is some rotation in there.
Marshall.
That's going to continue working east, New Washington, Plymouth, and North Fairfield.
The center of town.
CC Blum over Bloomington.
So that's on the
we can look at that.
Previous stream because we're on a new one now.
So look at this radar anyway.
Lightning all over the place. Sketchy.
I believe that's clear air, but let me double check.
Got hit with a lot of wind in a hurry, and it was knocking me around a little bit. A few things was flying in the air. So, but yeah, somehow we avoided the big hell. I did get into some hell. And Kansas, Illinois, yes, that's the town. Kansas, Illinois, flooding. I had to work my way around that. I was on State Route 16 and seen it. It was clear across the road. I don't know how deep it is. And
no, it looks like that's clear air.
I kicked my lights on.
Yeah, just clear air.
Another storm chaser. I don't know.
You can also tell it's clear air because it's not quite as dense.
Me and then tunneled through that. And the whole time
Yeah, it
was
matches
pouring
the.
down rain on top
There's
of
not
it.
a lot of density to the velocity
I
scan either.
Hope he made
No,
it.
just
I
clear
think
air.
he did. He had a little taller.
Oh, an
SUV
hour ago?
than what
Yeah,
I
let's
had.
take.
I'm in a Kia Sorento. But turn around, don't drown. I go back in. I had to dodge some of the flooding that was in downtown Kansas. It's not a real big town. Stopped at the gas station, and the clerk, I went in, very nice guy. He said, you definitely do not want to go out in the country on back roads. He said, this floods. And I told him where all it was flooded. So I went up, went back.
It does look like
towards
that might be
Champaign,
some.
Turned on State Route 49, went back to the south, and the original plan was I was going to get on 70,
Yes, that was.
come home and call it a day.
This is an hour ago.
There was a huge tornado on the ground.
That
came
is
out of
some lofted
Effingham,
debris
and of
from
course,
the Effingham
you know
tornado
what
back in
happened
here.
after that. Yeah. So there's some really awesome shots.
Yeah, that
of
one was.
that.
I don't know if that one was
Another storm
violent,
chasing
but it was
around.
probably at least a strong
The
to
one guy's
significant
from
tornado.
Active Weather. He was just down from
The other one
I can't think of his name
may have
now,
been
but it
actually a
was in
violent
that.
tornado. And let's see, this debris would
But
have
yeah,
cracked.
that's where
Oops, wrong one.
I was sitting in the wind.
Cracking tool.
Really.
That's roughly about
picked up.
95 miles up in there.
And then
Yeah,
I
he goes on a
started
trip.
on down the road, and that's when things was kind of flying around and was whipping me around. I may or may not lost satellite service with the Starlink. I believe I did. I know I did around Kansas.
All right, let's check these new
Illinois.
tornado warnings. Just kind of, we'll take them
Overall,
top
it's
to
been a lot
bottom
of fun
again.
today. We did get up to 31.
This one is in the Hoosier State Forest. It actually has a fairly. Ooh.
Getting us up to that. Don't know how many likes the video has gotten. I believe Noah said over 200 likes. Maybe 4,000 views on the stream. I am not real sure. I've not checked any of that.
See, that may be a tornado in progress. I'm waiting on another CC update. It doesn't quite align with that, but could be.
It's raining.
Right at the edge, right in here.
You know, when it rains, you can't hardly see these lines in the road. So I'm
Hey,
just
you
kinda
guys
staying
too.
behind this semi, which
Jim was awesome.
I typically don't do.
Congratulations. I've been also promoting you,
Just because
Noah,
it's easier
too.
for
So
me
hopefully
to
people keep
focus on him
heading over and liking you
drive
guys.
instead of being out in front of him.
I know I've said it a couple times.
And
The
not being
stuff
able
that
to
Jim
see
caught
these
today, you guys
lines
catch on a
because
daily
it's wet.
basis. So
You would think they
if
would
people
come
like the
up
clips that
with
we've shown, hopefully you check out
something
Noah's
would be
Noah's channel.
fluorescent or something that when it got wet, it would be really bright for you to see. You would think, I'm just throwing that out there, just to see. But what I can, I'll glance and see. If
Yeah,
there's
this is
any
a dangerous storm.
comments.
It's wrapped up pretty tight
If you're
here.
just coming into the room,
Houston,
say
Spraytown,
hi, I'll say
Bodtown,
hi back to you. Welcome, come on
Rockford,
in.
Seymour.
We won't bite, I promise. Hit the subscribe button, the like button, and definitely ring that notification bell. It's all free. Just 3 clicks, it means a lot to us for you guys to subscribe and ring the bell and like the video.
Cruz, you said you were modding over on Noah's page. Did you lock it down more than the stream bot does on our side sometimes?
Not counting Mother
Still seeing that
Nature.
broad rotation there near Versailles
on
as well.
Pretty decent
Eastern
light
Indiana.
show. There was some that got caught on video that Mother Nature was, well, really ticked off at something. I mean, gee, wow. And it was bright. At one point, I had lightning striking the ground and things all the way around me. Luckily, I didn't get hit. Of course, I'm on rubber tires.
Oh, okay.
But,
I haven't
yeah,
thought about
it
that.
was,
I don't know. I kind of like. Oh,
it was,
I don't even have it pulled up there.
interesting.
I don't mind the overlays
And I
though.
don't
That
know
way
if you
people
know
can
this or
see.
not, but we now
I don't know.
have
Let me
a
think about it.
360
I don't know if it's easier just to pull
up
it.
on the roof that will rotate 360 degrees.
Plus, the other thing,
We gotta
Noah,
get a
is
couple
because
cables to
if
make
I just pull
work.
it from your stream,
switcher,
you get credit for the
camera,
the
control box
minutes
is
and
right
hours
here.
watched too. So like I've
Between
watched your
me and
entire
Noah will be setting,
I don't know,
easy
12-hour
to
streams.
move it, rotate
That
it
should help
around.
your algorithm numbers too.
So pretty excited
Versus
about
like
that.
the
We gotta
direct
get a
media
cable out
source.
Fort Wayne,
Yeah, let me think about
to
it.
make this work. So by the next chase,
Maybe having both and
that
one as a
should be
backup is a good
up
idea
and
too.
going. That would have made some awesome video if that was up and running.
Oh, okay.
That's
Cruz.
going to almost be a two-person job.
Sounds good.
I've got more than enough on the plate doing this by myself with
Oh, yeah.
everything.
Yeah, that
Less
makes
stuff worried
sense.
about
All right, let me
camera
think about
on
it.
top. So that'll be a two-person thing.
So a new tornado warning, a little mini cell here near Oxford,
Looks like I'm
Ohio
in a
now.
little
Going to be
dry
into
area
western
right
Ohio, Preble, Butler, Warren, and Montgomery counties.
semi throwing some
Moving east at 50 miles an
splash
hour.
shot, but that's all right.
Looks like we are starting to get a little bit of western Ohio kind of open up with a little bit of favorable zone for tornadoes. Also southeast parts of Indiana here.
Get a little closer to Indianapolis.
Oh, I should try that cruise. I had Atmospheric X going and I had it perfectly set up. It was amazing and I had it just customized for everything I liked. And then they updated it to, I don't know, 8.0 and I haven't figured it out since. So, and everything that I had customized for 7 point something didn't work. So yeah, it's been a little bit of a mess since then.
Yeah,
Little mini
it's been a fun
supercell here
day,
over Oxford, Ohio.
Allegedly.
That is
There
interesting.
was communication wires, like telephone wires.
Taking
that type of
actually,
thing,
shear rate
Champaign,
has actually
Illinois, and
increased
the pole
quite a
was
bit
down.
just in the last little bit.
That allegedly some of us drove over to get to the other side.
Yeah,
And then when
that's a new little mini supercell.
I think that's where I was at.
Coming up towards Camden, Gratis, Elkton, Middletown, and Farmersville. Let's make it into the southwest sides of Dayton around Kettering, Centerville, and potentially even towards Dayton.
Telephone poles.
Kind of lifting up.
The real heavy ones.
And it's not lifting as far north. It's more for like Kettering and Centerville.
Across the field into some trees. I don't know how many trees was across the road.
This cell.
Going through there, and then you get around a tree and there'd be water across the road. So
Yeah, this cell is wrapped up pretty tight too near Houston.
chasing like that, some guys just fly by.
Yeah, Jim's talking about it. He did an amazing job today. Chasing solo is a tough task, and then he had some rain wrap tornadoes and some HP supercells and I guess a road network he wasn't crazy familiar with. So yeah, Jim did a solid job today. Our other cell looks like got an extension of a severe warning here across northern parts of Ohio. It's going to be for Huron, Medina, Ashland, and Lorain counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. New Washington, that's where that area of circulation is located.
Been running GPS, Waze.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird... It's a weird signature. It has kind of backed down a little bit, but continue to take tornado safety precautions. Willard, New Washington, Plymouth, down to areas just north of Shelby. Couple tornado warnings now in Ohio, 2 in Indiana,
Yeah, so that's why I've been kind of taking my time.
and I keep peeking down to the Gulf Coast just to make sure we don't have anything crazy going on down there. Where are... See if we have a camera located in that location. Some good news is it looks like that highway opened up. 69 south of Martinsville. It looks like that area did open up. The highway was closed, it looks like, for trees down and also damage to vehicles. So that's a little bit better shape there. Let's pull this camera.
So again, I'm on Interstate 70. Eastbound.
This is at Jonesville in that tornado warning.
I'll stay on 70
The second tornado warning, I think, for the Jonesville area.
north.
And rotation is in there near Houston.
And that'll take me
Not seeing a debris signature,
right
but
up towards home.
Houston, Spraytown, Bobtown, Rockford, Little Acre,
Be
Jonesville,
making a stop
and New Farmington. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. That's southern Bartholomew, northern Jackson County.
He allegedly wants some. Yeah. So I had him earlier and didn't get busted, which was shocking. I think Noah knew I jumped off the road and got him.
Elron and Dillsboro, still seeing that broad rotation in there. This is going to be a rain wrap mess if there is a tornado in there, like quite a few of these have been today. And then let's take a look at our Oxford storm.
I
think I just saw pretty decent lightning on our Indiana camera. Yeah, rotation there near Dartown.
I'm running about 60 right in that ballpark.
This is like the definition of a low top cell. It's about 35,000 feet. Some of the cells we were dealing with earlier, and a couple of them still along the Wabash River, are pushing over 50,000 feet. Our other tornado warning, about 48, and the Versailles kind of cluster, about 42. But yeah, this one only has... And I wanted to check it from a couple different radars just to make sure we weren't too close to the Wilmington radar. Yeah, this one only has about 35,000 feet on it, so low top cell, but still a nasty area, and it does have a low level circulation in there. Oxford up to West Elkton, Jacksonburg, Middletown.
I guess I'm gonna go around me. Class C motorhome. Ideal size to travel in.
There are some storm chaser footage of that we just posted there with on X there of a, I think it's Tudopolis there, just
New
east of
information.
Effingham.
This tornado
It's like
warning has been
looks like there
upgraded.
has been residential structure damage. Yeah, it looks like also Brandon Kopic earlier was also on another area of residential structure damage. So some of these tornadoes have unfortunately done some damage. I haven't heard any injuries or any reports like that yet, but oh boy, that's gone observed just near the Houston area. Tornado there, radar confirmed damaging tornado 9 miles northwest of Brownstown, 13 miles west of Seymour, east at 45. There's your new circulation in there. Yeah, this is definitely picked up in the last couple minutes. Started to intensify there just near Houston and just south of there. It's picked up in intensity. Okay, meanwhile, they've trimmed the Dillsboro storm. Still seeing broad rotation around the Dillsboro area, Chesterville. But this is going to be the main show here for the moment. We're going to follow this damaging tornado. And you can see it pop up just south of Houston. Sometimes you see the rotation pick up first, and we didn't really see a correlation coefficient, but we saw rotation picking up. That may have been the start of correlation coefficient drop, but you wouldn't know that until the next radar scan, and there it is right here. And then the new scan came in, and it's continued to move basically between Houston and Freetown. State Highway 58 towards Spraytown, Acme Surprise along State Highway 258. And then this is the community of Seymour. Seymour, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Yeah, 45. Okay, just wanted to double check. Storm motion has slowed down since these storms have transitioned into a little bit more multicellular mode. Jonesville about 18 minutes. Yeah, that's going to be the I-65 corridor, about 18 minutes. Seymour, Jonesville, Hayden 29. Vernon, about 37.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, tornado on the ground. Acme, about 5 minutes. Spraytown, same thing, about 5 minutes. Hey, Texas baseball, how's it going today? Layton? Awesome. Hey, welcome. Welcome, welcome.
That was along Interstate 69. I guess part of 69.
Yeah, this is continuing to lift up towards Spraytown. So Spraytown, tornado safety precautions, lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. Storm shelter or basement, best option. That's right at the State Route 58 and State Route 258 interchange or junction right there where they come together, just near Freetown. Yeah, that is that's a dangerous storm. Continuing with a tornado debris signature in there. Little Acre, Jonesville, Reddington.
I think that is.
Our other tornado warning has been extended into the Kentucky suburbs of Cincinnati. So a little bit more feisty weather coming towards some of those suburban areas there. Dillsboro in southeast Indiana. So going to continue tracking across the Ohio River at Rising Sun, and then basically into Boone County, Kentucky, towards Union, Independence, Lawrence, Kentucky. That's a major area of suburban development, shopping, restaurants, hotels. It's near the Cincinnati airport, the international airport. So that area is around the Hebron, Kentucky area. That's the airport there. Yeah, dangerous situation here as this storm continues to track towards a more populated area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And yeah, that's going to be a dangerous storm down here. Dearborn, Switzerland counties in southeast Indiana, Kenton, and Boone and Gallatin counties in northern Kentucky. Yeah, that's generally head towards Florence. What's the timing on this? About 40 miles an hour. Let's get the track on this setup here. There's your rotation track, and back it down to about 40 miles an hour. Puts it into Rising Sun in 15 minutes, Burlington 24, Union 28, Florence 32, and then Fort Mitchell, Kentucky would be about 38. Actually gets back into Ohio potentially in about 60 minutes when it crosses the Ohio River again. We're getting the extension of the observed tornado that's near Spraytown. You can see the correlation coefficient still in there. And that is going to get continued out towards areas around, just got deeper too. Hayden, Vernon, areas around North Vernon, and Queensville, Indiana. Tornado safety precautions there. Decatur, Bartholomew, Jackson, Jennings County, South Central Indiana, east at 45. That is not a good situation there. Bobtown, Little Acres, and Reddington are in the path of that. This is a live camera. The one good thing is it's about midnight in the Eastern time zone. There's not as much traffic out there right now, but this is I-65. There are trucks and stuff still on the highway. So the dangerous situation, this is at Little Acre. Yeah, this is at Little Acre. They're around Spraytown and Acme. Continuing to generally head towards Little Acre, Reddington, Seymour, Indiana. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. This is a tornado debris signature picking up on radar. I do want to check a couple of these other storms in here since we do have a couple other tornado warnings in progress. Looks like that rotation has backed off a little bit around West Elkins. This is lifted away from
A
the
new tornado
Oxford,
warning has been
Miami
issued.
area. And then we are getting a new tornado warning. Looks like up here. So they're going to continue the tornado warning. Ashland and Willard, New Washington, Plymouth, and New London. This is still a weird tornado warning. It's a low top cell as well. So we just might not be seeing it really great. Yeah, radar indicated rotation moving east at 45. That one doesn't have to have as much on the CC. There's actually a couple different rotations in there. Delphi, Plymouth, New Washington, and yeah, that's an interesting little cluster of cells in there. Tornado warning continues for those counties. That's Richland, Ashland, Crawford, and Huron. North Central Ohio. Kind of a different little... Oh, that's with that original piece of energy. That is interesting. So we had a little shortwave trough. That's what's kind of kicked off most of the severe weather here this afternoon and evening. But the lead little shortwave or little trough was the one that kicked off the MCS that came through earlier. That has actually made its way all the way into northern Ohio, and that's what's the little extra spin in the atmosphere right in that localized area. No tornado warnings yet across parts of southern Louisiana, but watching these areas. We're also getting a considerable threat flash flood warning. Rain gauges have detected over 2 inches of rain, additional rain still falling, so flash flooding is ongoing across southeast Indiana. Yeah, more rain on the way. Good news here, this rotation has started to back off a little bit. Still seeing a pretty tight signature for it, but it's not as strong as it was just a few minutes ago. It still does have, unfortunately, a pretty strong debris signature. And it looks like it came through the Springtown area. So yeah, that's a dangerous cell. Approaching Bobtown, Little Acre, and those areas around Reddington and Jonesville. Looking at the traffic there. Traffic is actually picked up on that area. That's a dangerous situation there. That's at Jonesville and State Route 11. Or Little Acre area, right there. Oh boy. That could be center line for that. We'll definitely keep an eye on this this location. This is looking south, so the tornado would be coming from the right side of this camera. Yeah, the highway there. The taillights are southbound. And you can see rain is picking up as well. We have a couple different tornado warnings. Looks like 5 tornado warnings, but focusing in especially on that one with the confirmed tornado in progress. Otherwise, we're losing a few of those cells across parts of, yeah, some of those severe warning cells across Indiana and eastern Illinois are kind of on the downtrend. Seeing some broad rotation in here around Hartford, but that cell has backed off in intensity just a little bit as well. Let's check our other storm. This is near West Elkton, Ohio. Still a little mini circulation in there just near West Elkton. That's going to continue lifting off just on the north side of Middletown towards Miamisburg and Farmersville and Gratis in western Ohio. Tornado warning continues there. Another 10 minutes. Southeastern Preble, northeastern Butler, northwestern Warren, and southwestern Montgomery counties. We'll keep an eye again as that lifts off towards the Dayton Metro. An update here from Jim Crocker with Storm Chaser Noah. He is in the thick of it there. He is in a pretty strong cell just on the west side of the Indianapolis metro. Not severe warned, but it just shows you the tropical type moisture that we've had pumped up into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. And yeah, that's a pretty strong cell. That's near the airport on the west side of the Indianapolis metro. Clayton, Plainfield, and Monrovia, Mooresville. This is a little interesting signature. Not really a tornadic circulation yet. It is kind of like gusting out right now. We'll see if we can tighten that area of rotation. If it does, may try and kind of surge that little RFD, funnel in new inflow. See if we can tighten anything. If it would continue on towards Milford at Clarksburg. That's an area to watch. Wow. Yeah, it is coming down there with Jim. I think he's been in the rain, I don't know. It's been about a 12-hour stream. I think he's been in the rain for about 11 and a half hours of it. Yeah, Jim's been driving in the rain for quite a while. Especially with the HP cells we had. Yeah, still a couple weird little circulations in there. There seems to be winding down. The storm doesn't look as intense as it did even a little bit ago. Yeah, we're losing the lightning. So some good signs there across northern Ohio. All right, some good news is that rotation continues to back off a little bit. Yeah, still up on the ground. It still is observed, confirmed tornado damaging, radar confirmed tornado, east at 45. It's about to go downhill pretty quickly here on this camera perspective. Let's see. Boy, this is right at our camera. Wow. Okay. This is right at our camera. Let me see if we can pull this here. This might have to go live or go full. Actually, I'll just swap me out for a little bit. But there you can see the winds. This is the north-facing camera at Little Acre at Route 11. So we're looking to the north-northwest. You can see winds, the rain currents blowing across the highway from left to right. We'll see if we can get into this circulation here. It may have dissipated just west of this location. We'll see. But yeah, it doesn't look quite as strong on the velocity or on spectrum width, and the debris is more diffuse. But we'll take a look at this here in just the next minute and see if we have even if it's not on the ground, we may be able to catch a wind change. Yeah, definitely not as tight of circulation as it was just a few minutes ago.
New information, this tornado warning
Oh boy.
has been upgraded.
And this may actually go just south of this position, so we'll switch it over. All right, I don't think it's on the ground, so I'm going to put it back in its little box. But we'll see if things get interesting there. We also got a new confirmation. Observed tornado radar confirmed with tornado debris in the air. This is over Rising Sun. We called out Rising Sun a while ago. Moving east at 40 miles an hour. This is going to be a new tornado there near Rising Sun. Let's take a look at this. That's an interesting one. It's a little messier. But there's your tornado right in there. Yeah, that is tightened up quite quickly. Just over the Rising Sun area. Camp Shore, Belleville. About to move into Kentucky here. Burlington, Union, Beaver Lick, Walton, Atwood, Erlanger, and then areas around the Cincinnati International Airport. Need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room. This area does have basements. So if you have a basement or storm shelter, that's your best option. There's your tornado signature, and it does look like there is some debris in here. It's a little bit of a messy CC, but it does look like it picked up a little something in there. Taking a look at our other camera there. It should be crossing the interstate right about now. I don't see a ton of heavy rain and wind. And yeah, looks like the debris has continued to be diffused. So it doesn't look like it's on the ground. We would see it likely in the shot if it was, even at night. Likely power flashes as it came across the highway. And that area around Peters, Switch, and Little Acre. So yeah, it doesn't look like that circulation is on the ground at the moment, even though it says observed. May try and cycle, though. We'll kind of keep our eye on it. Still seeing some broad differences there with direction of wind, but some broad shear, but nothing like it was. And yeah, this continues to track towards the east here, across Bellevue, Waterloo, East Corners, and then into the I-71 corridor, Hopeville Heights, areas around Richwood, Ridgeview Heights, and those areas just south of the Florence area. Wind has picked up in that camera position, but it doesn't appear like it's on the ground. I was like, what is that? There's water dripping off the lens. Well, that got lucky, because this camera is basically centerline for that. There's some of this added debris in here that's getting picked up on the areas around Bellevue. We have a tower radar, but it doesn't appear like the tower radar has correlation coefficient. It just has the spectrum width and also velocity and reflectivity. So that's helpful, but not quite as a correlation coefficient would be. But there's your area of rotation, basically at the Ohio River and into Kentucky. Kentucky Highway 20 is essentially where we're at right now. Yeah, wind's going away from the radar right here and then towards the radar right here. So that checks out. Basically just over the river and right in there. If we take that up to the National Weather Service radar, you can see that does correlate pretty good with that correlation coefficient. That drop was observed there. and a little bit more of a supercell kind of in here. It's going to continue tracking across the southern suburbs of the Cincinnati metro, Burlington, Union, Florence, Independence, Ryland Heights, Alexandria. Basically, if you're on the northern Kentucky suburbs of the Cincinnati metro, I would prepare for tornado safety precautions. Yeah, that still says observe, but I don't think it's in there. This, they've extended the observe tag. Confirmed tornado, radar confirmed. Continues there into Kentucky. Central Kenton and central Boone counties, they've trimmed off the areas there in Indiana.
A new flash flood warning has been
Our
issued.
other little mini supercell continues to weaken as it's approaching areas around Miamisburg. Yeah, that has no longer much of a tornado risk. If a big if, it had any tornado risk still, it would be a very brief, very weak, maybe land spouty type of tornado.
Has been issued.
And then we are getting a new tornado warning there for areas there in Ashland, east of Willard. This little cluster of cells continues to just kind of hang around. But radar indicator rotation still continuing there. Those are areas there into north central Ohio. Is still a decent area of rotation in here near Delphi along 224. And yes, they have backed the Jonesville storm down to radar indicated, so that checks out.
A new flash
no
flood
longer
warning has been issued.
No longer an imminent tornado threat there. Have a good night, Cruz. Sounds good. Thank you. Have a good night. Hey, Cruz, stay safe tomorrow. You guys have a lot of weather possible tomorrow across Alabama. So some of this isolated tropical severe is likely going to extend up into Alabama tomorrow, and a ton of flash flooding potential. Sounds good, Texas baseball. Yeah, you guys are starting to clear out a little bit from the tropical weather. Although I think there's more rain and storms maybe this weekend, if I remember right. Like a couple of these other embedded kind of supercellular features in here. Not much there. It looks a little more suspicious on reflectivity. And then this cell, mostly wind-driven there near Olney. Still a big burst of wind in there. Still a little bit of a shear line right on the leading edge. Oh, nice. No, you're no problem at all, Cruz. A lot of storms across central Indiana, but most of these are not severe. One of the ones to watch is this area near St. Paul, Clarksburg. That's still a stronger storm there with crossing I-74. Yeah, there was, I don't see it in there anymore. It's close. There might be. We're actually further from the radar site than you would think. We're actually up about 4,000 feet. So it's not actually the best radar coverage here, but we have winds going away from the radar towards the radar. And yeah, there may be a little CC drop still in there. I think there was definitely one as it was crossing Rising Sun, and actually you can see even some blow off from that. So it may have had a little bit more earlier. It's not super concrete, so it's not likely a super strong tornado like we saw earlier, but yeah, there may be debris still in there. And that checks out, even though we don't have correlation coefficient. On the Cincinnati terminal Doppler, We do have velocity. Yeah, that checks out pretty close to the velocity scan. Weakened just a little bit, though.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's coming into areas around Oak Brook and Hopewell Heights, the Florence, Kentucky area, right at I-71 and 75, and where that splits off with Kentucky 18. So this is potentially still a damaging tornado coming into a pretty populated area. Oh yeah, look at that. Because we're so close to the terminal Doppler there, we can see it at about 100 feet, 100 feet off the ground. That is a crazy, basically HD low level look at this. That is a tornado right there. Looks like it's crossing the river. Newest updated scan. Yep, right in there near Overbrook. They have backed it off to radar indicated, so that may actually make sense that it's weakened just a little bit. But yeah, that is a crazy low level look at that. This is the storm here. That's going to continue working across northern Kentucky, and looks like most of northern Kentucky is now under a tornado warning. So they have extended that into the other areas there in northern Kentucky, Kenton and Campbell counties. And that is moving east at 45 miles an hour. Crazy look there by the Cincinnati terminal radar. Florence, about 5 minutes or less. Erlinger would be about 10 minutes, I'm guessing. Yeah, 8 to 10 minutes. Taylor Mills, 16. Raylan Heights, 20. Camp Springs, 25. Highland Heights, a very populated area, and the university is there. Northern Kentucky, 18 minutes. Fort Thomas, 19. Kenton Vale, about 14. And then it's going to get over the Ohio River, potentially cross into Ohio, would be about 30 minutes or so. Yeah, continue to take tornado safety precautions there in northern Kentucky. Yeah, the whole thing, Cruz, has just been a nightmare trying to get it back to how I had it. Wow. Still seeing that tornado warning storm near Willard. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, let's look at tomorrow real quick. Oh, they have yeah, they have bumped that back. I think that's new. Right now, it looks like it's mostly going to be a wind and hail threat. Looking at, I keep doing it. There's the day one. Yeah, it's a wind-driven slight risk across parts of the Northeast and into the Mid-Atlantic and back into Kentucky. And then hail tomorrow. Well, they've upped a little bit of hail across the Central Plains, but yeah, mostly a wind-driven risk across parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So yeah, it doesn't look as punchy. Most of this energy that's caused the tornado dynamics today will kind of will kick out of here. The low pressure kicks out of here, so you're going to be a little bit separated from more of those kind of intenser shear profiles and stuff. Shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, and they added that yesterday, right? The severe risk for let me look at that. Severe risk does continue across the south on Friday. But then day 4, they've nudged it back, I think, a little bit. Back up into most of Nebraska on Sunday or Saturday. Yeah, I think so. But I think it was like this. So there must be a timing issue. It must not, the trough must not be ejecting at the same time. Because yeah, I feel like it's back to the west now. This could be a problem here in a little while near, actually, that's coming towards Bloomington. Heads up around the Bloomington area. If you have friends at the university or living in the Bloomington area, I would wake them up even though it's, past midnight. Actually, I'm going to switch my time thing over since we're mostly working, I think, in the Eastern time zone now. There we go. Yeah, it's 12:40 Eastern. But this area has intensified in an area of rotation along State Highway 48 near Worthington in western Indiana. Yeah, there is a little supercell kind of embedded in that cluster. That's not great. Generally headed towards the Bloomington area. I'm going to track that out at 40, since most of our storms today have been at, or recently have been at 40, 45. Puts it to Bloomington in about a half hour, 35 minutes or so. Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. Here's Bloomington. I just saw a big lightning flash again on this, so we may actually get some increase in lightning. And it's pretty much been off and on rain and storms for a long time this evening across this camera perspective, so isolated flash flooding may be an issue too. This Jonesville storm is kind of fizzling. Yeah, I feel like that area is definitely phasing out. They should cancel that warning. The last one they just kind of let sit there, so we're really down to 2 tornado warnings in progress right now. I do want to take a look at this storm though too, near St. Paul and Adams. Has a little bit of wind picking up coming towards Kingston. Keep an eye on that one too. A little bit of a supercell in there. Oh, really tight circulation back again. It says radar indicated, but it is definitely re-tightened and re-strengthened there, just at the 71-75 interchange with Highway 18, crossing into Florence, Kentucky. If you're in Florence, Kentucky, there's the new radar scan right in here. And yeah, this is only looking up 100 feet, so we're only 100 feet off the ground and seeing pretty tight circulation, 61 on the inbound and about 37 on the outbound. So a decently tight circulation and a decently strong gate to gate. That is a dangerous storm. Yeah, it's wrapped up pretty tight. Look at that circulation in there. Yeah, you can see it in here, just circling in. Not a good situation. Summit Heights, Summit Hills Heights, DeCourcy, Spring Lake, Taylor Mill, Cold Springs, Highland Heights, Ridgeview Heights, Latonia Lakes, Hawthorne, all those neighborhoods and communities are in the path of this. Camp Springs, Alexandria, Kentucky, Silver Grove, all those areas in northern Kentucky. And Florence, it's basically on you right now. You need to be in your tornado safe space, lowest level into your room, and away from doors and windows. That is a dangerous, dangerous circulation. Let's see if it's on the ground. Get our Wilmington. Still a really messy CC in there. It was earlier. This is when it was observed, but let's see. It might still be in here. It's really hard to tell on correlation coefficient. Yeah, that is a dangerous situation there. Does look a little bit tighter. Still not seeing like anything crazy standing out on correlation coefficient. I really wish that tower radar that's right here had a correlation coefficient, because if it did, we'd be able to see whatever was going on in there. Yeah. Still in here near Ridgeway Heights. Yeah, it's a dangerous storm. Our other cell should be expiring here in just a couple minutes, Jonesville. And then I want to look at this cell near Worthington. Surprised this hasn't gotten a warning yet. Crossing 231. Still basically on center line for Bloomington. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a tough sell, too. Another cell, tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning there. Birds, Russellville, Lawrenceville. This is in southeast Illinois. Northern Lawrence and southeastern Crawford County. Right along the Wabash River. That's another cell that's an intriguing cell to watch. Also really close to the radar site, I guess, out of Fort Branch. So yeah, there's still rotation in there. It's near Pinkstaff and Birds. Hail's come up a little bit on this cell. This may be actually a cell that has slightly more than quarter size hail. And then it looks like they've allowed that warning to expire across northern Ohio, around New London. Yeah, those cells are fading fast. Thanks, Cruz. No, you're good. You've contributed just by the active chats and the hours watched, I'm sure. Yeah, trying to. That one is an interesting storm complex, Edward. It's definitely had a couple tornado warnings on it, but it's kind of weakening now. Pretty rapidly, actually. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it for you. Oh yeah, it's weakened quite significantly in the last couple minutes. Not much rotation on it anymore. It's one of those cells like we talked about down near Oxford. Is if it would produce a tornado right now, it'd be more of a brief, weak kind of land spouty thing. But that storm is fading very fast. So I think it's okay they took away the warning. How is, let's check in on our chaser since we haven't in a little while. A little dark, but Jim is making his way through the Indianapolis metro, Marion County, Indiana. Looks like there was an airplane up and out. He's been kind of in and out of some tropical downpours. Looks like it's a little bit drier on the northeast side. Yeah, a little bit better. Indianapolis still sitting at 70 degrees. And then I'm keeping my eye on this Indiana camera. Indiana University of Bloomington. They have finally put a warning out for this. Needed one probably like 10 minutes ago, but tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning. Still showing rotation in there. Yeah, our spectrum width is starting to organize a little bit. I'm surprised they just didn't slap a tornado warning on it because it's been there for a little while. It's been a pretty consistent little area of rotation, fairly tight. And yeah, headed basically center line for the Bloomington area. Kirby, Highland Village, Broadview, Night Ridge, Woodland Hills, McVilly, Newark, and Freeman. At the very least, we'll see the lightning intensify on this Bloomington camera. Thank you, Edward. I think you've been on before, right? From Ohio. Your screen name sounds familiar, so I think you've been on before. We haven't had like a really Ohio-centered severe weather day in a while. You guys have had severe weather, but none that we've like done full coverage for. But I'm sure sometimes that's a little later into the summer, so I'm sure we'll get there. I feel like the last couple of years we've had at least one or two like Ohio and Michigan severe weather days. Yeah, this is a nasty storm still in here. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Tornado possible tag north of Bridgeport, approaching Russellville. They have extended that warning over into Indiana, Monroe City, Washington, Plainview, and Edwardsport in southwest Indiana. And then storms, most of them are not severe. Closer to the cold front, Effingham, Louisville, Carlisle, Greenville, St. Louis, and back to the west. They're going to re-up that radar indicator tornado warning in northern Kentucky. You might be a little more active tomorrow, Cruz. Let's see what the latest HRRR says. Oh, it's just running just now. Yeah, tomorrow could be a fairly busy day across parts of Alabama. You're going to have the tropical tornado threat, and then back here, a little bit more solid, heavy rain cluster, maybe some embedded severe weather across that eastern edge of that. And this is at noon. And then, yeah, here's some of this potential severe weather tomorrow, mostly a isolated damaging wind risk across parts of south and southeastern Kentucky. It's going to be kind of along that frontal boundary. We had a question about this just a few minutes ago, but it's going to be along that frontal boundary, and then where that moisture kind of pools up, some of that added moisture in there. So yeah, that frontal boundary is going to sag along there. Gulf moisture getting pulled up, a little bit of convergence. Don't expect a big hail day. Yeah, this is going to be a mess tomorrow across parts of Alabama. That's at 4. And that could even be a little bit more of a squall kind of thing. And yeah, we may have to watch tropical tornadoes up in here. Okay, yeah, I think that's correct. They have expanded that low-end tropical tornado risk across parts of Georgia. So that I concur with for tomorrow. I think that's been expanded compared to earlier today. Could be wrong. They might have done that a while ago, but I feel like it wasn't in there. I mean, northwest Alabama might get out on some of that. Definitely the flash flood threat could be more isolated up there. They have the flood watch from basically Birmingham south. But yeah, I mean, you're going to be on that northern side and that western side of the circulation. More of the moisture is pooled up on that south and southeastern side. I mean, you're going to get some storms though. This is I mean, this is going to start early too. This is about 9 a.m. Scattered storms kind of through the day. And yeah, maybe pulling away a little bit more in the evening. But certainly Birmingham South gets tons of heavy rain tomorrow. I mean, according to this model, I have not done a deep dive. I was kind of focused on the severe weather in the Midwest. Maybe you can get a couple stronger storms down in North Florida tomorrow too, according to this model. Tomorrow it may end up being a little busier than some of the SPC outlook looks. Because yeah, this could be a little bit of a trailing line of some stronger storms too. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow's a good office day. But yeah, it looks like the model kind of wants to keep it fairly in line with this flood watches. They keep most of the moisture kind of going this direction with more isolated to scattered storms up that way. Oh, yeah, let's go to our Kentucky storm, our Kentucky supercell. Northern Kentucky still going, still spinning in there. Yeah, it's near Alexandria or Campbell, Kentucky. It has kind of broadened out a little bit. There is kind of a little more localized spot in there that a little more interesting. Latest scan just kind of broadened again, so I think it is weakening. Definitely on the weakening trend. Still supercell in there. I think it was close to producing a couple times. Unfortunately, right over that Florence area. But yeah, that does appear to be a radar indicated tornado. And that's going to continue working maybe towards areas into South Ohio, like Blairsville, Lindale, Nicholsville, Clover, Amelia.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. New tornado warning there for Amelia, Bethel. This is in Claremont County. Yep, central Claremont County, southwestern Ohio. Moving east at 45. That is over Alexandria. So we got it all tracked out for you tonight. This is a beautiful part of the state. Outside of this area east of Cincinnati, there's rolling hills, farmland, right on the Kentucky border. The Ohio River Valley's in there. Still seeing a circulation in there near Alexandria. Yeah, Locust Corner, Amelia, Mount Holly, Nicholsville, Port Isabel, and then areas around Bethel, down to areas about Wigginsville. That includes the East Fork Wildlife Area. I don't think anyone's probably doing wildlife stuff there right now, but we get a little better profile of that storm as it gets closer and south of the Washington Courthouse radar, or the Wilmington radar. And then I would want to check our tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. It has broadened a little bit, but there is kind of a broad shear zone in there. Still showing that broad circulation in there. That's approaching the Bloomington area.
A new
They've just
flash flood
extended that
warning has been issued.
and trimmed it up a little bit. Still seeing small hail, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, and the lightning has picked up on our Bloomington camera. Our other cell near Brewston, also mostly a shear line right now. Yeah, the rotation has backed off a little bit, so probably could have deserved a tornado warning a little bit ago. I don't know if it does now. Still a storm to watch, though, coming into Bloomington. Still will add to some of that wind threat. A little bit of a weak mesocyclone kind of rolling into the areas there around Bloomington. Lightning has definitely picked up as that storm is approaching there. And still that radar indicated severe thunderstorm down there into western Indiana. This is a pretty big batch of storms. We'll see if we get any severe weather here in the next little while. There seems to be a lot of lightning just offshore and approaching areas like Terrebonne Parish, Homa, Chauvin, and those areas. So we'll see if we get anything down in here. Grand Isle. There's definitely
A new tornado
a big
warning
push of
has been issued.
pretty heavy tropical downpours coming into that area. Oh boy. New tornado warning. This was a storm I think we flagged a little while ago. It's going to be the northwest Cincinnati suburbs near Oldenburg. Areas there along 74. Yeah, there is a little area of rotation in there near Oldenburg. Let's double check and see what that's doing. Nothing on correlation coefficients, but that's going to continue working towards the east. Timing of that's Ripley, Dearborn counties in southeastern Indiana, and then Hamilton and Butler counties in southwest Ohio, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Roughly going to stay kind of along and north of 74, but that includes areas around Batesville, just north of Batesville. And yeah, that's tightened up a little bit. There's another little area spin also in this cell near Delaware, Indiana. We'll keep an eye on that one too. They've trimmed up that radar indicated tornado warning around Alexandria. That area of rotation is around New Richmond and Blairsville, about to cross into Claremont County in Ohio. So another warning there. Yeah, this includes basically everything along 74 from Batesville over to the north sides of Harrison and then up through Riley to the southwest sides of Oxford. Good morning, Ems. How's it going tonight? Or this morning for you? Yeah, there's your area of rotation right in there. Track that out at 50 miles an hour. It's going to get into some populated northern suburbs of the Cincinnati metro. Cedar Grove, Mount Carmel, New Haven, Ross, about 35 minutes. Forest Park, 44. Hamilton, 40. Westchester, about 50 minutes. And then Mason, Ohio, if it holds together, roughly about an hour. The northern parts there, Harrison, would be about 23 minutes. Hey, Disconnect, how's it going tonight? Yeah, Brady's a good dude. Happy to have you guys. Watching this little area of rotation also pick up in intensity a little bit. Yeah, the last couple scans, that one's picked up in intensity too. That one's also in a flash flood warning. We'll keep an eye on flash flooding. And then taking a look at our supercell rolling across the Cincinnati metro. We got a new radar scan coming in here. Yeah, just crossing the Ohio River right now at Blairsville. Still seeing that rotation in there. Nothing too crazy right now. Heavy rain, Ems. Yeah, it's pouring there. There's a lot of low lights, so it kind of looks like fog, but it's mostly heavy rain. And yeah, they're right in the supercell. Don't think there's a lot of hail in this storm. We are watching a little weak area of rotation, just approaching the southwest sides of the Bloomington, Indiana metro area, Highland Village, Leonard Springs. Yeah, no problem. We can double check that though. Let me just look. Let's see if we get some surface observations in here. They have re-upped that warning tornado possible tag still on that. I was gonna pull the Bloomington surface obs, but that's not apparently working. Hey, Kristen, how's it going tonight? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that storm is a nasty one too. We'll keep an eye on that one. And then still seeing this storm in here near Bruceville with some rotation also. Edwardsport, Plainville, Washington, Indiana. We don't have a lot of severe weather right now, but we do have the storms that are severe, and the storms that are marginally severe are potential all hazards threats. But let's go back to this storm near Brookville in the northwest sides of the in the Cincinnati suburbs. Still seeing it around there. Oak Forest, St. Mary's, Young's Corner. Some also wind picking up in this cell. Whitcomb and Palestine, Indiana. It's going to continue moving east towards Sharptown and then over towards Hamilton and Coleraine Heights, those areas on the north side of the Cincinnati metro. Cincinnati downtown, flash flooding. Some of that considerable threat, flash flooding. Especially in the urban areas that don't drain as well, have a lot of concrete, so the water doesn't soak up into the soils as much. And then watching this area of rotation, still pushing into Ohio. This is southwestern Claremont County, approaching areas around Nicholsville, Bethel, Wigginsville, Bantam, and just south of Amelia. Continuing to move east at about 45 miles an hour. Have a good night, Cruz. Thanks for joining in all this afternoon and evening. I didn't know, Kristen. I didn't know you knew Disconnect and M's, but yeah, they're good people. And it looks like Jim's gonna be checking out tonight. I think he's almost back to his base camp. So, yeah, Jim did a lot of work today. A lot of driving too.
I learned one person has his hands full doing all of this stuff.
Let's tune in to hear Jim's final thoughts.
So anyway, we're going to end it, and we'll catch you on the next chase.
Awesome. Thank you, Jim.
All right, everybody tuning in, and we
there's
will be
Storm Chaser
redirecting this
Noah.
stream to WXCast live. So yeah, be sure to show him some love and let him know that yeah, we rated him. So yeah, hope everybody.
All right, I guess they're coming our way then. Cool. Wow, that camera has gone downhill. Yeah, a couple tornado warning storms in the Cincinnati metro, one on the southeast side of town, one on the northwest side. Still out there in the Indiana areas, just north of I-74. Yeah, raid incoming. We got the warning there. And definitely go follow Storm Chaser Noah too. Noah, Jim did great today. I was very impressed. He had to handle quite a bit. Yes, this storm is basically sitting over the Bloomington area now. Tornado possible tag, a little bit of rotation in it, but it's mostly just heavy rain at the moment. Lightning has increased on that cell though, so lightning is a bit of a proxy for storm strength, so we'll keep an eye on that storm as it crosses the Bloomington metro. You can see some very heavy rain. You can barely see really the other side of campus on that camera now. Welcome. No, it's all good. Sounded like you guys had a good stream there, Noah. The connection was really good. At least from what I saw. I think the only time Jim had like a bad connection was when he was under like a hail core. So your streaming connectivity is working really solid. This hail core, speaking of hail core, has come up a little bit too. So radar indicated tornado warning continues there. That's near Brookville, moving east at 50. Did we get a new tornado warning, or are they just upgrading the other one? Yeah. Still trimming up that tornado warning. Still kind of broad rotation in here. Lindale, Nicholsville, Mount Holly. That's going to continue over towards Bethel along Ohio Highway 125. Pretty heavily traveled highway in there. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in there in central Claremont County. That is pushing away from the Cincinnati metro, but you do have more storms in the Cincinnati metro now, and then more storms off to your west. We'll keep an eye on them. Yeah, none of those are that severe yet, but we'll just keep an eye on them. The stronger one is up there in Franklin County around Cedar Grove. Texas baseball. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll make a difference. Yeah, they've gotten slammed a few times on our cameras, on our streams and stuff, so Kristen, we might be bad luck for IU Bloomington. Let's see. This is a beautiful camera, though, that they have. It's up a little bit above the tree line. You can see quite a distance on a good day. And earlier, this camera had some crazy lightning shots. If Ems is still in the chat, Ems, you may have been right. It's definitely rain and heavy rain at times, but there may be fog in there too. it is a dew point there that matches the temperature. So 100% humidity, it means you are going to get fog in Bloomington. So Ems, you were spot on. 73 over 73. And the gusty winds and broad rotation are basically kind of on the southeast side of town now. Bloomington down to Clear Creek, Night Ridge, and those areas there. It's been sitting there for quite a while, actually, in the low 70s. That cell seems to be backing off a little bit. It still has a little bit of gusty wind in it, some heavy rain, but that cell I'm not as worried about right now. We'll see what they do with that. That warning expires in about 13 minutes. Oh no. I was catching up in the chat there with Texas Baseball's comments. Oh geez. This circulation has broadened out as it's come into Claremont County. Still seeing some circulation in there. Hennings Mills down to Bethel, Wigginsville. Definitely some gusty winds in here, right at 125. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions there. Tornado warning continues another 26 minutes in eastern Claremont County. So still a couple storms in here. Cedar Grove down to Bethel. Those are nasty ones, kind of bookending the Cincinnati metro. Just want to slowly kind of take a radar tour, make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, there's a little bit of clearing, it looks like, over that Bloomington camera. And then, yeah, watching this batch of storms, nothing severe yet, but there is a bit of a thunderstorm and lightning activity just offshore of the Louisiana coastline coming into Terrebonne Parish around the Homa area. Keep an eye on this as models take this basically up to the north and east over the overnight hours and then into the early morning hours. Tomorrow, some of the models light that up with more rain and storms across this area, especially with a little bit of daytime heating out in front of it. So yeah, that's kind of the worst part of the now post-tropical storm Arthur, as it didn't really last long across the Texas Gulf Coast. As most of the models kind of showed, it never really got that far off of the Texas Gulf Coast to really kind of fully develop. Yeah, this is kind of sheared out too, so not as much circulation in there. There's one little spot Still a little tighter circulation, approaching Night Ridge, but that area doesn't look as intense as it did earlier. 9 minutes. I think they'll probably just let that one go after about 9 minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But they have issued a new tornado warning in Ohio, Brown County, as well as parts of Adams and Highland counties in southwest, south central Ohio. Still that cell near Bethel, moving east at 45. This is going to areas around Sardinia, Winchester, Cherry Fork, Georgetown and Russellville, and Buford, Ohio. Tracking that out a little bit. And this area of circulation has started to broaden a little bit, but roughly 40 miles an hour. Actually looks like more circulation over Williamsburg, more than the one over Bethel, but timing would roughly stay the same. But Sardinia, about 23 minutes. Bethel, it's basically now. And then Brownstown, 20. Winchester, Ohio, about 38 minutes. Yeah, but not seeing as tight of circulation on here. There still is kind of broadly circulating. You see the low-level clouds streaming by that camera perspective. There's still quite a bit of low-level flow across these Ohio Valley areas. But the severe weather is still not as prominent as it was earlier, but there still are strong storms all the way back towards the St. Louis area, and then across south central Indiana as well as Illinois. Most of those are behaving themselves across Illinois, though. Cedar Grove, yeah. Been following that one. Let's see if it tightened up a little bit. That one's a little bit tighter now. Just near Cedar Grove. It's tighter. It's not necessarily stronger, though. We started to see it tighten up around Oldenburg, and then it did get the tornado warning. Continues to basically track to the east. Let's double check, make sure there's no correlation coefficient on it. But Sharpstown, area's right in there. I just clicked every button I didn't want to. I missed the correlation coefficient button about 3 times. Yeah, I don't see any correlation coefficient in there, but we'll keep an eye on this one. It's getting into a more populated area as soon as it crosses the state line. That's going to get into areas to the south and west of Hamilton, just north of Harrison, still paralleling 74. But yeah, it's going to get towards the Fairfield area, Port Union, eventually towards Taylorsville and the Westchester area. So if you have people you know in this area, Cincinnati suburbs, just maybe give them a text. I know it's late at night. Yeah, we're closing in on 1:20 in the 1:25 in the Eastern time zone. So Hamilton about 25 minutes, and then Monroe 34, Loveland about 46 if it heads down that way. You guys do have more storms too coming, Kristen, up into that kind of area there in eastern Indiana. None of them look crazy right now, but there's more heavy rain, more storms. Noah's storm chaser out today in the field, Jim, was in a couple of these storms as he crossed the Indianapolis metro, and they're not severe, but they have some very heavy rain, some very tropical downpours with them. So more rain headed kind of back into that same area. This still has a little interesting spin on it near Woodland Hills. We'll keep an eye on that one too. And then we should see a lot more of these flash flood warnings. They're going to continue another one across areas around Blooming Grove, Oldenburg, Laurel. Radar engages there. A couple inches of rain already, a couple inches more. So definitely turn around, don't drown. Some of these areas across southern Indiana, especially south of I-70 and into the Ohio Valley, there's a lot of terrain in here. So things can
A
get
new
pretty
tornado warning has been issued.
pretty rough with flash flooding, low water crossings, and those sort of things. They're going to continue that tornado warning radar indicator there into parts of Ohio, Franklin and Dearborn counties, southeast Indiana, Hamilton and Butler counties, southwest Ohio. Still moving at 40 miles an hour, located northwest of Harrison, about 8 miles. We haven't really had like a big, kind of like large scale heat wave yet in the USMs. It's been actually like a little bit more of a mild summer so far, at least for a lot of places. Some areas have gotten hot this week, but not like we haven't had one of those like big omega block heat waves that just keep the heat like pumping every week after week. And yeah, there's been hot spots, but not like massive heat waves here. One of the more intense and prolonged heat waves we've had, I think was it March in the Southwest? I think it might have been March or early April. Still seeing that circulation in there. It's actually gotten tighter. It still hasn't gotten that strong. But yeah, that is pushing towards Hamilton, Fairfield, Fort Union, and areas just north of Harrison around New Haven. Oh, geez. Heat waves are definitely interesting. There's not really a fully set definition across different meteorological societies and agencies. Even in the U.S., the National Weather Service has a slightly different definition of heat wave than I think it's the Health and Human Services Office and stuff. So, yeah, and then heat waves are also different in different parts of the country, different parts of the world. There's some different criterias because, yeah, every area kind of handles heat a little differently. They have extended that warning across south central Indiana. Tornado possible tag, they kept that. Monroe, Brown, and Bartholomew counties. Some of these county names we've called, I don't know how many times, with severe warnings and with tornado warnings. But yeah, another round of storms across the same areas. That storm continues to move east of Bloomington. Still seeing some broad rotation in there, some weaker rotation. Crossing State Highway 446. Yeah. I mean, it's in there. It's been in there. It's probably stayed just broad and just weak enough where it doesn't quite need a tornado warning. They have also extended those storms into western parts of Indiana, Washington, Cannelberg, probably said that totally wrong, Shoals, and Plainville. And there's more training storms across these areas into southern Illinois, southwest Indiana. I wouldn't be surprised to see at least localized flash flooding instances, even if you don't have a flash flood warning. This corridor here, yeah, even if you don't have a flash flood warning, there's still going to be some localized spots that may be a little bit too damp. Kristen, some days that some days that's me too. The other night I was going to bed and I had nice temperature, it felt like, in the room. And then as soon as I laid down, like 5 minutes after I laid in bed, I was like, this is way too stuffy. And then I turned the temperature down, and later I woke up and I was like freezing. So definitely relate. Fairfield, Hamilton, New Miami, Millville, Ross, New Haven into the Ohio side of things. This is going to pretty much parallel the Hamilton and Butler County line. Still showing broad rotation though. Oops. I keep doing that. My other draw tool on the other program I used to use and basically had muscle memory was closed differently, so that's why I'm still getting used to the new program. If I draw a random line across the screen, it's just because I didn't click the right button. But I am getting used to Aguacero weather. This is actually working out much better than I thought. Not because of their program, it's just switching after so many years of working on one program. And basically had the muscle memory. A little nerve-wracking. Yeah, this is now east of Bethel, into areas there around Mount Orab, Brownstown, Wallsburg, New Hope. Still seeing circulation in there, but it hasn't tightened up in a while. This looked wild earlier when it was near the Cincinnati airport radar cam, or not cam, but radar there. This had a really pronounced hook echo on it. Good news is seeing a general weakening on that storm as it pushes along State Route 46 into the Brown County forest. Fairly remote area there, south of Nashville, Indiana. Kristen. I'm not a doctor, but that sounds like a circulation issue. Ems, you don't have air conditioning? There's parts of the U.S. that still don't. Pacific Northwest, a lot of homes and stuff in the Pacific Northwest don't have air conditioning, and some parts of the Northeast also don't. Okay, so that makes sense then. This is broadened as it's crossing the state line into Ohio, basically between 74 and 129. Still working east towards Fairfield, Forest Park, Green Hills, Hamilton. It's going to stay north of downtown Cincinnati by a fair amount. If you're downtown Cincinnati and probably seeing lightning off to the north, this is about 20 miles to your north, so not a direct threat for the Cincinnati immediate downtown. Still a lot of heavy rain, a lot of flash flooding, North College Hills, Reading, Blue Ash, down to Fairfax, Covington, Fort Mitchell, Hebron, and near the airport, and then back through Cleves, Greendale, and Lawrenceburg, those types of areas in southeast Indiana. And they just trimmed off the Indiana counties there, Dearborn County and Franklin County. This cell is a little bit messier now. It doesn't seem as organized as it was. Still some spin in here. There still is a decent amount of shear in the atmosphere. So these storms, even though they're not crazy strong supercells, they're not, apple-sized hail and things like that, they are able to tap that low-level vorticity and also the speed and directional shear through the atmosphere. Yeah, this one, the one near Washington, Davies County. Mostly a wind issue right now. I can see it's gusting, kind of a bow shape in there. Let's see, where's this radar out of? Yeah, it's mostly kind of gusting out, kind of this way towards the radar site. Yeah, not an imminent tornado threat. A little bit inflow, but it's mostly just kind of a gusty storm. And I don't think it has as much hail as it maybe did a few minutes ago. There may be a little bit of pocket in those purple areas of some hail, but nothing that's going to really like do too much damage for hail. Our hail is maybe underperformed just a little bit. I wouldn't call it outflow dominant. It's just kind of there. It's just doing its thing. It's not really outflow dominant. Yeah, especially like this time of night, we would see maybe like a trailing outflow. Not seeing a ton there. It's just kind of doing its thing. It is kind of moving along the 50 corridor, US 50. And yeah, continuing that radar indicator tornado warning around Sardinia, Ohio, along Ohio 32. And kind of seeing still broad rotation, Mount Orab, New Hope, Brownstown, those areas. We have a really broad area of winds going away from the radar, then kind of back towards the radar. And a couple localized pockets in here, a little bit right in there, and then a little bit more down in here. It's kind of turning into a little bit of a weird storm. Cherry Fork, Buford, and Hammersville continue to take tornado safety precautions. This is broadened out just over the last couple scans. Yeah, back near Cedar Grove, it was actually quite a bit tighter. And as it's crossed into Ohio from Indiana, we're not seeing as much in the way of a tight circulation. Still winds going towards the radar here, winds going away from the radar, but there's more gray in here. That just indicates this general kind of broadening of that circulation. So yeah, not quite as pronounced rotation in there. Still a nasty cell, a lot of lightning in there. Let's check the lightning. I do want to check that. Yeah, lightning has kind of maintained itself as a proxy for storm strength. It's maintained roughly about 450 to 500 lightning strikes in these general clusters of cells. This storm may try again. It actually looks just slightly better organized than it was just a few minutes ago. I think disconnect. I think after having air conditioning, like, especially if most people have air conditioning, if they live in the South and Southeast, and I think the Midwest too, unless you're like northern.
Has been issued.
All right, we got our first tornado warning of this tornado watch down here in Louisiana and Mississippi. And it is that batch of storms we've been watching for, oh, I don't know, probably a couple hours that's come ashore. So this big batch of storms, lightning and heavy rain in here. This is associated with post-tropical storm Arthur, the first tropical storm or tropical cyclone of the Atlantic hurricane season. East Central Terrebonne Parish in southeast Louisiana, located over Dulac, or 16 miles south of Homa, moving northeast at 25. Down here, we're not dealing with much hail. It's going to be these low top tropical supercells. And yeah, that is picked up. This area has a lot of water too, so water has less friction. There's going to be a little bit more friction over land, but some of these areas are very, very wet and swampy. There's a lot of inland lakes and things off the Gulf. So yeah, a little bit less friction also. There's your area of rotation near Dulac, and that is moving up along Highway 57, as well as Highway 55 near Chauvin and Montego, basically to the southeast sides of Houma, Louisiana. Fairly quick pace at 25 miles an hour. Okay, just widen the cone just a little bit to get Houma in there. That's about 30 minutes or so. Lockport would be center line for this area of rotation. It's going to be about 50 minutes. You guys are not technically in that warning polygon. Just be ready to take tornado safety precautions if you're in Lockport, Louisiana. This area pretty much impossibly has basements. So you're going to not have a basement. You'll need to go to the lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Possibly a hall closet, a bathroom, some sort of space that's pretty compact and has as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And yeah, ride this area of rotation out. See if we have any correlation coefficient. A little far from the radar site. So CC is going to be a little bit hard to read on this one. And we're looking at about 7,000 feet, so pretty far into that storm system. That's the first one that's really shown a decent amount of rotation. Actually, a little bit ago, there was a little more rotation also near the Atchafalaya Delta. That looks like it came ashore and has weakened. There still is a little bit also spin in there too. So we'll see if that gets a warning. I guess this one has actually increased and that one has decreased. So there are a couple areas though of spin, just to note, in this general area. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Tornado warning there in Louisiana. They're going to continue as that cluster of slow-moving storms works to the east. They're going to continue adding these considerable threat flash flood warnings. The entire Cincinnati metro basically under that considerable threat flash flood warning, as well as up towards Brookville and Cedar Grove. Let's go back and look at our tornado warnings here. One of them is about to expire. This one expires in 16 minutes. Still seeing some generally broad rotation around Ross, approaching Fairfield. The storm has generally downtrended Fairfield over towards Port Union and Green Hills. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space, northern Butler and Hamilton counties there. I guess that's basically central Hamilton County. It hasn't changed much. Still watching a couple of these cells in here. It's changed a little bit. If you're anywhere kind of north of this cluster here, your tornado risk has diminished. So that I'm sure they'll start to trim some of this again. But basically the I-70 corridor and north of there, your tornado threat has pretty much diminished. Once you start to see this cluster and this line segment kind of sag to your south, then your tornado risk is pretty much over. Arizona, Indianapolis down to Terre Haute have gotten a little better. Oh yeah, you guys have to watch that cell cluster off to your west in this Bedford area down to Orleans, French Lick. There's nothing crazy going on in there right now. You're going to get potentially some training thunderstorms though, so prepare for some heavy rain, potentially some localized flash flooding. Because yeah, the whole complex is moving a little bit to the southeast, but the whole storms within that are moving more easterly. Yeah, they'll trim some of this away too. They've trimmed a lot off the northern part of this. So Lebanon, Noblesville, Anderson, Muncie have all gotten trimmed off. As the storms kind of sink away from you, they'll give you a little bit of a gap space, and then they'll trim more of it off. But yeah, generally, if you're along I-70, and especially north of there, you're in much better shape. Hey, Redbird, how's it going today? Oh, let's take a look. Oh, yeah. Okay, you guys are down there. I thought it was down there, and I just didn't see it. Oh, let's see. Yeah, there's still some weak rotation down in here, but it doesn't look imminently tornadic. And then north of there, it's a little more of a shear line. Let's look at spectrum width just to make sure. Come on. That's weird. It's not loading the spectrum width. Let me force it to load that. Yeah, it was definitely more organized as it was crossing the Ohio River. That area of shear has come down, so I don't think it's imminently tornadic. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I'm still seeing kind of weak broad rotation in there. Don't know why spectrum width isn't loading. They might not have that, I guess. Yeah, it's still a nasty cluster of storms. We'll see if they actually yeah, that warning goes another 10 minutes. We'll see if they increase that warning. Wouldn't be shocked if they extended out towards Peebles or Cherry Fork, Sinking Springs, but they may just let it drop because those storms are looking a lot less imminently tornadic. Areas around Winchester, Cherry Fork, Buford. Hey, Buff and Puff. How's it going tonight? They are going to continue that warning around Dulac and areas south and west of Houma, Louisiana. Continuing to see radar indicated tornado there along Louisiana Highway 57. I think it's in kind of the swampy territory because generally this part of the country, if I turn off some of the layers here, yeah. So it's technically a tornado warning. It's technically over land, but the land is land. It's very swampy terrain in here. Most of the population is just along the canals in here and then the highways. So at the moment, it's almost a water spout. It's pretty much over this area here. basically not affecting anyone. However, as you look here, it closes in on the Highway 56 corridor, and 56 starts to turn towards the west up in here. So there are some populations, yeah, towards the end of the warning polygon. So we'll keep an eye on this one, Chauvin, and areas around south of Homa. A decent amount of lightning with that storm too. In fact, all that cluster of storms, the lightning is trending up. Over about 800 strikes now. Earlier it was about 600. So these storms across southern Louisiana are intensifying as they enter the coastal areas there of Louisiana. That's going to continue up through Homa, Thibodaux, Napoleonville, Patterson, and then eventually into some more of the more metropolitan areas around New Orleans up towards Baton Rouge, and then on the north shore of the I-12 corridor. Yes. Yeah, this is a, where can I pull it? Yeah, rotation track here, low-level rotation track on the RMS. And I can do a couple different things with it. I can actually look at rotation tracks over time. The one I'm using is the instant rotation track. So it's essentially like a shear rate detector, like you may see on your local news outlets. It's very similar to that. Basically detecting local shear rate and instantly within the last radar scan. So you can actually see here over this little bit, the shear rate has come up. That rotation track now showing in the yellow, that's going to be up here towards the top of your screen in that kind of low mid-range area of rotation. Once we start to get into the reds and into the blues, then we're getting into high rotation. What was it, Ems? I missed that. Oh yeah, Kristen was asking. Check back later this week, maybe early next week. I have to fix, or not fix, but I have to update a couple things with YouTube and Google, and then we should have that up and running. Rotation is actually broadened maybe a little bit on that cell, but we'll keep an eye on it. Generally lifting up to that area kind of towards New Orleans. So especially the west side of New Orleans, we'll keep an eye on that cell. Out towards St. Charles Parish and Lawling, Louisiana, even up out towards the airport. That may be an issue in a little while. Yeah, solid cluster of storms. Not a lot of severe weather in here right now. It's mostly just kind of gusty winds, maybe some isolated hail. That MRMS shear rate is also helpful to just kind of scan stuff real quick. Not perfect all the time, but it can help with trends. You can sometimes see the trends of shear and organization. Yeah, I don't see a ton in really that whole cluster, so that's good. We were just there. They trimmed it up a little bit. Sorry, bounce back to Ohio. some news media or organizations use the shear rate a little too much, I feel like. I mean, it's kind of personal preference. It's however a meteorologist wants to kind of assess a storm, but um, I prefer to kind of use it as a slight tool or like a rough indicator, especially on a busy time when I can scan all these very quickly. But if it's like one storm or something like that, I'd rather get kind of down in here, see what's going on with it. Yeah, these storms continue to weaken across parts of, I don't even know what county that is. Southern Highland County, it looks like. Same for this one. This is a weakening cell as well. We're not seeing as much rotation in there. That one expires in 3 minutes. I would guess they're going to let that expire and just probably not even continue a severe thunderstorm warning, although I could see maybe replacing that with a severe thunderstorm warning just in case. There are some pockets of gustier winds. 55, 54. Yeah, it's a borderline severe thunderstorm. Weatherington, Westchester, Maud, Port Union, over towards Mason and Kings Island, that area on the north side of the Cincinnati suburbs. They've dropped the tornado possible tag on this cell in Bartholomew County around the Jonesville area. Interestingly, there still is rotation in there, but it's not what it was. And yeah, that checks out also a shear rate that's come down. Those instant rotation tracks have weakened as well. There was a couple points back further where it was borderline needed a tornado warning. But yeah, that has dramatically decreased. And yeah, addition to any severe threat, the flash flood risk across this area in the Ohio Valley is pretty high. You can see all these considerable threat flash flood warnings across southeast Indiana into southwest Ohio, extreme northern Kentucky. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a few more as well. Okay, so models picked up on this the other day too, or actually this morning and over the last day or so. Speaking of flash flooding, the models do kind of hint at this cluster of storms expanding and slowing down as it crosses basically this corridor in here, the southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, Ozarks. So that may increase, at least overnight and early morning, a flash flood risk across kind of this area in general. Not as much a severe risk. There's no watches in effect. But just keep an eye on that if you have any morning travel plans from I-44 across US 60 to southeast Missouri around Dexter. That's one of those times I misclicked. I'm still one of the few things I'm not, I haven't got the muscle memory back for that yet. Although I do like this new radar product. Still seeing rotation there around Chauvin. That is Louisiana 54. Coming up to the area south of Homa. So it is staying south of Homa. Heads up around Lockport. We'll see if they continue this warning polygon towards you guys in the next few minutes. And then with this complex coming ashore, yeah, there are a few more areas of spin. Not quite as tight as the other ones, but there is one right here. There's a weaker one right here. So we do have to watch these tropical tornadoes, landfalling waterspout situations. Even with a weak tropical system like Arthur was today, it still just adds a little extra vorticity into the atmosphere. That's a dangerous storm. I'm going to look up a couple things, just double check some stuff with the National Weather Service. Chaser report from the Effingham, Illinois area with footage as well. Truck repair center completely destroyed, homes destroyed, cars destroyed. That was in the Effingham, Illinois area. So potentially, it looks like at least a significant tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. Just in time. They're going to looks like re-up that tornado warning in the northern Cincinnati suburbs. They have allowed that tornado warned storm previously from New Market, Marshall, Sinking Springs, Bainbridge to expire.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they've also extended this tornado warning in Louisiana. Central Lafourche Parish in southeastern Louisiana. It does extend into areas around Lockport and Valentine and Cutoff, Louisiana, getting into some slightly more populated areas. But yeah, that's going to continue to track generally across that area. And then still northeast at 30 miles an hour. They've increased the speed just a little bit. I'm watching a couple of their spins in that area, southern Louisiana. Yeah. Yeah, and look at these flash flood warnings. That's dangerous there. All right, so yeah, the first lead storm cluster, they've allowed those tornado warnings to expire. There still is kind of broad rotation in there, south of Marshall, but not as punchy as it was. This area, radar indicated tornado warning for southern Warren and west central Clinton counties near Kings Island, moving east at 40. We called that Kings Island area out a little while ago. And yeah, there is still a little rotation in there. So yeah, right in there, winds going away from the radar, and then a little pocket of winds going towards the radar. And we're getting a little closer to the radar too, so it's fairly low level rotation. Right in there near Mason, Mainville, Morrow, Butlerville, Blanchester, and Clarksville. It's going to continue working east across that area. Let's bring this back down. Yeah, Morrow, about 12 minutes. Butlerville, 15. Blanchester, 23. And New Vienna, if it holds together, over here by the radar site, about 48 minutes or so. At Clarksville, Blanchester, 23, 24 minutes is about the end of the warning polygon. Yeah, so safe places there into the Cincinnati suburbs. The good news is behind that, those storms aren't as strong and punchy. Still some strong storms with a lot of heavy lightning and heavy rain. They've also continued to trim this area near Azalea and Jonesville with a little bit of a warning there. Radar indicated tornado warning. Continues until 2:15. Disconnect. Nick, how's it going tonight? Yeah, we've been checking in on Louisiana too. Are you in that Louisiana tornado warning? Go back and check in on it again. let's see. This is around Lockport right now. It is, if you're in the Homa area, it is north and now east of the Homa area. So it's crossing, it looks like 56 right now, south of Homa, and then headed up towards the Lockport area. Still seeing a area of circulation. It's actually tightened up a little bit as it's crossed Louisiana Highway 56 just to the north of Chauvin, and it's going to continue working up across 24 and then 308 near the Valentine, Lockport areas. Then it's going to get back over some really remote swampy terrain, Lake Salvador and those areas. And then we do have to watch as it gets up towards the New Orleans area. That area of rotation has held on for a little while too. There's a couple other areas out along the coastal areas. Not much population out there, but we do have to watch a couple of those areas of rotation. And as we slowly get closer to the radar site, we'll get a little better low-level look at this. I don't see any craziness on correlation coefficient. And we would probably see a little bit as it is over a little more populated area. But that has tightened up the last couple scans. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. It's also going a little bit faster pace as well. A couple areas potentially in that would be Lockport at 14 minutes, La Rose 20 minutes, Valentine, Louisiana about 16 minutes, and then yeah, Cutoff, Louisiana about 20-25 minutes. So most of its next population is going to be along that Highway 1 corridor, kind of right in there. There's a little bit of population along 24. So after it gets out of its current position, it's going to get back into some fairly remote territory for a little while. That's a dangerous cell, though. Most of the other storms are kind of behaving themselves at the moment. Continuing up to this cell, tornado possible near Queensville, Brewersville, Westport, South Central Indiana. Yeah, still seeing some rotation in there. I feel like that's also kind of increased again. Shear rates come up a little bit. It has come up a little bit. That was a tornado possible tag. It weakened, it broadened, and just in the last couple scans has decided to come back again near Tannersville. Crossing Indiana State Highway 7 just north of Scipio. That's Bartholomew County again, southeastern Bartholomew County, northern Jennings, and southwestern Decatur counties. And speed has increased on that one. They've upped the speed about 50 miles an hour. Keep an eye on this one. It's kind of we'll see how it goes. It's getting into some areas that have been worked over by a lot of storms and a lot of heavy rain, but there is a decent amount of dynamics in here. This one is generally a little more centerline for some of the heart of the Cincinnati metro. Not saying anything, it's still really far out, but just something to look at down the road. For size, it would be about 30 minutes. And then a little closer, Brewersville, about 8 minutes. And Zenith 17. So that is a nasty storm. Continue to watch that one. Still seeing some rotation in there, just near the 20-mile stand, Foster's, Kings Island area. Very kind of weak rotation at the moment.
A new tornado warning.
Got a
has
new
been
tornado
issued.
warning when it was a little bit feistier. That's that cell there, Clinton and Warren counties.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Back to the west, seeing a lot of heavy storms, but most of these are sub-severe. A couple are borderline severe. This one's still 60-mile-an-hour winds, some quarter-size hail in there. And yeah, it's moving kind of east-southeast. As the whole cluster moves to the southeast, individual cells continue transitioning to the east. That's going to bring a lot of heavy rain across these areas. Guthrie, Orleans, over along the I-69 corridor, and then all the way into southeast parts of
A new
Illinois.
flash flood warning has been issued.
This complex is a little more electrical than our complex over the Cincinnati metro. Just in this kind of frame here that you see, there's about 2,000 lightning strikes.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's a little bit of spin in there, but not as much as there used to be. Right in there, just near Landon, Foster's, Hopkinsville. You can even see it in the reflectivity, even though it's kind of like buried in here in this little cluster of storms. There is a little bit of an appendage that kind of wraps right in there. That's where that little area of rotation is located. And we're seeing it at fairly low level. It is generally headed up towards the radar site too. Seeing kind of some remnant mesocyclones. These mesocyclones can spin for a while as they spin down and continue to broaden, but they bring a low tornado risk, but not zero, from areas like Sinking Springs to Piketon and way